All right. All right. So we have to talk about Paula Patton. Before we even get into what this is going to be about, we have to talk about Paula Patton. Now, someone told me to Google her mom. I did. I Googled her mom, and period. It's all coming together. Before we start this video, before we start this video, let us watch what Paula Patton decided to post for the public. She's gonna teach us how to fry chicken. Her mom's her mom's famous fried chicken. So let's do it. Let's watch Paula.
I've already cleaned some, but I got organic chicken. I'm sorry, chickens. We're gonna eat you today. But I'm gonna make my mom's famous fried chicken. We'll get to just clean it with some cold water, and then we'll get to frying it. So now we put the organic flour into a Ziploc bag, and you start our batches. So we just put it in a whole bunch of chicken, not too much.
All right. So for those who can see what's happening, she got organic flour. She put it in a Ziploc bag. She washed her chicken, and now she's taking the chicken unseasoned, and she's mixing it with the flour. Let's continue.
So it coats it, and you start to like move it around. Okay, because you got to coat that chicken with the flour. And that is step 2. So we now have 138 chicken wings, which is about, what was that, 16 pounds of chicken. So we're going to have a moment to bless these chickens. Thank you for your life. I'm sorry we had to take it. You're so yummy. Thank you. Okay, so that is the end. I got all of them in here. This is for Julian's school. And we're going to put a lot of love into these chickens. Next.
Oh, no. She definitely didn't season the flour. She put the flour into a bag, a Ziploc baggie that we literally watched. She's gonna show us her seasoning too. She's gonna, and you know me. If you follow me on Instagram, you know that I am a chef. I went live the other day and we made ackee and saltfish and dumpling, and that was bomb. So I have the credentials to critique this foolishness. So let's go.
Is avocado oil in the pan. All right, so we got to get a good amount, but not too much, right? You don't want to soak them in the my fried chicken. I fry them half in the oil, and then I flip them, and then I put the other half of the drumette in. So you'll see. We are about to enter step 3. Okay, so a little cooking tip. This is how I know that the grease is hot enough and ready for the chicken. Is I take a little bit of the powder, like this, or the flour, and go like that. Not ready. You see that? It's not doing the bubble. So we gotta wait a little longer. I'll be back. So I think it's gonna be ready now. Let's see. Look it, come look. So it's doing what we need it to do. Boom. Nice and little fry. Okay, let's go. All right, so let's start with our first bag. And we're gonna put these in here. Yeah, ooh, that's how you know it's good. That's how you know it's good. We're good now. Okay, place these in. And then we're gonna begin the seasoning. So just wait. I think we're on this step 3? No, this is step 4. We're on step 4. Okay. Now the next process, step 5, is the seasoning. So it's just 3 ingredients that I use for seasoning these fried chicken. My mother's recipe, so it's Lari seasoning salt, very important. Pepper, organic pepper. paprika, organic. I try to do organic when I can. If you can't, no big deal. We just do the best that we can. All right. So I start to dust this with the Lari salt, right? Each chicken gets enough, maybe a little too much because I like it a little salty. Okay, each chicken getting a nice little dose of pepper, and we give it some paprika. All right, we'll make to the next step now. Look, that's a good color. Because I'll probably flip it again because I want this side to get all of the spices that the other side got, right? So I'm gonna flip it. All right. So now we repeat. Okay, so these chickens are ready to go. Look at, they look pretty. They're brown. They got a little crispiness on it. And now,
Girl, why the chicken black? Why? Wait, why is the chicken black? Can someone explain to me why the chicken is burnt and black? Also, how are you going to season the chicken while it's frying? You already put flour on the chicken. So you're putting the seasoning on top of the flour in the oil, and the bottom is already fried, but you're going to flip it after it's already fried and then season. Period. Period. Let it, and then she's going to taste it. She's going to try to pretend like this is good. Let's continue.
okay, I should have shown you. Put down some paper towels to soak up the grease. Right. That look good. That is perfect. And so then that becomes the chicken that I get to eat and taste. But this is gonna be pretty hot. But very good.
She lying. I promise she lying. The chicken didn't deserve that. The chicken did not deserve that. And also, I'm pretty sure she's trolling us. I am pretty sure she's trolling us. I not even about to go on Instagram Live and show her how it's done. No. Sunday, I'm going back on Instagram and I'm going to make curried shrimp. So it is what it is. At this point, I'm just a chef. I don't know what's happening here. I thought this was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. This woman cannot cook. At least she cannot fry chicken. If you can cook, you probably know the seasoning should go on before you start frying. Period. Top Chef ain't got nothing on her. Let me start this video. This has nothing to do with what we're doing today. Let me just let's start the video. Welcome everyone. Welcome. So let's leave Robin Thicke's ex-wife alone for now, and let's get into what we're talking about. So today was going to be a very different video, but as I was preparing my PowerPoint slide to talk about what I was going to talk about, which I won't bring up today, I decided to put all that academic stuff to the side. I put that academic stuff to the side, and we're going to get down into the mess. So, do you guys remember Ralph Richard Banks? If you've been on this channel for any amount of time, you've heard me discuss Ralph Richard Banks, his book. I don't know if I've ever told you guys that I did meet him in person. I went to one of his lecture. I don't know if this is anywhere on YouTube, but in that lecture, he said that when he started the project of the research for his book, he actually was trying to go in the other direction in terms of his conclusion. And as a researcher, you don't want to admit that you already had like your own conclusion before you start the research, right? But he admits that this is not the conclusion he wanted to come to, but he was driven by the data to come to the conclusion. His conclusion is that Black women in particular should open up their options in terms of dating because there aren't enough eligible black men to date them. Right. So black women, if they want to be happy, if they want to engage in meaningful relationship, then they should open their options up. And from what I see, I think he's being genuine, right? The book is called Is Marriage for White People? Whatever. Now, yesterday, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Well, April 1st. On April 1st, sorry, Ralph Richard Banks wrote an article for the New York Post. And the article is, let me put it on the screen for you guys. The article is why why more black women should consider marrying white men. Now, there is a critique of Ralph Richards Banks's approach that I think people have ignored. And I think the critique is that he focuses on a very specific group of black women who have a higher education, black women who are engaged in meaningful employment. And those kinds of black women are specifically the kinds of black women I think he's talking about. And that they should not have to, quote unquote, marry down in order to be happy. And he found that a lot of them would rather marry down, quote, than to marry out, quote, right? And so this is what we're going to talk about. The critique, I think, could be that, well, what happens to the women, black women who don't have the I'm still coughing. What happens to black women who do not have this kind of access? And I think he's very silent on hey Monique, he's very silent, he's very quiet on what you should do as a black woman if you are not educated in the way that the women he's talking about are. So it is strange because that's omitted, but black women by and large are doing better, right? And they continue to do better. So I think he's assuming they'll get swept up in quote unquote doing better. The question is why now? Why did he decide to write the article now? And why are people upset? All right. So many think pieces of black women struggle in the dating and marriage market. It's low key embarrassing. It is embarrassing, I think. I think the over focus on black women is embarrassing, but it is only embarrassing because of the premium we place on marriage. Um, I think the reason people think it's embarrassing is because black women are the least likely to quote unquote get married, and we put a premium on marriage. If we didn't have that premium, this wouldn't be a conversation. But part of that goes back to black manhood, and we'll get back. I'll get into this in a moment, and you guys will be able to come on and talk. All right. Sorry, I'm telling someone I'm live. All right. I was about to read I was about to read the article, but I won't read it myself. Instead, I will have Dr. Umar Johnson read it. And we're going to react to Dr. Umar Johnson because I think he's disingenuous. And I don't know if he's intentionally being obtuse. I don't know if he is ignoring the actual arguments being made in order to push whatever he needs to push. But I've watched most of it already, and he does not push back against Ralph Richard Banks' thesis and conclusion. In fact, what he says is he accepts that black men, and this is not my words, this is from Dr. Umar Johnson. Black men aren't doing well. He actually describes them as kind of treasonous, but he still believes black women should carry the burden of upholding the black community. Now, that is an interesting position because what he does is he accepts the premise of Ralph Richard Banks, but he rejects the conclusion. Now, he doesn't explain why he rejects the conclusion outside of the fact that he believes, quote, women or the black women are the first created, and they, through their womb, should keep the black community together and birth black people. And it's a very strange position. Like it let's watch it and I'll pick it apart because it literally doesn't make sense to me. He is famous. The man is backward. Period. That's the vibe I'm getting. All right, let's continue. Let's watch him because I thought, wait, before we go, the reason I got up to the reason I got to Ralph Richard Banks and the reason I'm talking about Dr. Umar Johnson is literally because I went, because obviously this is an article, it came out, so I'm assuming there are people who are going to reject it. And I went around to try to find people who were rejecting it. And someone did the exact thing to Ralph Richard Banks as they did to me. And I thought that was interesting. Remember when I did that post about the passport bros? And this guy who tells black men to go overseas did a whole video where he just showed pictures of literally, like, I kid you not, he showed pictures of men and women overseas laughing as his rebuttal to my argument. Before I play Dr. Umar's video, this is one of the videos that I came across, and I literally just, I couldn't. So, this guy's argument is Ralph Richard Banks and Sinji, you failed again, right? So, this is what he said. Let me put it on the screen. So it says, Ralph Richard Banks and Sinji, you failed again, right? But in the video, I promise you I can't play the sound because it's only music, literally only music playing. And as you watch, it's just random pictures of black couples. Literally, the whole thing is just random images of black couples. I This is not an argument. I don't know why anyone would think this is an argument, but I just couldn't. So instead of like going through the internet, I just went to Dr. Umar and let's hear what Dr. Umar had to say because these people really don't have an argument. Like it's kind of ridiculous. So here we go.
Be held for the first time by black women. But there's an article that came out yesterday, New York Post. While more black women should consider marrying white men, while more black women should consider marrying white men, while more black women should consider marrying white men, while more black women should consider marrying white men, why more black women should consider marrying white men. It says, two of the most powerful positions in the United States government will be held for the first time by black women, Kamala Harris, Ketanji Brown. Harris, as we all know, is Vice President of the United States. Brown Jackson could soon be a Supreme Court justice. Both Harris and Brown Jackson also share a personal attribute that is equally noteworthy. Each of them has a white husband. This fact is significant.
In the same way we would think about, I guess, Loving v. Virginia, I don't think it's fair to say Kamala is black, but let's not get into the biracial conversation right now. Let's continue. But we can take the point.
The effects of racism have left well-educated black women with a paucity of black male partners. According to the Brookings Institute data, black men are less likely than black women to have completed high school. Black men are less likely than black women to have completed high school. Black men are less likely than black women to have completed high school, and 50% less likely.
Girl, this man is so dramatic. He is so dramatic. I'm gonna play more, and I won't interrupt as often. I'll let him get to a big portion before I get him. If you have a problem with the statement, why not push back against the statement? Is it false? Is it true? Are there reasons why it exists? Are there, like, you don't just repeat something over and over and over again as if repeating it is an argument. Repeating it is not an argument. Like, I don't know what this is. It's like, what am I supposed to imagine debating with someone and they just take what you said and repeat and kept repeating it? Like, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? How do I engage with that? Because you're not doing anything. Anyway, let's continue.
To have attained a 4-year college degree. So we already see where this article is going, don't we, brothers? We already see where this article is going, don't we, brothers? We already see where this article is going.
I feel like he's doing a spell. That's what I feel. I feel like the repetition is a spell. Or maybe it is his way to like think about what he's gonna say next. I don't know, but this repetition is killing me.
Don't we, brothers? But let us indulge this falsified narrative. According to the Brookings Institute, black men are less likely than black women to have completed high school, and black men are 50% less likely to have attained a 4-year college degree. Yet, despite the shortage of suitable black partners, black women have also been the least likely of any minority group to marry outside their race. Black women are the least likely of any minority group to marry outside of their race, according to Pew Research. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual black women either don't marry or marry black men with whom they are not especially well matched. Let me say that again. Rather than marry men of other races, many heterosexual black women either don't marry or marry black men whom they are not especially well matched. And these mismatched relationships, listen to the language they use. Listen to the language of the narrative. They call it mismatched relationships. So if a black woman marries a black man who don't have a college degree, according to the white power structure, she's in a mismatched relationship.
The social the social science research is actually clear about this. The likelihood of divorce increases when you and your partner do not or have a drastically different education level and socioeconomic level. I don't know what he's saying. That is what the research is. But again, repeating something over and over and putting emphasis on it does not an argument make. I don't know what you're doing. Like, it literally is not an argument being made here. Anyway, let's continue. By the way, I'm frustrated because I like good argumentation. Even if I don't agree, I like people who are responsive and are good at making arguments. Dr. Umar already has his audience where he wants them, so he doesn't feel the need to make an argument. Like when you say, we already know where this article is going, brothers, like, no, 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 we do not. Where is it going and what is your problem with it? You can't just say that and expect that we know anything. Like, tell us what the argument is. The article thus far says black men are not likely to graduate at the rate that black women are from high school, and they're also not likely to go to college in the way that black women are. If there is an argument against this, present it. Present it now so we know what you're talking about. But repeating it in this weird voice over and over and over again, It's not an argument. And it's frustrating because I think people who like him and already agree with him will literally just say, "Oh yeah, I feel you," and it's like, "Feel what? What do you feel?" There's no argument. Literally, no argument is there yet. There is nothing there yet. Nothing. Even if you disagree with divestment, if you disagree with swirling, if you disagree with women dating out, whatever you disagree with, that is fine. I don't know how you can agree with him. Like there's nothing to agree with.
And mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. African Americans have the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, the article says Black women are the only demographic. Black women are the only demographic. Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. Black women
Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than a marriage rate. All right, please push back against that. I already watched this video, by the way. I know what he's going to say next, but please push back.
are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. A bit more than a decade ago, I published a book called Is Marriage for White People? First of all, that's ridiculous. Can anybody tell me why Dr. Umar considers the title of this book ridiculous? The title of the book is Marriage for White People. Why is that ridiculous? Because African men and African women are the oldest civilization. We are the first families. We are the first communities. We created the institution of marriage. We engineered the institution of marriage. So how can you write a book called Is Marriage for White People?
I'm sorry. This is so annoying. Even when I agree with him, I'm annoyed. I think the name of the book was done by the publishing house to draw attention. I actually really hate the name of the book. Like I hate the name of the book. I used it in my video as a title as the name of the book, and I do agree with him. But like, okay, we don't like the name. Now what? We don't like the name. He probably didn't have any power over the name. Now what? Are we going to talk about the substance at all?
People when we were getting married before there was any white people in the world. How can you write a book called Is Marriage for White People when black people were getting married? Africans were getting married before there was any white people in the world. Let us continue. A decade ago, I published the book.
No, absolutely not. I did read it, and I explained it on my on a previous show. He didn't have control over it. And when that young boy asked him if marriage for white people, I think Ralph Richard Banks made up that story, but I don't know. That is my assumption. I do remember him saying that the young boy asked, "Is marriage for white people?" And then he like made that his book because no, absolutely not. The book is not about that either. So I think he's just lying. But yes, I do remember that story when he said the little boy asked him about is marriage for white people.
Is Marriage for White People that examined the decline in marriage across American society, especially
Absolutely. I would absolutely love it.
among African Americans, and focused in particular on the predicament of Black women. The book raises the possibility that Black women, like Harris and Brown, would do well to open themselves to partnering with men who are not Black. So the author is an advocate of Black women voluntarily practicing mental illness by indulging in the snow bunny crisis. The book advocates that you, my beautiful African sister, the book advocates that you, my beautiful African sister, would voluntarily indulge in mental illness by handicapping yourself and handicapping your children and handicapping your community by victimizing yourself through the snow bunny crisis. Ladies, don't do it. Ladies, don't do it.
Okay, so this is my problem. Again, have your position. I think you think, Dr. Umar, I think you might think people are silly or dumb or not intelligent enough to engage in discourse because the way in which you push back is to push back against his stats. The way you push back is not just to say, don't follow him. You don't get to just say, don't follow him. He made Ralph Richard Banks made claims about the Black community. The claims were that Black men have not risen to the occasion and therefore aren't quote unquote marriage material. And so for Black women to continue to want to be with them, it is going to cause a problem. These relationships aren't healthy. Okay, fine. That is his stance. You can push back against that. You have every right, you have your platform. Do it. Present with something, anything at all, anything outside of saying, don't listen to him. Say, okay, this is what he's saying. Here is why he's wrong. This is why you shouldn't do it. And he does present a very strange argument, which if you do it, that is a mental illness. Okay, great. Why is a Black woman dating out a mental illness? What is a mental illness? And why is this an issue? You need to break that down. There is nothing you are providing. You said the snow bunny crisis. I don't know what that is. I thought that only applied to white Black men. Let's continue.
Black women, don't you dare let a Neanderthal crawl up in your heaven and spray his ancestors all inside of your woman cave. I said, Black woman, don't you dare let a demon crawl up in your heaven and spray his ancestors all inside.
This is actually disgusting. This is disgusting. Not only is it disgusting, but it's it's a gaslighting tactic. It's a scare tactic, and he's not presenting any alternative. This is really disturbing. Um, I'll get to why in a minute because he's gonna get there.
Your man cave. I said, Black woman, don't you dare let a demon crawl up inside of your heaven and spray his ancestors. Lord have mercy. Ancestors, speak to me now. Ancestors, speak to me now. Please don't let these Black women let a devil crawl up in heaven. Heaven is between the legs of the African woman. I said, heaven is between the legs of an African woman. Sister, don't let a devil crawl up in your heaven and spray his ancestors. Spray his ancestors all up in your woman cave. He want to spray Christopher Columbus in your woman cave. He want to spray Alexander Hamilton in your woman cave. He want to spray Son of Sam in your woman cave. He want to spray George Washington in your woman cave. He want to spray Cecil John Rhodes and Ronald Reagan. He want to spray them all up in your woman cave. Black woman, please. You are too valuable to me. Listen to me, Black woman. You are too valuable to me, too valuable to African men. Real African men only date African women. I said real African men only date African women. I said real African men only date, African woman. Black woman, you are too valuable. If Dr. Umar is the first to let you know, Black woman, you are too valuable to demean yourself, to disgrace yourself, to discredit yourself. Black woman, you are too important to let a devil crawl up in your heaven and spray his ancestors all in your woman cave. No, that is not to besmirch my mixed African brothers and sisters. I love y'all, y'all family. I love y'all, y'all family. I'm not rejecting you. I'm rejecting a behavior that seeks to eliminate the traditional Black family as a means of genocide. I have no issue with my mixed race African brothers and sisters. We are family. I am not rejecting you. I am rejecting the practice of miscegenation that seeks to weaken the DNA of African people. Let us continue with the article.
Let us continue with the article. The fact that you think Black women dating out is what's destructive to the Black family means you don't even have a grasp of what's happening, in my opinion. But let's continue.
My book examines the decline in marriage across American society, especially among Black women, and focuses on the predicament of Black women. The book raises the possibility that Black women like Kamala Harris and Judge Ketanji would do well to open themselves to partnering with men who are not Black. After all, Black men appear to have no problem marrying out. This author might be a scorned Negropean female. The author of this article might be a scorned Negropean female. I want somebody to Google, no, this is a man, Ralph Richard Banks. Somebody Google Ralph Richard Banks. Who is Ralph Richard Banks? Let me Google Ralph Richard Banks. I'm going to Google him myself. Let's see who wrote this.
So it's interesting and funny at the same time because he believes that this was a woman. He believed this was a Black woman initially. Now he's going to find out it is a Black man. Then he's going to say it must be a Black man who is with a white woman. And then he's going to find out that Ralph Richard Banks' wife is Black. And so he has nothing to attack him on personally, but he's just going to figure something out. Like, this is actually happening in real time. He's figuring out in real time who the author is, and then he's going to use the fact that the author is a successful Black man who went to Harvard and now a professor at Stanford against him somehow, right? Because he's looking for something to attack this man with instead of attacking the argument. Instead of attacking the argument, he's going to bend and twirl and I was going to say twerk to go and do ad hominem. Like, this is weak. I know not everyone does debating. I get that. It is fine. But at this point in a debate, we all know that you have lost. The fact that you are digging up, you are doing research on this man or woman, because you didn't know it was a man, to figure out who wrote the article. And if that person is with a white partner and if they're still together, the fact that you're doing all of that, the fact that you're doing all of that means you have lost the argument because you have gone way from whatever argument is being presented to attacking the person presenting the argument. Let's continue. I'm checking on how to slow down the chat.
Let's see who wrote this article that want to feed a divide between Black men and Black women. Let's see. Ralph Richards. Here we go. Ralph Richard Banks. He's a Black man, a professor at Stanford Law School, where he has taught since 1998. Y'all see how this is? He's a 57-year-old black man. He's a 57-year-old black man. He teaches at an Ivy League college. See, this is why we have to get into a conversation about the black bourgeoisie. This is why the black bourgeoisie is so dangerous to the survival of African people. This is why.
Again, this is absolutely ridiculous. And this is coming from someone who is a PhD. This is literally ridiculous. You, instead of attacking the argument, decided to create a common enemy with your audience and attack that enemy. Okay, he's bourgeois, he's a talented 10, all of that, all of that. Yeah, sure. But his argument, though, is he wrong and how? Let's continue. This is actually kind of ridiculous. This is so infant. This is such a childish approach to debate that it doesn't even make sense that he's the one doing it.
The black bourgeoisie cannot represent us. This is why the black bourgeoisie, this is an Ivy League black man. I want to see, is he married to a black woman? His wife is Jennifer Eberhardt. No disrespect to his wife, because we don't disrespect women of any race on this platform. We don't disrespect women of any race. But let's see if his wife is black. Jennifer Eberhardt. Let's see if the Negropean who wrote this book is Marriage for White People. An Ivy League professor, Ralph Richard Banks, an 57-year-old Ivy League professor, Negropean. She's black. Let's see. She's black. He's married to a black woman, and she is melanated. So if you're married to a black woman who is
Oh my God, this is literally ridiculous. This is a part of this actually is, I think he believes that a man with that kind of credential would probably, quote unquote, marry out, which also is underscoring the bigger problem that Ralph Richard Banks is talking about. It literally represents the issue in the community. The fact that before, like, he was so confident that this man, Ralph Richard Banks, was married to a white woman that he was on live looking up whether or not this man is married to a white wife to discredit this man. But he already came to that conclusion because he understands the society that we live in, that typically a person with that resume, a black man with that resume, in his mind would probably be with a white woman. That is why he looked it up. And he was so confident. He was so sure that it was a black woman who wrote the article. When he found out it was a black man, and then he found out the black man's credential, he then thought it was going to be a black man who was married to a white woman. No. So what do you have now? How did his wife allow him to do this? You don't see how far down the rabbit hole you're going? Stop, cut your losses, and now attack the argument.
melanated, why would you encourage black women to date outside the race if your wife is black? Ralph Richard Banks, your wife is a melanated African woman, assuming you're still married. Why is a Harvard-educated black man who teaches at Stanford University, why is a Harvard-educated black man who teaches at Stanford University encouraging black women to marry white men when you are married to a black woman? See, this is the curse of the black bourgeoisie. This is the curse of the black.
God, this man is grasping. This man is grasping for straws. I don't remember how to slow down the chat. I thought I remembered how to slow down the chat, but I don't remember how to slow down the chat. So I apologize. Hopefully not a lot of people. I don't. Erica. Erica probably hates me at this point. Can you send it to me in the Discord? Again, I apologize. If you're here and you know how to do it, can you send it to me in the Discord? Thank you. All right, I'm going to continue.
Black bourgeoisie. But let me get back on. Let me get back on. I can't believe
I was asking you, if Erica, if you could send me how to slow down the chat in the Discord. I will read it now. All right. I got it. Concern just send it to me.
I can't believe his wife let him write this. I can't believe his black wife let him write this. But let me continue. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual black
I'm so sorry. Erica, no, the way she sent it to me, I don't understand it. So if you could do it, if you could send it to me again, that would be great. Th- this is not giving. I'm sorry, concerned. I don't know. I don't understand.
women don't marry or marry black men with whom they are not especially well matched. And these mismatched relationships, he calls them mismatched relationships, contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce than marriage rate. A bit more than a decade ago, I published the book, Is Marriage for White People?, that examined the decline in marriage across American society, especially for blacks. The book raises the possibility that black women like Kamala Harris and Judge Ketanji would do well to open themselves to partnering with men who are not black. After all, black men appear to have no problem marrying out. That same report revealed they are twice as likely as black women to have a non-black spouse. Black men are twice as likely as black women to have a non-black spouse. Black men are twice as likely as black women to have a non-black spouse. My book generated considerable controversy.
Oh, you have nothing to say about that? You had a lot to say about this. You had a lot to say about this, Dr. Umar, and I do have you on video. I have the audio, and I will play it in a moment so you can debate with yourself regarding the state of the Black community and how some Black women will never get married because of Black. You made the argument for Ralph Richard Banks previously, but I'm going to wait till you are done to remind you of the argument you have made for Ralph Richard Banks. You made the argument, so I don't know what you should do. Well, you're going to tell them what to do. Let's continue.
And expose fixtures within Black America. While younger people appear more often While younger people appeared more open to interracial marriage, a black woman old enough to be my mother made a point of telling me that I was a disgrace to my race. And he is. But the most significant fixture was between black men and black women. While some black women were made uncomfortable by the book and the way it put them in the spotlight, many other black women embraced the message of the book. That was a message that not all black women wanted to hear. At one of my book talks in DC, I worried a fight would break out between a young black woman who asserted her right to choose whatever type of man she wanted and an older black man who condemns.
This is very important. When people say there's anti-intellectualism in the Black community, this is what it is meant by that. When you demonize people for their education and you, like literally, for Ralph Richard Banks, Dr. Umar attempted to credit him first on his gender, then on who he's married to. And when he couldn't do that, he used the man's education to discredit him. And then you want to sit there and argue with me, not you, by the way, people, that there isn't anti intellectualism in the Black community? Have you lost your mind? The fact that Dr. Umar even thinks that he can use the fact that this man was educated at Harvard, is a lawyer and a professor at Stanford against him, is a huge problem. The fact that you could actually use that against someone, because that's all he was grasping for straws, and that's what he came up with. That is a problem. That is anti-intellectualism. Come on, Themis, really, he's tripping. I'm confused. He wants black women to marry men who abandon children, mutilate and murder black women. Let's not even discuss all the data supporting Banks' position. That's what I'm saying. I need him to make an argument at some point. Like, make an argument at some point. It's not even here that I'm saying, oh, I agree with Ralph Richard Banks, or I agree with Dr. Umar. It's like, make an argument. Make some kind of argument. Give us something, anything. Confidence with love. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue. Umar is a party of himself at this point. Yeah.
Such sentiment as betraying the race. So we already know that this author, this Negropean, has no loyalty to the black community or the black family. This talented 10th bourgeois Negro has no loyalty to the black community. You can tell how he writes. He wants to please white people. He wants to please Stanford University. He wants to please the New York Post. He wants to sell books. So let's continue. They convince many black women that they cannot and should not partner with a non-black man, even if the alternative was remaining unpartnered or in a bad relationship. So it sounds like he's saying that if a black woman gets with a white man, she's automatically going to have a good relationship. It sounds like he's saying that if a black woman gets with a white man, she's automatically going to have a good relationship. And we know that's not true. It sounds like he's trying to insinuate that if our sisters married white men, they will be happier off. And we all know that's not the case. I know black women who were married to white men who told me the racism they had to deal with, not only from their white husband, but from her white husband's friends and relatives. So there's a lot that the black woman has to deal with marrying the white man. It is not all peaches and roses. Let's continue. As a result, many black women feel they should marry down before they marry out. You hear that? Marry down. Marry down. So he thinks he's better than other black men. See, this
No, it's literally saying marrying down academically or socioeconomically. We're not going to do this. Nope.
This is why black men have to deal with this, because we got educated black men who were selected by the white power structure to betray their own people. We got educated black men who were selected by the white.
Again, this is anti-intellectualism. To say that black men who are educated were quote unquote selected ignores the. No, I'm not doing this. You can believe what? Nope, not doing that. I don't like it because people even come on this channel and accuse me of the same thing. It doesn't make sense that we have so much anti-intellectualism in the black community. I don't get it. I don't like it, and I'm not engaging with it. You might want to put the video on 2x speed to get through the repetition for sanity. LOL. Right. Thank you, by the way.
Power structure to betray their own people. And now, since he works at Stanford and was educated at Harvard, he wants to attack and belittle black men in the interest of the white power structure's agenda to destroy the black family. Let's continue. I explained in the book why black women should not be pressured to sacrifice their own chances for happiness out of some misplaced loyalty. Wow, listen to that.
Let me know if the chat slowed down because I just attempted to slow it down. Thank you, Erica. I think it worked.
Misplaced loyalty, he calls it, to black men. He calls the black woman's loyalty to the black man as misplaced. Let's continue. Nor should black women feel.
Again, don't repeat it, explain it, and push back against it.
Beholden. Listen. Nor should black women feel beholden to black men under the guise of advancing the race. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? He says black women should not feel beholden to black men under the guise of advancing the race. If the price of racial solidarity is a bad intimate relationship, the cost is too high. Woo! Did y'all hear that, Negro? These are the type of minds that Ivy League universities are producing for the black community. This Ralph Richards Banks, he is the type of Negro that Harvard and Yale and Stanford and Princeton is turning out for the black community. He says a black woman should not feel beholden to black men under the guise of advancing the race. And if the price of racial solidarity is a bad intimate relationship, the cost is too high. Black women should not be held hostage to the struggles of black men. Woo! I want all y'all to read this article. When you
Black women should not be beholden to the struggles of black men. I know he mad. I know he mad.
get a chance, pull this article up on your phone. It came out yesterday evening, New York Post. Yesterday evening, New York Post. Every black man and black woman should read this. This is the type of self-hate that members of the black bourgeoisie, members of the talented 10th, members of the Negro aristocracy, this is the propaganda they're putting out to convince our men and women to turn their backs on each other. Let me continue. He said black women should not be held hostage to the struggles of black men. He says, true, race can provide a basis of compatibility, but race itself cannot solely sustain a relationship. And there are many bases of compatibility other than race. Black women's increased rate of intermarriage from 3% in 1980 to 12% in 2017. He says, according to the Pew Research Center, only 3% of black women married outside the race in 1980 compared to 12% in 2017. But what he doesn't tell you is that in 1980, the CIA dropped off crack cocaine in the black community. We haven't heard a single systemic explanation. This sellout hasn't given us a single systemic explanation for the low rates of marriage by.
All right. Let's do it then. Because if you, and this is the first real argument that has been presented, right? He's saying the change, the increase in interracial marriage is due for black women to systemic issues, right? And he's saying Ralph Richard Banks has not pointed out any systemic reason why black men and black women relationship aren't working. Fair enough. There is a systemic question there, but there is also a personal agency question. And the question ultimately becomes which one you should focus on. You cannot point to the crack epidemic as sort of the reason. You can't do that because there was a confluence of things happening. In 1965, we had Brown v. Board of Education. You know what that did? It ended Jim Crow. Guess what's going to happen after? Oh, wait, they couldn't marry. So in 1967, we have Loving v. Virginia. Oh, you know what that did? So we have integration, not just in terms of our social policies, but even in terms of interpersonal relationship, marriage. You cannot You cannot point to the crack epidemic exclusively in the way that you do. You have to grapple with all of the system in place. Ralph Richard Banks points this out if you read his book, which I'm sure you didn't. He does not care about why. At this point, he is saying Black women are suffering. And they're suffering primarily because of their loyalty to the Black community. For them to not suffer, he suggests they open up their option. It is important that I note I am not saying he is completely correct. What I am saying is Dr. Umar has not presented an argument as to why he would not be correct, why the suggestion is abhorrent, outside of the fact that he does not like interracial marriage, which is something that he's continuously said. So at least he is steadfast in that stance. If education is a problem, why pursue a PhD and refer to yourself as doctor? It is almost as if he thinks education is a subject that establishes credibility. Education in a subject. No, what I think he does is he wants people to stay dumb and look to him as the one person who made it. It does not make any sense to me that a man who proclaimed to be as educated as he is would be as anti-intellectual as he's now being. I don't understand why he's against people getting an education where he literally forces people to call him Dr. Umar Johnson. And out of respect for the work he said he did, I will continue to call him Dr. Umar Johnson. But that doctor comes from PhD that you worked for. It is part of the white establishment. You now have your PhD. So for you to pretend like someone with a higher advanced degree makes them a traitor, you probably should look inward first. Thank you, concerned. I'm glad you pointed that out. The Why season 2 took another house. The plot was so confusing. The plot was too confusing. The plot was too confusing. I hate y'all. I hate y'all. Ah. He feeds on the I think that's what he does. He wants people who did not attain a higher education, which is fine, to feel comfortable again, which is fine, but then demonize the other, and the other in this case are the people with an education. Doesn't make sense. I'm going to play his own recording for him in a moment, but let's continue.
Black men and Black women. This Negro is not telling us why. See how he strategically manipulates the statistical data and leaves out the true variables that gave birth to the rise of the single Black woman? Why doesn't he tell us that the Black man and Black woman was married up until 1970? Why doesn't this Harvard-trained Stanford University sellout tell us that Black men and Black women were married up until 1970? He's leaving out the context. He's leaving out the political context. He's leaving out the social context. He's leaving out the psychological context.
To pretend like the marriages between Black men and Black women were good up until the 1970s is absolutely disingenuous. That's the first thing. To say systems are the problem, which I do believe partly to be blamed system, but how do we blame system for Black femicide? And not just Black femicide, but 25 Black men being killed per day. Like, I don't understand how you just blame system. The problem is Ralph Richard Banks is not blaming any system. He doesn't care about the why. He's addressing how you, and to say he doesn't care about the why is not completely true, right? Because he does tell you why. But ultimately, we're in a situation where Black women are being abused, right? Black women are being killed. Black men are also being killed. And he's saying, well, Black women will not find their happiness outside of Black men because they don't want to. And he's saying maybe you should. Now, you can be opposed to that. Completely fine. Make an argument as to why you're opposed to it. Don't tell this man to give us context. You can give us the context. I am waiting for the context, Dr. Umar. He didn't give us the context. There is a context. There is a smoking gun as to why we are the way that we are, and it will help us alleviate the stress in the community. You have that. Give that to us. Because if you're going back and forth, you can't just say, oh, you should have given us the context. No, you are rebutting his argument. It's great he didn't give it to us. You now have an opportunity to give that to us. Let us know what he missed. Tell us what he missed. Now, please tell us what he missed.
He's leaving out the educational context. He's leaving it out. This is why the black bourgeoisie cannot be trusted. This man is trying to sell books at the expense of the character of black men. This Negro is trying to sell books at the expense of the image and character of black men. Brothers, we must stand together and fight back against Negroes who are willing to be prostituted. I said, black men, we must stand together against Negroes who are paid and educated by the white power elite to castigate and castrate the image and character of black men before the world in the interest of black family genocide. In the interest.
It is such. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna go all the. Let me just do a little bit then. It is interesting because he's now saying this black man is out here disparaging the image of the black man and the bourgeois. Dr. Umar, you have said these same things before. You have literally said it. You have talked about the issues with the community. You've talked about, like, you can disagree with his conclusion. That is fine. Explain to us why. But for you to say, oh, what he's, all right, all right. This is so frustrating. Did he lie? Did he present a mistruth? Did he present facts that were not actually facts, alternative facts, right? In the words of the Trump administration, did he present alternative facts? Did he lie about the condition of the Black community? Is there anything that he said that was not true? And if there were things he said that were out of context, you now have the opportunity to contextualize it for us. Will you do that? All right, let's continue. Let me read the super chat. Tired of charlatans using spoken word flow from the pulpit to the platforms to lull Black people to sleep. Stop the musical talk and give us data, statistic, and critical. Yeah. So when I said, initially I said, it's like he's doing a spell. I will say that Dr. Umar Johnson is a very skilled speaker. Right? And what you just say, Lady Muse, thank you, by the way, what you just say is very real. It is the way he speaks is very familiar to a lot of Black people. And because of that, it is easy to manipulate us into believing what he's saying. But the truth is, if you take apart his argument, there is nothing there. And that is my problem. There is nothing there. You are not presenting anything. Like, there's nothing there. Like, what is your argument? Your argument currently, as it stands, is that Ralph Richard Banks ignores context and system. All right. Tell us how context and system helps your argument. Please let us in on that. You don't get to just tell us he's ignoring context without telling us anything. I'm curious if he plans to hire teachers. I'm curious if he plans to hire teachers with degrees for his school. You want uneducated teachers to teach at your school? Follow-up question. Why start a school if you don't value education? He does. He's just Thank you, concerned. I like the way you are thinking right now, and the ways in which you decided to what you're saying in the chat, because it highlights a high level of hypocrisy. Oh, he wants you to be dumb. He wants you to continue to distrust the educational system, but he benefits from it. He is a whole doctor over here, but the elites, the people who are academic, they are bad. They are the boogeyman. But ignore the fact that he's a part. If there is a black elite based on education, you having a PhD puts you squarely in that black bourgeois group. I don't care what you want to say. If you think education is somehow bad, having a PhD puts you in the group that you think is bad. It is that simple. Thank you, concern. Let's continue.
Of black family genocide. Let's continue. So black women, only 3% of black women married outside the race in 1980. 12% of black women are married outside of the race in 2017. He says there has been little discussion in the media or culture about the white partners of prominent black women. Notice he says the white partners of prominent black women. I'm going to come back to that. He said there's been little discussion about the white husbands of prominent black women. There's been little discussion about the white husbands of prominent black women. He says, I hope this reflects the increasing social acceptance of such unions. If so, then black women will be able to enjoy a relationship they deserve. Okay. Number one, he didn't name a single systemic cause. He didn't name a single systemic cause. He didn't name a single systemic cause to the drop in marriage between black men and black women. The reason black men are not getting married is because they cannot provide. Black men are not getting married because many of them cannot provide. 1 in 4 black men has a prison record. 1 in 4 is in prison. 2 in 4 is out-earned by black women who don't want to be with a man who makes less than he does. Nobody's talking about the fact we did not.
That is literally what he is talking about. What do you mean no one is talking about? Literally, Ralph Richard Banks is talking about the reasons why black women need to go somewhere else. And part of it is the prison population, the underemployment, the undereducation. You just called him and said he was disparaging the image of black men. And now you are going on talking about the same, literally the same stats he was talking about. He literally provided that. Not only that, this idea that the reason black men aren't getting married is because they can provide is not true. In fact, black men is the only group of men that is least likely to get married the more money they make. In fact, let's hear Dr. Umar Johnson talk about who black men decide to marry when they get money. Remember his argument here is literally the reason black men do not get married is because they cannot afford to. That is his argument. But listen to what he said on the Breakfast Club regarding white women and what kind of black men they decide to marry. These are his words, not mine. Let's go. Let's hear him. Because it can't be both.
Have you ever seen a rich white woman marry a broke-ass black man? No, you have not, and you never will. Because marriage ain't about love, it's not colorblind, and it is totally economic. So if marriage is an economic unification in a contract, how can we, who don't have enough already, give so much to the white woman and to white people who have already taken too much when we got all these black women out here who will never get married? Only 1 out of every 4 black women in America will ever taste marriage. And half of them who
Only 1 out of 4 black women in America will ever get married. What is your problem? What is your problem with Ralph Richard Banks? Ralph Richard Banks used the same talking points that you have been spitting out for years to come to the conclusion that black women, one in four black, only 1 in 4 black women will get married. That is Dr. Umar, by the way. That was not Ralph Richard Banks. That is Dr. Umar Johnson. He said only 1 in 4 black women will get married. Wait, pause. Let's get back to the first issue. The issue where he said black men don't get married because they don't have the resource to. But later on, in another clip, you're going to sit on the Breakfast Club and you're going to tell us that when black men get rich, they go marry out. Which is it? Is it black men aren't marrying black women because they don't have the money to? Or is it, from your perspective, when they have the money, they go marry white women? Please let us know which one it is. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to make an argument that way and then come here and then make an argument this way. You cannot say black men don't marry black women because they just don't have the resource. The system is oppressing us. Fine, okay, if that is your stance, period. That is a stance. But that can't be your stance. And then your stance also over here is that, but when black men get money, they marry white women. That essentially is what your stance is here. So which is it? Is it black men need money, and if they have money, they will marry a black woman? Or is it when black men get money, they marry white women? Like, which is it? Because you can't be mad at Ralph Richard Banks. By the way, this is not, my position is not even being stated here. I am just simply pointing out the fact that Dr. Umar is literally being ridiculous. I'm going to play his statement again regarding the state of the community that we are in.
Show me a rich white woman married to a broke ass black man. Have you ever seen a rich white woman marry a broke ass black man? No, you have not, and you never will. Because marriage ain't about love, it's not colorblind, and it is totally economic. So if marriage is an economic unification in a contract, how can we, who don't have enough already, give so much to the white woman and to white people who have already taken too much when we got all these black women out here who will never get married? Only 1 out of every 4 black women in America will ever taste marriage. And half of them who taste marriage will be divorced within 5 years. If you want to save the black family, if you want to save the black...
Dr. Umar is full of it. Now, he has a principal stance. His principal stance is that he is not for interracial marriages and interracial dating. Fine, that is your stance. Great, go do you. But you don't say that and then have someone else oppose you with your own views and say, well, you literally just said only 1 in 4 black women will get married. What happens to the other black woman? What happens to the other black woman? You said marriage is not about love, it's about economics. So what economic decision should these women make? Let me know. Are you advocating polygamy? I mean, I know you did a weird fake wedding online where you married 2 black women. Is that what you're thinking should happen? Like, I'm confused. Now let's get back to the fact of, oh, when he get on, he'll leave you for a white girl, because that's essentially what Dr. Umar's position is here. But then you are saying the reason black men aren't marrying black women is because they don't have the resource to do it. So if they had the resource, would they marry black women? Oh, wait, no, you literally just said no. You literally explained, no, they would not marry black women. They would go and marry a white woman. That's your logic. This is on you. So what should black women do? Oh, he's going to answer the question. He knows he's a hypocrite. And he doesn't care that he's a hypocrite. In fact, He doesn't care that he's a hypocrite, so much so that he's going to admit all of what they said about black men in his mind is true, but black women should still stand by. Yeah, he's gonna. Let's continue.
Not have black man, black woman relationship problems prior to the economic destruction of the black family. We didn't have black man, black woman problems prior to the CIA crack cocaine war.
People were getting abused in the 1990s. Like, I'm not doing this.
We didn't have black man, black woman problems prior to the mass incarceration efforts of the United States government. He's not talking about the causes. The causes. He didn't tell you that the U.S. government deliberately educated black women, deliberately uneducated black men.
I'm going to need the receipts on this. I have heard this talking point from, what do you call them? The people you guys consider hoteps. I forgot what they're called. Hebrew Israelites. I've heard this argument before that somehow black women were being educated intentionally by the white system, where black men were prevented from access to education. Okay, let me not say it's not true. Let's step back. I need receipts on this. This is not something you just get to say. Like, the reason most black people give for not going to school isn't white supremacy. I need receipts on this. I've done some work in this area to like find out where people could be coming from with this talking point that black men were intentionally prevented from access to school, where women were given more access to school. Now, we can talk about the treatment of black boys in school, but we would also have to talk about the treatment of black girls in school and how hard it is for both of them. And yes, we are in a racist system, but I don't think the system prioritizes black women. Again, in the education system, please let me know, because for a lot of give me the research. I'm not going to say anything else. Give me the research. This is a very strange. This is a very strange approach to history.
He's not giving you the political, economic design of the destruction of black men. He ain't giving you miseducation, mass incarceration. He ain't giving you that. This Negro is not telling the truth. And if you noticed, he talked about prominent white husbands of prominent black women. Those white men married those women because they were economically, politically, or socially expedient for those white men's lives and careers. Kamala Harris's husband married her for a reason other than love. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's husband married her for a reason other than love. You better.
You cannot say that with any degree of certainty. You cannot say these people's husband married them for some reason other than love. You do not have the range, the access, and all the knowledge to say some foolishness like that. What you can say, however, is the men online talking about a woman's degree doesn't matter. Aren't these men? The men online talking about these women's job don't matter. Aren't these men? Who are they, Dr. Umar Johnson? Who are the people online talk? Because it's great to just sit and just make things up about people you don't know, right? Like these men are racist, these men don't like their wife, these men are in it for money, whatever it is. You don't even know when they got married. You don't even know who had more money when they got married. You don't know anything about the relationship, but you're promising us, just like the way you promised us that it was a black woman who wrote the article. Then you found out it was a black man. Then you promised us that that black man was married to a white woman, and then it wasn't. So you can't be promising us things you have no idea about. It is absolutely ridiculous. Now, pause. Let's step back just 2 steps. It does bother me to have him sit here and pretend like there is not a loud voice happening online that millions of men are co-signing regarding these ideas about a woman's degree being useless, a woman's job being useless, and it doesn't add any value and all of that foolishness. That conversation is taking place right now. So if women decided that they're going to take their degree, they're going to take their education, they're going to take their experiences, they're going to take their intellect to someone who sees value, in it, I don't see how that is a problem. I am waiting for an argument from you. You have not provided an argument yet. He does not have an understanding of the depth of love at Themism, though. To be able to recognize that the more there is to the person, the more there is, and the more ways there are to love them. Yeah, yes. Like these people online are talking about black women need to do this and they need to do that, and their education doesn't matter, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here like, all right, you do realize when you disregard the people in the community with the most access, people from other community will see their value. Like, I don't think you understand that you are so vocal about your disdain for educated women. You are so vocal about your disdain for women with careers. You are so vocal about your disdain for women who can provide for themselves. But you still want a woman who is going to go 50-50 with you, which doesn't make any sense. You're going to ignore the contradiction and the actual feminism that permeates in the manosphere. Ignore that. Push that to the side. I don't care. But for Dr. Umar to sit here and pretend like these women would be uplifted in the black community because of what they can do, because of their intellect, is absolutely absurd. When you yourself is anti-intellectual, you literally just made it so that Ralph Richard Banks could be criticized for his academic achievement. You understand that the people you are talking to, you get it. You understand that the people you're talking to, that they do not want intellectualism. And you weaponize the fact that this man went to Harvard against him. You think these women in the black community would have been upheld for their degrees? I'm not making a judgment. I'm asking a question because based on what I've been seeing, particularly online, there is a loud voice demonizing black women for their academic achievement and for their career achievement. I've seen it. And you can say, oh, it's a loud minority. No, it's not, because you guys would have shut them up already. The fact that they're still there, garnering support, and people are up here cheering and saying, oh, they didn't mean that. It's just a relationship. It's not what I look for first. Well, you said it. A relationship, a marriage, is not just about love. It's a financial institution. It's a contract. Whatever it is, they understand it, and they understand how to be with a woman who has this level of academic achievement, who have this level of career success. You don't. And that's the problem. That's the problem. That's probably why we are going to keep failing, because people like you promote anti-intellectualism, and then you are upset and don't understand why no one trusts you. Let me get some. Oh, that is good. All right, let's continue. Someone said Harvard took black men out of that home. Ain't nobody gonna. Let's continue. I actually have something that I want to say. Let's continue though.
Better believe it. I bet you if you can have a conversation with Kamala Harris or Judge Ketanji, they'll tell you about the racism they had to deal with from their white husbands, friends, and families. I bet you they'll tell you about the racism they had to deal with from their white husbands. Oh, yes. Kamala Harris has seen her white husband practice racism. You better believe it. Judge Ketanji.
Again, how? How are you okay saying this stuff? You don't even know these people. Like I'm so confused. How are you this confident saying this stuff?
Angie has seen her black husband practice racism. You better believe it. Ain't a black woman alive. Ain't a black woman alive dating or married to a white man who has not seen his true colors. Ain't a black woman alive married to or dating a white.
Themis, there is a vested interest for black men to keep black women with them in poverty and to take care of them. They will not be fighting this hard unless they need someone to step on. I, if we look at the structure, this makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is how you are gonna let ego prevent you from. Because, like, even if you like, imagine this. This is so horrible, really bad. But these women are working and they're being successful and they're doing well and they only want to marry black men and they're willing to marry down and they're willing to take care of you. I mean, unfortunately, um, why then would you then add the layer of insult where you are shaming them for doing well? I can't think of anything outside of ego. Like they're literally taking care of you and you're dragging them. What? How does that make? Yes, Ying Yang.
White man who has not seen his true colors. This is not something to debate. This is not something to argue about. If black woman want a white man, go ahead. But I'm not going to touch you. I will not lay with a black woman who thinks it's okay to give her ancestral womb.
Go on. Wait. So the argument here is black women don't date out because if you do, I, Dr. Umar, will not date you. Go where? Where? Does every black woman want to be with Umar? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe every black woman want to be not the ancestral womb. I am so confused. Maybe I am wrong. And black women, before they make a decision, they say to themselves, but would Umar want to be with me after maybe bro, I mean, maybe all women, maybe maybe all black women really think about whether or not the Dr. Umar, they met Dr. Umar's standards. I can I can't believe that's the argument here. Dr. Umar is like, look. If you want to be with me, it ain't all about the bling you're bringing. It's about your ancestral womb and whether or not I want to be with you. So your decisions about who you should be with is predicated on whether or not Dr. Umar will want to be with you after you have been with who you wanted. Period. And what about it? And what about it? And what about it? Get off mute. Get off mute. I see you guys not talking. Let me know so I can be clear about the standard. Dr. Umar is the standard. Period. So all white men are racist, but not all black men are dusty. Right. Where is the school, Umar? God, where is the school? Thank you, Ray. Dr. Umar is the standard. He took the argument from white men don't want you to white men only want you to use you because they are evil. Black men are safe. Has he seen the femicide stat? Oh, but he won't talk about that, will he? No. Dr. Umar said, period. Dr. Umar is the standard, and your ancestors. Why did he make this about women, your womb? It almost feels like for Dr. Umar, a woman's value is completely predicated in their ability to bear children. I can't. Let's continue.
Listen to me, black woman. I know black men have not been loyal, some of us. I know black men will look past you for a white woman in a minute, some of us. I know black men act like they have no loyalty to the black woman. I understand that. But guess what, black woman? Last time I checked, God made you first, and he put you in Africa. You are the first human being to be placed on this planet. The black woman is the first human being to be put on this planet. And if the black woman is the first human being to be put on this planet, do you not have an obligation to uphold the principles of African civilization? As
So let's use the word treasonous to just kind of typecast what he just described as blackmail behavior. So didn't you just trash black men? Like you literally just trash black men. All right. And they're not great. They look past black women for a white woman. They're treasonous, right? Like that's what you just said. Got it. Great. But black women should because they were the first to be created. Someone said, "What Bible are you reading?" They should be the leader. Black women should be the leader of the black community and sustain the black community because black men won't do it, can't do it, have not been doing it. In his words, these are his words, he just literally dragged black men for filth, but because black women are the leaders, they now have an obligation to uphold the community. So they go uphold the community without the black man. Girl, you done lost your mind. Period. Period. And what about it?
the first, this is not something to debate. This is not something to argue about. If black woman want a white man, go ahead. But I'm not going to touch you. I will not lay with a black woman who thinks it's okay to give her ancestral.
I think he is not, it can't be about himself. I think he's trying to get other men to identify with him. And he's trying to get other black men to say and agree that they will not sleep with a black woman who's been with a black man. I think with a white man. That has to be what he's doing. Because to think that you should have access to every single black woman in this world doesn't make any sense to me. It literally doesn't. You are not the standard. I'm sure not many black women want you. So it can't be about himself. I think he's trying to tell black men to not lay with black women who's been with white men. That has to be what he's doing. And that is, okay, girl, period, whatever.
Womb. Listen to me, black woman. I know black men have not been loyal, some of us. I know black men will look past you for a white woman in a minute, some of us. I know black men act like they have no loyalty to the black woman. I understand that.
So he just called them disloyal. They look past the black woman. Again, treasonous. I don't know how you then come out differently from, like, I get, literally, I get it. If he had said what you're saying about the black man is not true, and for the black men who are not doing well, it's the system. If that were your argument, and then you say black women should stay with black men because black men love black women, I would get an argument there. For you to actually concede, that they don't like black women, that they will look past you, that they treat you poorly, disparage your image, for you to say all of that about black men, and then to conclude that, well, you know what, black women, you gonna have to lead the community. That's a weird stance. That's a weird stance, but let's do it.
But guess what, black woman? Last time I checked, God made you first, and he put you in Africa. You are the first human being to be placed on this planet. The black woman is the first human being to be put on this planet. And if the black woman is the first human being to be put on this planet, do you not have an obligation to uphold the principles of African civilization? As the first human being to be put on this planet, does the black woman have an obligation to uphold African civilization, African society, African culture, African ethics, African family structure?
This is poor. So black men don't have in his mind a responsibility, because in his Bible or whatever God he believes in, his God created black women first. So black women should be the backbone in his mind. After he admits that black men has skipped out on their responsibility, so you accept that it is okay for black men to do that, but black women Umar is correct about historical and ancient truth of black women. And as a goddess born, I'm grown, I possess power, agency, and the choice to not get with a black man. Thank you, confidence with love.
Whether the black man is loyal to you or not, the black woman has a consecrated obligation to her creator. The black woman is the first manifestation of God on earth. If the black woman is the first manifestation of God, Adam was not first. The first human was a woman. Do your research. I hate when ignorant people speak and don't know what they're talking about. The first human was not a man. The first human was a female. But anyway, if God made the woman first, humans must be birthed from a woman. So it only makes sense that the first human was a woman, because if the first human was a man, he cannot give birth. If you want to believe in ribs being taken, so be it. I have all my ribs. I'm not disrespecting your religion. I'm not disrespecting your religion. I'm not disrespecting your religion. But if you want to believe that God took a rib out of a man to make a woman, because you have been so trained to look down on women, you have been so trained to view the women as less than the man, that you would rather believe God took a rib out of a white man to make a black woman. You would believe God took a rib out of a white man to make a black woman, because you don't want to accept the fact that the first human being was a woman, a womb. A womb man was first, because only
Okay, So my favorite things with like self-proclaimed hotep is when they make words into the first person was a womb man. Oh my God. Every man wants a woman. I literally cannot. Who literally sits there and make a. Mm, mm. Let's continue.
Only if you have a womb man can she give birth to more. I'm an African. I'm sorry. No religion comes before my people. No religion will ever be more important than my people. I don't care what you teach, what you believe. I respect you, but your religion will never come before my people. Never, ever. No religion is that great that it's going to make me turn my back on my people. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Now, the black woman.
I would I would ask you this: do you believe what he says about black men when he drags them? No, he knows this is true. This is the thing about quote unquote dragging and disparaging. It's literally it's literally by the way, software, thank you. People are just regurgitating the stats. And when you do that, people come around and laugh, not laugh, but be upset. They're like, oh, you're disparaging. No, the stats are disparaging then. Literally, people repeating the stats. He knows the stats. He knows it. So when he says Ralph Richard Banks is just disparaging black men, it's like, sir, in the same video, you then go on to talk about how black men are disloyal. They will step past a black woman for a white woman. Like, you literally will do it. He did it. And so he understands the stats. He just disagrees with the conclusion. And his argument now is, okay, cool. These men aren't it. They're not doing what needs to be done. They're not giving what needs to be gave. Roland Ray apparently is okay, so kudos to him. And he is saying, okay, well, it's fine, cool. These men aren't doing what they're supposed to do, but like women, you are first, so like you have to be the leader. And when I by leader, I mean you need to take the mantle off the black community and carry it. That's what he's saying. He is saying, okay, the men ain't it, so like now you need to take care of yourself. Um Shout out to Rolling Ray. No, yeah, I mean, I was actually kind of worried about him because I hadn't seen him posted anywhere in the shade room or anything. So and I heard he was really sick, so I was like, oh. But yeah, let's continue.
Has remained loyal to the black man when it comes to marriage. Brothers, we need to hear this. Brothers, we need to hear this. Brothers, we need to hear this. Just because you came from a woman don't make you less than. Just because the great divine feminine's primary responsibility is to give birth to human life. Divine feminine, their purpose, among others, is to give birth to life. The black man's purpose, to protect and provide for that life. The black man and the black woman are equal.
So if you believe the black man's purpose is to provide and protect the life that the that the black women give. The question now becomes, are they doing that? Because you can't want the black woman to uphold their end of the bargain if black men aren't upholding their end of the bargain. Like, I don't know. It's the ancestral hat made out of Play-Doh for me. Uh,
We are equal. The woman ain't better than the man ain't better than the woman, but the white man has convinced you that what the man does is more important than what the woman does. And he has convinced you that what the woman does is more important than what the man does. So we're fighting over who's more important, the mother or the father. We're fighting over who's more important, the man or the woman. I'm here to tell you we are equally important. We are equally important, but not to get off topic. Black woman, I believe you would have to suffer a severe and significant karmic debt. Black woman, I believe you would have to suffer a severe and significant karmic debt if you allows your womb, the same womb that God gave you to birth African boys and African girls, the same womb that God gave you to birth African civilization, the same womb that God gave you to birth African culture, the same womb that God gave you to birth and rebirth the original man and woman. If the black woman allows the white man to take her womb that God gave her to birth original man and original woman, and you give that to your oppressor, I don't know if there's a greater sin on earth. I don't know if there's a greater sin on earth. I don't know if there's a greater sin on earth than a black woman. The original human of the planet is the black woman, the queen of civilization. There's no greater sin. There's no greater sin than for the queen of civilization, the black African goddess, to take her womb, give it to her slave master, give it to her oppressor, give it to her dehumanizer, and let him use your womb as a weapon of mass destruction. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord, black woman, I hope you all are comprehending the great mistake you make when you give your womb over to a Neanderthal.
blah 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 blah. I actually think some of these people actually think women's only, like, I get pushing the population forward and maintaining the population, but like, do men actually think women's only purpose is to have children? This is literal, like, this. By the way, I stand firmly behind the fact that he's casting a spell. Stand firmly behind that. This is disturbing. This is disturbing. Weapons of mass destruction.
To pollute your God-given womb and use it to bring about the weakening and the eliminating of your original African genotype, which is the oldest. We are the oldest people on the planet Earth. Brothers, sisters, we must fix this. The black man is nothing without the black woman. I said the black man is nothing without the black woman. I said the black man is nothing without the black woman. And I'm saying the black woman is nothing without the black man. And I'm saying the black woman is nothing without the black man. And I'm saying the black woman is nothing without the black man. Now, I see that we have a lot of snow bunny victims in the chat. We have a lot of snow bunny.
So while he's going on this rant, right, I figured out what happened. There's a ton of black men dragging him. He called them snow bunny victims. Instead of pointing out the fact that these men have agency and chose to date whoever they want to date, he's calling them victims of snow bunny victims, as if these men didn't willingly chose to date who they want to date. Nothing wrong with who you date. But it's funny because as he's dragging black women and talking about their womb and blah, 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 and Ralph Richard Banks wants you to divest, there are men in his chat dragging him and defending their right to be with white women. So while he's live, these black men on his live stream can't even compose themselves enough, right? to let him finish. They're there defending their right to be with their I can't. I can't. This is funny. This is funny.
Victims in the chat. I see. I see. We have snow bunny victims coming into the chat. These mentally ill Negropeans who decided against rebuilding the African family. See, the reason you snow bunny victims are so angry with me is because deep inside where your ancestors hide, we have an obligation to God. This is bigger than you wanting a partner. This is bigger than you being lonely. This is bigger than you just wanting to have kids. This is bigger than you building a family. We have a spiritual obligation to our Creator. African people, the original people, have a spiritual obligation.
While this man is giving his sermon, there are people in the chat dragging him and telling him that he needs to let them be with. Sir, I think you need to go focus on men. Start over there first. Start with us, right? Let's talk about us first, because the way these men couldn't even hold it in. the way these men couldn't even hold it in. And I know it's men.
Obligation. African people, the original people, have a spiritual obligation. African people, the original people, have a spiritual obligation to rebuild African civilization. African civilization. We do not live in a civilization. We live in a degeneracy. This is a degeneracy. Don't let technology fool you. Don't let materialism fool you. Just because they disguise with expensive items and cell phones and expensive cars, don't make it civilization. Let me give you this again. Let me give you this again. Don't let this reality fool you. We do not live in a civilization. We live.
He said degeneracy. He said it.
In a barbarous reality. This isn't civilization. This is not civilization. They cover up barbarity with expensive things and technology. They cover up barbarity with materialism and technology.
Girl, this man don't know what he's talking about. That's it. Did you just call my mom? That is my favorite word. I like YouTubians too. He called YouTubians.
Materialism and technology do not equal civilization. Materialism and technology do not equal civilization. Materialism and technology do not equal civilization. Your nature, your divine essence as a black woman, your divine essence as a black man is spiritually engineered by God. and perpetuated by your ancestors to tap into the spiritual energy of someone vibrating on your same level. Only the African woman can vibrate on the black man's spiritual plane. Only that a black man can vibrate on the black woman's spiritual plane. Listen, I've never had relations with a non-African. I've never had relations with a non-African. I've never had relations with a non-African. But for those of you who have, for those of you who have, you know that there's something different in the energy when you lay down and rub your ashe with the person of another race. I'm not demeaning nobody of another race. I'm talking about degrees and dimensions of energy. I'm talking about levels and vortexes of energy. If you have ever laid with a person of another race, the vibration is not the same. The energy is not the same. The love is not the same because the black woman is the original queen of this planet. I don't care how long the white man been in charge. I don't care how long the Chinese going to be in charge. I don't care. The black woman is the queen of this planet, and the black man is the king of this planet. And if you have ever been in a relationship with someone of another culture, respectfully, we're not disrespecting nobody. If you've ever been in a relationship with someone of another culture, the energies do not merge easily. The energies do not connect in a positive, affirming way. You know I'm telling the truth. Black men with white women, your energy don't merge with her the way it will with a black woman because she's not made for you. The white woman was not made for the black man. The white man was not made for the black woman. I'm giving you the spiritual truth of us. I'm giving you the spirit. This is bigger than getting married. You have to look at your purpose for being here on earth. You have to look at your purpose for being here on earth. The only energy that can vibrate on your level is the energy of another African.
No, I knew I saw someone riding a witch broom last night. All these energy and chakras and you, who is vibrating on my energy? Me, not me. I see you back there. Um,
It's too much. It's just too much.
yeah, you are not vibrating on his energy. You need to like.
I need to pull it back. I mean, there's so much over this whole stream. It's like where to even begin with this guy. And I think that the most obvious portion of this, which is the most hilarious to me, is that he hasn't read the book. He hasn't even read the book. He didn't know who the author was, what he looked like, what the situation
I
was.
mean, he didn't have to read the book. His ashe didn't match. It didn't align with his chakra.
No, I mean, we've been through Ronald Reagan and demons and, just everything. But there were a couple of things that I noticed that I wanted to point out. There's like, I have thousands of notes, but just like the most pertinent ones were he was describing how white men, and of course, he always demonizes white men, not white women. He made it very clear to say that he never talks bad about women of any race in his streams, which I thought was pretty interesting. So we're always sort of saving a little bit of space for white women and others. They are not the demons, it's always the white man. Not and the woman. So, and then he also made space for biracials, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Did he make, wait. Did he actually make space for biracial? Because he talked about demon seed. He talked about, so, I mean, he said, no disrespect to my biracial brothers and sisters, and then he goes on to drag them
Call them,
and
yeah.
how they were created.
I want to know how the math works on that. So if you're half demon and half not as a biracial person, how does that work? I mean, I need him to go into that a little more because I'm confused. But he wasn't mad at biracials, at all, even though they were half demon apparently. And then the shared ancestry. So I don't know what his religion is, but he was saying something about, I don't know, the woman was the first to be. I mean, I'm not, a religious person, but I know quite a bit about it. And I know that, commonly in Christianity, it's, Adam and Eve. And I guess he's saying Eve then Adam, or I don't know what his story is. But if we are then the original people, then sort of what's the harm in being with other people? Because if we created everyone, if everyone came from our womb, man, then why is it bad if we birth the entire nation and the entire world? Why can't we be with any of our progeny? I don't know what his explanation for the existence of other races of people is, but it just seems very, very confusing.
Oh,
So
he is very confused. My I hate when people attempt to engage in like a debate or rebut something, but literally just doesn't. Like he literally, if you watch that video without feeding into whatever spell he's casting, and you actually listen to what he's saying, he reaffirms Ralph Richard Banks. Like he literally makes the argument, and then he says, "Oh, but women, you need to mule. Like, you are the leader. You need to take control. You were the first. So while these men are doing this, this, and that, you need to continue to carry the community." Like, as a man, I am kind of upset because, okay, why aren't you telling men to be better now? Like, you need to be speaking to men because it seems like the problem, even from your perspective, not even my argument, from your perspective is men, but you just don't want women to date out. Maybe you should talk to men about being better men.
no, he doesn't want to. That's not a part of the conversation. It never is. Somehow that always gets missed.
Yeah.
And he did, and it was so interesting. So I guess he's trying to frame this as black women versus white men. Then again, why wouldn't it be black women versus white women? I mean, it's like black men, they don't have to have any accountability. They don't have to have a role in dealing with whatever it is that he thinks is going on. He's putting it all on our shoulders. And so it's us versus the men. It's never man to man. It's always them sort of hiding behind the coattails of the black woman. And it's just so obvious. And yeah,
Thank
there's just a
you.
whole lot.
Deanne.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Okay, there's a lot to cover here. It's a lot, but let's see where we start. Okay, so let's go here. How to prove everything that the man you did not have to choose as your opponent put out. How to do this. Ooh, Dr. Johnson. See, I'm going to respect the fact that this is how you want him addressed as your moderator, as if just moderator works for the channel. We're going to call him Dr. Johnson. But see, Dr. Johnson has just proved everything that black women are saying about it does not matter what his income level and educational level is, you still get the same person. And this is why Dr. Banks is right. Case in point, Dr. Umar Johnson does not love black women. And there are 4 perfectly good public domain resources. For Exhibit A is in the public records of the Philadelphia Family Court. He has at least 2 daughters, and one of them is about 20 years old. And if we would go to pull up those records, we would find out that this man has not paid. I challenge anybody to find more than 3 child support payments on both of them. One of them is still underage. He was angry about the custody arrangements and gave his mother, the daughter's mother and grandmother's address to direct his followers to go talk to them, these two women, about why he couldn't get the custody arrangements. A lot of people have this video. So these are three available public records. Four, you can find any time when this man actually does talk about black women in any extended way, and you find out the levels of disrespect and the sexual perversion that this man engages in, down to black girls who are down to 11 years old. That information is also publicly available.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I've not vetted any of this information, so I will figure. I'll go do some work on that. I didn't know this.
I can send you all the links to all the content creators that have these videos and have played them, down to middle school age black children who are girls, talking about how they want to attack the boys and give them their rotten. So that's Dr. Johnson, which then gives people a point that no matter, because we have army sergeants out here, military men, upstanding military men, veterans out here murking their girlfriends. We have nurses coming on live explaining that they've just murked their baby mama and now going to go get the ex-wife. We have men with $500 million going up on a world stage last week and doing the stuff you do on the corner with men who have about $50 million who were playing the dozens for no reason on the world stage. And now we have Dr. Johnson with the audacity to talk about how to love the black woman when this is his background. The audacity. But see, this makes Dr. Banks' point. What you're supposed to do. And see, now here's the other thing about Dr. Johnson. I'm like, if we could have just called him Little Umar, we wouldn't have been quite as bad. But since I'm gonna respect what you're talking about, Themis, okay, we'll go there. We'll call him Dr. Johnson. That proves that way up as high as they want to go educationally, the perverted culture is still with us. Now, let me also break down something else. Why is he repeating himself? My father is a black minister. But people have a hard time listening to him because he doesn't repeat himself. He actually opens up the Bible and actually teaches the Bible and goes through verse by verse and goes down the list. But see, what a lot of black preachers are doing is the leftovers, not the good part, but the idea. People talk about he casts spells. Yeah, he does. There are videos from him 2 years ago talking about what he actually believes. And so repeating it enough times is a way to put the stuff into people's brains who do not know they have to defend themselves intellectually. This man does the same thing that jackleg preachers do and call down curses on people. If you don't open your wallet, you curse with a curse. He just and I've talked to people about this. I said, read the beginning of the chapter. That was given to the Levitical priests. That ain't got nothing to do with the black people sitting in your seat. But he's dealing with the same kind of people who left the church to try to find black consciousness and did not realize that there are jackleg preachers in the black consciousness world who do the same thing.
Yeah.
Talking about what it sounds like, what it feels like. He's just having church with his congregation of people. And see, now here's the other thing about Dr. Johnson. The other thing about why this can't be vetted. What is his church? What is his church looking like today? Has he got that school built? He's only been collecting money since about 2009.
That's cool. Wait, Actologic Smith, thank you for becoming a member. Go ahead.
So what is he building that he gonna have all this to say about everything else? Nothing. He's just doing what you expect jackleg preachers to do, spending money on traveling the world at black women's expense, spending money on his sexual perversions, spending money on making himself look like he's doing something, and allegedly, now he's been heard sniffing on camera, but it is springtime and we all have spring allergies. So I cannot say from that because no one has actually seen him do it, but they have heard him snuffing up something. He has been seen taking pills on camera, and there is sufficient anecdotal evidence that he takes drugs. However, I respect the fact that I'm speaking with a lawyer and there are standards of evidence. I would say there's a preponderance, but I can't present it here. But we do know this. The man has no school. It has been 13 years, but he has the audacity. And see, Dr. Johnson just made the case that the FBI, the United States military, and black women have been saying. It is not always possible to vet these men at any level because what you have to vet for is the perverted spirit that these men. No, me about talking about other men having demons. This man does doctrines of demons.
Yeah.
Y'all go ahead and check this out with him. There's plenty of evidence out here. But he gonna come up here and see. This is what to round off what I was saying. When you pick a fight, be sure that you are not going to go up there and prove the very thing that the person that you're fighting with. But this man just has to chase attention and is just trying to ring his congregation that is on this I don't curse and this is hard, is going to on this pro black poison that he's selling because they are not willing to recognize that they may have left church, but they've gotten sucked into another cult. And he's the
Yeah.
leader. The other thing that he does repeatedly, he really wants you to believe, just like, let's say, Jim Jones, that he's the only real man in the black community. Never mind that the same, you have records. Leave the DNA alone for just a minute. Every reasonable record shows that the black man is father of civilization. So you don't have to demote him unless you want this idea that black men are not responsible. But of course, if you're an absent father for 20 years who is not taking care of your kids, God help you if someone reminds you that black men are responsible for upholding civilization. You're not going to do that because you can't. You failed your family. He may have more than two children, but that's not confirmed. We know about the two because the records are out there. So this man is going to make the black woman a muling goddess, and we're supposed to be loyal to that. And he is the worst possible representation for that argument. But it just shows you that the things that black women are saying and why it's impossible to stay married to these kind of men, he just proves it. If he had, was it Abraham Lincoln that said, if you leave your mouth, you may be a fool, but if you leave your mouth shut, no one will know for sure. He didn't have to pick this particular fight, but he decided to come up here and do this foolishness. He's every reason why Dr. Banks is right.
Yeah.
If anybody needs, I'm not going to necessarily, Themis, I would have to have your permission before I start putting that kind of information in the chat, but I'm willing to send it to you if you want to share it with your subscribers. I don't know if you necessarily want the
Yeah,
tenor of today.
can you drop it? You can send it in the Discord.
Okay, I'll put it in the Discord for you.
Yeah, because I that is private enough, so I want to be able to vet the
Yes.
information before I put it out, or yeah, to vet
Okay.
it before I put
All
it
right,
out.
then I'll make it available to you later on the Discord. All right, I'm gonna go bring my blood pressure back down, and if I need
Yeah.
to come back later, I will. I'll
Thank
go
you.
back
No,
and keep my duty in the chat.
my blood pressure is up too, so
Yeah. So
we
sorry,
just
but I
all
mean, I'm just
having
like
high
this
blood
man out here
pressure at the
flapping his
moment.
gums. Oh no, 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 no,
Yeah.
no.
Chanel.
Hi. So I've seen this article be passed around a lot, and I see the reactions, and the reactions are overwhelmingly negative. Overwhelmingly, like, what is this man talking about? The white supremacist agenda, et cetera, et cetera. And like, I'm I'm in a relationship with a white man now. We've been together for 5 years. I have tried to partner black men, and they were not interested in what I was interested in at the time. That's just been my whole life. It is what it is. And so for the people who are confused about what this article is about, this article is not about all black women being required to date white men. This is about the women who, for some reason, it could be anything. We know black men have a colorism problem, so it could be your skin tone. Some black men have issues with women being educated, it could be your degrees. Some men have issues with, like, it could be any reason. But for some reason, if you are having trouble partnering a black man, to not die alone due to some illusioned loyalty you feel like you have to have. So for me, I grew up in largely white spaces, and there were only a few black men, which meant all of the black girls tried to get with all of the black guys. We all were crushing on them, and they were not interested. They all partnered white girls. Then I got into college, and it was still PWI, but more a larger black population, still the same thing. And so the black guys that I tried to talk to, I heard comments like, "You read too much. Why do you have to be a know-it-all? Why can't you?" And it's like, well, I mean, I'm trying to be like an interesting, person to talk to and date and whatever. They weren't interested. So after a while, my mom was like, "Well, is that the only attention you're getting?" And I was like, "Well, no, like white guys ask me out all the time." She was like, "Why don't you go on a date?"
Something, what you just said, I've heard from a friend of mine too. She was talking about, she also said she would never, well, not also, but she said she's never going to date out of her race, but that's neither here nor there. She was talking about how when she got her degree and when she was dating, and she only date black men, she's saying they cannot speak with her. The conversation, even for those who, like, there's this guy who is in the army who only graduated high school, which is nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
And she thinks he's really smart, but he attacks her every single time they try to have a conversation because he's always like, "Why do you always want to debate? Why can't you just agree with me? Why is there everything have to be intellectual?" And when she tells me the conversation, I'm like, "Wait, what? Like,
Mhm.
y'all can't have that conversation like that?" Like
Right.
when Ralph Richard Banks says, it's a mismatch. Dr. Umar is triggered, but it literally is when you cannot even communicate because the level, it's just not there, and it's obviously not for every black woman. And that's my critique of it. It's for a very specific black woman. But what
Exactly.
happens to all the rest of black women? That would be my critique. But it is for the black woman who is educated, who has their life together and are doing what needs to be done in terms of what society says. They find it hard to connect with black men who aren't able to also level up.
Right. And it's like, and so those were my experiences, but I also have experiences where like black men only showed me attention 2 months out of the year. I went to school in Michigan. February, March, April. I was the lightest because it had been winter. My complexion completely changed, and I often wore straight wigs at that time because I didn't want to deal with my hair in like -10 degree like weather.
Yeah.
Those 2 months of the year is when I started getting asked out by black men.
Hmm.
Any other time of the year, not a second look. So to me, when I hear like people, even, when I'm out with my boyfriend and men give me dirty looks, in my head, I'm like, but I did my due diligence. Like I did my due diligence. Even if you're like, black women should try, fine. You know what? I'll give you that. Black women should try. I tried. And I'm not going to live my life single and alone hoping for this mythical man that may or may not exist. Like it's not fair. And if you care about black women, all black women, so not just the light-skinned or mixed black women that black men typically like to date, all of us, then you should be okay with black women being in loving partnerships where they're respected and they're able to live happy lives. And honestly, the only reasonable critique I've ever heard of in like taking Umar's position is marriage is a financial institution and we should center black money in the black community. That is the only time I'm like, you know what? I can understand the feeling of like, if you're a well-to-do black person, we should try and keep that in the black community.
Which is also
Otherwise,
kind of interesting because it doesn't work both ways.
it
So
sure doesn't.
yeah. And even if it did, women tend to outlive men. So if a
Yep.
woman marry a white man, the white man dies, you have his wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
reverse doesn't happen. Like,
Exactly.
I mean, we saw what happened with Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. But like, just
Mhm.
let's
Yeah.
continue.
Even Kanye. I find that so
Mhm.
interesting. Kanye has now made like 3 white women extremely rich. And he like has all of this the charity, and he's so for the black community now. But like you just even all these new girlfriends. So like date a white woman and drop $500,000 in her pocket and then
Yeah,
move
I
on to
mean,
the next Kim Kardashian lookalike.
yeah. I mean, well, let's refocus because I'm with you all the way there. Like, very, but yeah, it's just it doesn't work. And if you're talking about wealth, coming to the community, I think that's a conversation with black men. Like,
Yeah, that's a cultural conversation in which black men need to celebrate degrees and education and careers that are not rap and professional sports.
yeah,
And lawyers and doctors need to be celebrated just as rappers and basketball players and football players are. But yeah,
yeah,
I'm of the opinion that like if you find a partner, a person that loves you and supports you and loves black or not, that loves your hair, whatever texture it is, your skin color, whatever color it is, your features, period, you go with that person. So I like black women, do your thing. Like I'm here for all of y'all finding love and happiness regardless.
Funny story. Let me add this. So the story I need to add the end of the story. The guy who is in the military, graduated high school, doing enough for himself, was dating this attorney, and they broke up. Blah blah blah. I told you it was hard to communicate. Everything was a fight. Blah blah blah. She goes. He told me the other day that he just wants a stay-at-home wife. Now, mind you, he's doing well enough to get a condo, right? He's doing well enough to have his car, but like a stay-at-home wife in contemporary America, period. But like you only make in DC, DMV area, you only make like $60,000, which is great for you. But when you say a stay-at-home wife, are you talking about children now? Should
Right.
I don't know. I thought you gave up just a great relationship, but that girl was making 4 times your well, pride. Anyways,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's a big bummer. But yeah, I'm here for all of it and including the option for black women to be stay-at-home wives if you'd
Yeah,
like. My
yeah.
partner when he got the job that he has now, I was in law school at the time. I was a 3L and he was like I was like 3 months away from graduation and he was like, do you want to keep going? Because if you want to stop working now, you can. Like you don't. You can graduate and like I had an offer from a big firm, and he was like, if you want to still do it, amazing. But if you don't, like I will support you, and if you want to just stay at home, great. And I was like, no, I worked really hard for this degree, so I'm gonna be a lawyer or whatever. But but I appreciated the offer, and that was something that I never thought that black women like especially looking like me could have
Yeah.
because I always saw that as like a mixed girl thing or like a light skinned girl thing. Like the dark skinned girls around me just never got those options. So, ladies, please, just wherever you're loved, child, please.
Period.
Go there.
Simple
Right?
put.
Yes.
All right, hot JavaScript. Thank you, Chanel.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry about my webcam cover. It's jammed, so couldn't do anything about that. So I kind of want to touch on like two topics, and Deanne already did like an awesome job, like pretty much hitting all my bullet points. But I guess I want to hit certain points in more finite detail. So the first one would be sort of black men viewing black women as like extensions of themselves, or like in a more, realistic sense, like slaves, essentially. And how they expect us to function. Like we use the term mule, but it's essential. I want to use the term slavery because it's essentially that. And then when I consider, like 50 years ago, 60, 50, 60, 70 years ago, what white women were fighting for in their marriages to get free from their husbands, to get from under their domestic servitude. I feel like black women without the marriage title, we're fighting that same battle. And the second thing I want to touch on was the spiritual manipulation. And Deanne did a great job. But I'll kind of start where Chanel left off with the dichotomous thinking I think that Black men have. I think with regard to us, it's like the whole Madonna horror complex, and they don't think of us as people. They think of us in terms of like how we relate to their ego. So
Mm.
when she was talking about, they only talk to her when her hair is straight and her skin is light, when she's more like of the like if we're gonna like go back to like tropes from slavery, like when she's more like the Jezebel, they're more attracted to her then. But when she gives more of like a sapphire, like an educated energy, they're attracted to her and not attracted to her, because I think that speaking to their like the image of like a strong Black family is, everybody wants the power couple dynamic, everybody wants that imagery. So I think that a lot of Black men think on the surface, and they express to their friends, they express on social media that they would like an educated boss woman. But when we all
Wait, where do they say that? Because I don't see that.
that's what they say, they're like, oh, I want us to build each other, I want us to be a power couple. You hear a lot of that, when you see the Jay-Z Beyonce, they kind of gas your head up to believe that like, oh, if you reach your highest potential as a woman, I'll be my highest potential as a man.
Wait, pause.
Sorry.
Yes, Erica, please send it to me. Where's this conversation happening? Because it is a disingenuous stance, but
Twitter. No, because it's. I think that's what they're selling. I think that like if you look at a lot of like these like prominent rappers who enter their 40s, they all settle down with somebody that they continue to cheat on. Like even Snoop Dogg is regarded as a power couple with that wife that he cheats on all the time, because she sticks around for it and she helps him with his businesses. And that's what they sell to us. And a lot of Black women hold that up as an ideal. Like, sure, he'll cheat on me, but we're building together. We have 7 businesses together. We have 4 kids and I don't leave. And, a lot of your panel, your regulars, they have said in the past that it's essentially a trauma bond. On the other hand, they inundate themselves with, and I don't want to disrespect your platform, like prawn, if you know what I'm trying to say, pornography, prawn. Yeah.
Oh.
And they watch a ton of it. And I think they're watching it from age 8, 9, 10. And so there's this other thing where they just constantly have to expose themselves to Black women's bodies and their physical form. So when you heard Umar getting into, oh, don't let him spray you, like that was disgusting, objectifying
It was.
language. It disgusted me. I was almost going to click off your stream because I was like, oh my God, like my stomach is turning. And I'm like sitting here, like still shaking from it, because what I realized then, he was speaking more from an abuser's standpoint. I said a few times, like abusers sometimes try to sound like protectors. He did not sound like he loved us. He did not sound like he wanted to protect us. He sounded more like, you're my property. You're supposed to make me look like this. And instead you're embarrassing me by going to the white man and making me look like you're not performing your function.
And I quote, if you sleep with a white man, I won't want you. Girl, what?
Right? Like, who cares?
Right, which completely disregards our like sexual autonomy. Like
it underscores your point about property and abuse. Like, why would that matter? Like, why would you think that matters? Girl, Umar, no one wants. No, let me stop. Go ahead.
It completely disregards our sexual autonomy, and there's a very crude understanding. I think I don't want to be offensive, but as I get older and I start to understand what my core values are, one of my core values are family values, and like supporting your loved ones financially and emotionally, and just by showing up for them. And I like that's missing in a lot of our Black family dynamics. And I don't think that is something that's highly supported by like necessarily like Black men. So when he's talking to us and saying at the same time, hey, Black men don't show up for you. Black men don't support their kids. They pick white women anyway, but don't let the white man spray up in you. You're talking to us like we're cattle. And so being regarded in that way by Dr. Umar, like it's disingenuous. Like, you know what I mean? You really want to believe because he's one of the few people out there, because like, as a pro-Black leader saying that he supports the Black family, when he really talks about us, doesn't sound that much different than a pimp, which I think Deanne touched on. And the to not be, long-winded, and I'm getting a little nervous because I respect
You're
all of you
fine.
on here so much.
You're doing well, by the way. Like,
The exploitation of our spiritual beliefs, that's like a different kind of evil that I don't know if I've ever seen any culture. I mean, I'm being ridiculous because I mean, obviously there are cultures and religions that do this, but the way black men weaponize it against black women is like something I've never seen before. The way that like literally our sexuality and giving our sexuality to them, taking their semen and having their kids is regarded as an act of service to God is like mind blowing. And it's
like,
messed
which
up
is
because
interesting because like you are devalued for it. Like for being a mother, you are also like I don't under continue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt because
no,
you're
no,
really
it's okay.
preaching right
It's
now.
okay. It's your show. So like I'm just adding, a little pepper to it or whatever. But I'm just gonna wrap up what I was gonna say with that. The reason I think that is so triggering and it's so abusive to black women particularly is because a lot of us, like I grew up with my dad. He was always around, but and he was married to my mom. They're still married. But he had his moments of being emotionally unavailable to me, and I relied on God a lot during that time in my life. And I think for a lot of black women, whether your father's present or he's not, or he's emotionally involved or he's not, or if he was abusive or he wasn't, the male figure is replaced a lot of times by that spiritual lead. So, maybe for women who are like atheist or have other spiritual beliefs, it doesn't affect them the same. But I know for a lot of black women, why they say they won't give up their Christianity and why they're so tied to it is because it's literally for lack of therapy what gets them through trauma.
Yeah.
And so but when the God figure who has no image is can be replaced by any man, so that could be replaced by a minister, that could be replaced by your husband, that could be replaced by some loudmouth on the street corner barking prayers at you. And so I think what they do is they know we have that button. They know that what kept a lot of us going to school, kept a lot of us out of trouble was going to church. And so they continue to manipulate that, knowing that that's a trigger for a lot of young black girls. And I don't even want to get into how they sometimes go to the church to
Yeah.
collect those vulnerable people. But yeah, that's my contribution. And thank you so much, Demis, for letting me speak.
So you are welcome. Please feel free to come back anytime. That was very well said. Um, yeah, I will underscore all of that with the fact that Dr. Umar literally made himself the standard for whether or not women should engage with other men. Like who does that? The level of arrogance one must have to put themselves in that position. Like anyway, confidence with love. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. What say you?
Oh, okay, a lot, like a lot, but not at all. As a black woman who is married to a white man now, and who was a single parent for a very long time before I married him, um, I really want black women to just open up their options. I think that older ones of us have also told younger ones of us that we have to remain quote unquote race loyal. We have to protect black men. And um, I'm really of the mind, because I never really accepted the programming I was given as a black girl growing up, black, you know, in the South, and then in California and back in the South now. Um, it it's not bringing life to us as black women. It just isn't. And it is so very incredibly asinine for someone to be calling me as a single mother a baby mama when I took responsibility and accountability not only for myself and what I chose to do, but for my children on a every single day basis. Black women are not waking up going, ooh, I want to be a single parent so I can stay up all night and take my kids to the doctor and then go to their school and do this and do that. No, that's not what we were after. And a lot of us, I think, were taught to, yes, want to be married eventually when we were younger, and to black men. It's just that we have experienced so much pain. And it didn't start in the generation that, you all are in now, or I was in, or whatever. It's been an ongoing occurrence. So I really feel like black women, we have to start looking at how incredible we are. I know that we hear these Dr. Umars all over the place, and these manosphere people, and I'm just telling you that you're too incredible for that, right? Um, Black women can solve a problem always, and that's why we're so um, wonderful in any society. Like, that's why we uplift societies. And black men, Asian men, different men of different ethnic groups are looking at you, black women, and loving on you. Okay. I think one of the things that's happened, and I've read Dr. Banks' book. I mean Ralph Banks' book, but also Cheryl Judy's. And she wrote Black Women and White Men, and she did a study as well. Really good book. And one of the things she looked at was that black women tend to think that even though they're highly educated, they're incredible people, they really work in the community, they work with their families, that somehow, one, they're being disloyal to black men if they date outside. And number two, they feel like they don't have the self confidence to, they feel like they have the self
That
efficacy, meaning whatever
I
they work.
I've been hoping that it's not a self-confidence thing, because
Yeah.
the issue with it being a self-confidence thing is we are not going to get over it anytime soon. If it is a cultural issue with self-confidence,
Hmm.
it might mean part of the reason black women work so hard, the ones who do, at their career or at everything else, yes, there is this undertone like no one is going to provide it for you, so you got to do it yourself. And
Yes.
they throw themselves, this is me theorizing, by the way. I pause. I do not pathologize because I don't have the degree to do that. I think people have maladaptions, but it does not mean it's a pathology in my mind. It doesn't
Hmm.
mean I'm right or wrong. It just means I don't have the credential to pathologize people. I won't ever do it. All right, when it comes to a woman, a black woman, and being told over and over and over again that you have to provide for yourself, you have to be strong for yourself, you have to do this, you have to do that, then you throw yourself into your career and you become that person who is amazing and great, and you don't see it, right? So you get to be in your career. Someone says imposter syndrome. Yeah, right. Which is not even in the psychology books.
Hmm.
Like I'm very annoyed by this, but let's continue with it. So you have everything, and yet proximity to a man holds you back from being your full real self. Like, how are you an attorney who can buy and provide
Yes.
everything that you want? How are you still missing being with a specifically a black man, right? Like you didn't move, you didn't change, you just want that. And I worry that self-confidence, self-love, boundaries, having these kinds of expectations for men, I feel like some of that might be missing. But because I can't tell black women how to live their lives, it's hard to really engage meaningfully with theorizing about like how do you become a full-fledged human being outside of the gaze of man. How can you actually be a full person and have everything that you have and realize that I did that,
Yeah.
I deserve this, I am good, and you don't get to come into my life at all because you don't deserve to be there. Like, how do you do that? And if it is a self confidence thing, you don't do that. No matter how
But
much.
mm,
Go
I'm
ahead. That's
sorry.
I'm hoping it's not a self confidence thing, because if it is, that is going to be, and that's why I think there are people working hard to keep Black women's self confidence and image down. Because if you are
Mhm.
fully actualized as a human being with dignity, plus everything that you have, a lot of these people don't even get to talk to you. Talking about dating and marrying, they don't even get to talk to you. Um, I want to see that day. That's what I want to see.
Well, you know what, Themis, I agree in one sense with what you're saying, and I think what Miss Cheryl Judice, who wrote, the Black women and white men, she did studies within that, and she had it wasn't not a blind study. She actually had sets of questions that she asked different, white men, black women, white men. And she went about it from different people's perspectives. She was using their stories. So when we get to the conversation about, let's say confidence as opposed to efficacy, that we know we're educated, that we know we've done this, and yet we have a whole community telling us that, oh, but your education's not worth anything. So that can mess with your self confidence. Um, which is why I do think we, as like older Black women, need to reach back and really start to change how we do things and start really protecting Black women and Black girls. And then
Yeah.
we need to start uplifting them, because there's so many things that we were told growing up that made us feel like, yeah, we just had to hold on no matter what. We were responsible for the relationship no matter what he did or didn't do, and we were supposed to keep that relationship together. And being married to my husband now, this man has never said submit. Okay, that's not a good idea to say to me because I don't bend the knee, but still, um
I love it.
he's
Love
never
it.
he's never
He
said
did.
he's never mentioned that word. I don't think he knows how to spell it. And he's very much the protector. He's very much a provider. I'm an RN. I have a master's degree and all that good stuff, but I do what I want to do, right? Because I am in a position where I am with a man where we share core values. We're loyal. We are monogamous. We believe in family. We believe in uplifting our children. We believe in uplifting our grandchildren. We believe in being present, you know, and sometimes he's less present than I am, and I have to get on him about that, right? And yes, there's a difference in our race, but I think what we have to do, because I'm very pro Black woman and pro Black girl, so um I expect for him to use his white privilege to uplift Black women and Black girls. I'm not taking
Period.
anything less, right? So I think Black women haven't necessarily been uplifted in this way to say you are incredible and you have to write that on your mirror, send it to yourself every day. Whatever it is, that's what you have to do. So that's why actually I have two classes: confidence with love and and interracial dating, because so many Black women were asking me, well, how does that work? I mean, isn't he racist? Okay, he's white, yeah, but we can work with that, because what I'm saying about racism is he's operated in a system in which he's had privilege, and and to say that that's not true isn't true. But then there are quite a few Black men who really wield weapons of whiteness against Black women, right? So there are so many Black men, so many Asian men, they're good people. There's good white men too. I can't believe it. Yes, yes, yes. All of those things. And Black women, we just need to open up our options. We really do. I know we're hearing all of these incredibly stupid things
Wait,
in the
wait, before you
manosphere
go,
and all that, but
So if there's someone down in the chat who has a problem, please you can come up. I don't have that much time, but I have enough. Confidence with love. Thank you so much.
Thank
Um,
you.
I appreciate you, and I am happy for you. I'm so when you're talking about your masters and your relationship and your child, like I'm here for it. Just success to the max. Period. I love it. Love
Yes.
that.
Thanks so much, Demons. Have a great evening. Old people have to go to sleep. All right.
Period. Me, I have to go to sleep too. I love hearing that. I wish we could all kind of admit to the trauma that exists in the community. At least let's start there. I'm gonna try to kind of I want it to be conversational, but like we're gonna have to limit how much, but I'm here for this. Truth teller, go ahead.
Thank you, Themis. And everyone that's spoken already has done such a wonderful job. I'm just here on my head, like, yes, yes, yes. But there's a few things I wanted to touch on in terms of someone else had said it, the spirituality thing, and like how Dr. Umar is like entangling that and weaponizing that against Black women. That is absolutely problematic. And the foolishness that he's talking about, the Black woman's like God is like, it's just yeah, it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess. And I think Deanne, I only came in like partly as Deanne was speaking about, you know, and I think if I can understand what she was trying to get at is, you know, some folks leave the church and try to seek after spirituality elsewhere or whatnot. And then a lot of these guys use it again as a tool to manipulate Black women because, as a previous person said, our faith in God and God being a father figure is something that is sacred to us and something that we lean on in the absence of a physical father, right? And that gives us peace and that gives us hope. But what I will say to women, because I'm a Christian, as I've said on here before, like Deanne, the thing that makes a difference for me, there's a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding by even those who call themselves Christian as to what it means for a woman to be a woman and for a man to be a man. Like Christianity gets a bad rap that it's misogynistic and all this stuff. And yes, there has been, you know, myriad of instances where men have, again, weaponized even Christianity against women. But when you read it for yourself, you come to understand that when a man is charged to be the head of a household and a priest of a household, that's where the concept of men being providers and protectors come from. And it says in the Bible, at least if you're a Christian anyways, that men are to love women the way Christ loves the church. That means that the way that Christ loves the church is that he laid down his life for the church, because the church is a symbol as the bride of Christ. And so for me as a Christian woman, no man can fool me, come tell me no foolishness that, oh, I should lead. No. I'm not following behind no idiot. Okay? Then the Jamaican come up. I'm not following behind no idiot. I have read the Bible for myself, cover to cover. And when you do that, you come to the understanding that it is not at all racist as people purport it to be. It is not at all sexist as people purport it to be. God is no respecter of persons. It says that in the Bible, right? He don't
Yeah.
care if you're a man or if you're a woman. What he cares about is your heart. Your heart. What is your heart saying? Right?
Yeah.
Do you love him first? Do you put him first? Do you put his precepts first? And that's what that is about. So no priest, no pastor can, for me, and this is why it's important for people to read for themselves, can fool me into no foolishness. So that's like the first part. I just cringed when Dr. Moore was talking about that and talking about a man wasn't the first one. It was a woman that was first. And then the white man, I'm like, okay.
And what about it? Like,
yeah, like, and the white man, and that brings me to the other thing. Educated Black males, and I think we've had a discussion about this before, educated males are no different from the Pookies and the Ray Rays, is what I'm coming to discover as well. Because there's another guy on here that's a content creator that I followed that generally speaking, he says, and I won't mention his name, but he's pretty smart. He's an intelligent guy, well-educated. And, you know, he was having this discussion about, you know, what needs to be done, what needs to be fixed in the Black community. And I mentioned family. That is a core thing that is a problem, right? Like 70% out of wedlock children are born in the Black community. It is a problem, a consistent and persistent problem. And I mentioned this, and my man just completely dismissed it. And he's like, no, no, that is just a right wing Republican talking point. I'm like, how do you mean? I'm like, do you not realize that the family is the nucleus of a society? It begins with the family. Healthy families make healthy communities, make healthy states, make healthy nations. Like, it all stems from that. That's how we propagated the species. It's from the family. It begins there. If you want to make a change, start with your family first. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, there needs to be policies and legislations that needs to be had, but what difference is those legislations going to make if you still have all these fractured families everywhere?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And the man just completed it. He was like, he just dismissed it. And I was like, oh, I almost like unsubscribed from him. And I like was arguing him down. Like, how can you just so flippantly dismiss it as not an important piece? I'm not saying it's the only piece, but it's
Yeah.
a very, very integral piece to solving issues that we're experiencing in the Black community. You understand?
I'm happy that I'm hearing people this that you are not in lockstep with the people that you follow and that you will dissent. That actually gives me a lot of hope. So
Yeah. No,
I,
absolutely. And I believe in that. Like, I
and
believe
I
in.
agree with you, by the way,
Mhm. Oh, thank
regarding
you.
the
Yeah.
family.
Yeah. And I was just like, so I was just like going back and forth, but I'm like, okay, let me just give him a chance. Let me just give him a chance and continue to see if I can, persuade him. Otherwise, I'm like, I'm not discounting the fact that there needs to be, because I think his argument was that it's a distraction somewhat from the legislative changes that needs to be made in order to help the Black community, you know, um, level up or what have you. So, but anyway, so that's one part of it. And I was like, okay, well, there's these educated guys, like he seemed to be okay with the fact that there is an overrepresentation of single motherhood in the Black community, and not realizing that when it comes to wealth building, and I was able to convince him a little bit, when it comes to wealth building, notice the richest white men have families. They're married. It's for a reason, because they understand that when nothing motivates you more than when you're working towards a goal, lockstep with someone that you love.
I mean, when it comes to the hierarchy of need, maybe, and I've seen this
I'm gonna let you
argument
finish.
posited that we let me not make that argument here. They clip it and say I said it about the Black community. But yeah, I mean, I wish we think more about how our children will fare in the world after we
Exactly.
have passed.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. That's how you build like intergenerational wealth,
Yeah.
right? Which we do not have as Black people. So a lot of us now are just starting in our generation to build something, in that regard. Whereas for other ethnic groups and races of people, like the white community and even the Asian community, that is a top value. And
Yeah.
that is part of the reason why they've been able to consistently be successful, because they have something that was built up from before them. Um,
Yeah.
and so to that point, again, the theme that I keep seeing with Black men is a lack of accountability and a lack of taking responsibility for their role in the state of affairs for
One second.
Black
All right.
people.
I sorry. In anytime I see someone named intellectual capacity, intellectual blah, they always come with some foolishness. So person on the screen that just said some foolishness, I am calling you up. Please, moderators, this person should not be able to speak in the chat. Just block them. You can come up and you can drag me however you want. I promise you will get the space to do that, but you don't get to talk in the chat at all anymore. And I won't respond to this, but you can come up and we'll see well, let me not say that. Let's go. All right. Mello, before I'm going to skip to you because you said you disagree. So instead of people who agree, what do you disagree with?
Yeah, I never really said I disagree with anything, but I was listening to every panelist come up, and I mean, I thought the topic was Black women opening up their options, but I hear a lot of talk about Black men. So, I mean, That's
I
pretty clear
mean,
what that is.
the reason, stop. The reason black women have to open up their option is because of the actions of black men, unfortunately, as relates, not for every black woman, but as it relates to what Ralph Richard Banks is talking about. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the reason black women should date out is because of the actions of black men. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the reason black women don't have a choice, as Ralph Richard
They
Banks
don't have a
has,
choice.
the reason they don't have a choice if they don't want to die alone, as stated by Ralph Richard Banks and by Dr. Umar, is because of black men and black men's unwillingness to rise to the mantle of whatever manhood is for Dr. Umar and Ralph Richard Banks.
Well, I mean, that can be, I guess, someone's opinion, but to me, I just think if you make up your mind and you think you're opening up your options, hey, I mean, I don't see why you have to
Okay, well,
constantly.
stop.
Well, that's
Let me
that's just one.
contextualize. Wait, let me contextualize it for you quickly. Black women are deeply invested in black men. They do not want to date anyone but black men as a general matter. He's saying you should not do that because the people you are attempting to peer with, i.e., black men, are the least likely to graduate high school, the least likely to go to college, the least likely to have a job, the most likely to be incarcerated, the most likely to kill you, essentially. And so that's what he's saying.
Okay,
Now,
okay. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because that brings me to a question I had earlier on when I started the live. So I did hear, well, a lot of people are saying all kind of things. And I guess the author of the article or whatever, he make a claim that supposedly black women and black men not going pair, right? Because for those reasons you list, right? Apparently black men are just doing terrible. So
yeah, well, those are the
I did
reasons
ask,
listed by stats. Those are the reasons listed by Dr. Umar, actually, even though he opposes Ralph Richard Banks. But
yeah, I'm not
wait,
opposing
let me
anything.
cut this short and ask you one question. Do you believe that even though if what Dr. Umar says about black men essentially is that they're treasonous. That's Dr. Umar's position. But that black women should, in an effort to maintain the black community, be loyal to black men. Do you agree with his position?
All right, see, when you give a question like that, it's hard to give this. I mean, I'm gonna give you the simple answer, right? So yes, I agree with his position. Now, if I can explain it a little, right?
Wait,
So it
you
would
agree?
depend on what you're.
Wait. So you agree that black women should be loyal to black men, even though their treatment is what Dr. Umar said they was. That's what you just agreed to.
Hold on. Yeah,
No,
it,
no,
this
I'm
is it's not a
asking you.
simple answer.
No, no, before you explain, I'm asking you if that is your position.
I am Pan-Africanist, right? So I don't consider the
I
individual
don't care
black
what
man
you
more
are.
important than
Listen, wait. I don't care what you are. I'm literally asking you if you agree that if black men are, if all of this is correct, right? And we live in a world today where black men are treasonous in Dr. Umar's estimation. If this is
I agree.
true, your Pan-Africanism
Jesus.
still requires that black women be loyal to black men.
Hey,
It's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice, yeah.
sacrifice
All
Maras.
right, no. Please do not interrupt. So that's your position.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice. I'm not saying it's going
No,
to
black
make
women
anyone
should
happy.
sacrifice.
I'm not
Your
saying
position.
it's
Wait. Your
going to
position is that black.
destroy.
Wait, you will get to. I just need to. I need to understand your position. Then you can clarify it. So black women should sacrifice themselves for black men, even if black men are treasonous in Dr. Umar's estimation. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, explain that to me, please.
All right. Now, I do not want black men to be treasonous, right? And I would agree that the lots of dating out or whatever is bad. You get me?
Yeah,
Now,
wait.
what
What
is
you
your
don't
objective?
wait.
Your
What
objective.
you don't want them to do does not matter because they're doing it. Continue.
Who, who black men?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, whatever. So what I'm saying is that if you're talking about an individual and you're giving an individual advice, then I have no problem with anybody dating anybody. That's, what, just what it is. But if you're talking about the group and what's going to improve the conditions of the group, obviously marrying out does nothing for the group. So that's why my answer is what it is. You know what I mean?
Wait.
It's just that simple.
So your answer is not no. Black women should not be loyal to people who are treasonous to them. Your answer is that they should be. I thought a Pan African answer would be, well, black men should not be treasonous. And so if
That
they
is my
are,
answer. Yeah, but
wait,
that
what?
is my answer. But how you
No, no,
frame the
no. But
question
if
doesn't
they
allow me to do
are, but if they are, then you need to address them first. It is
that. We do that.
ridiculous to me that a Pan African would say that the woman should be loyal to the man, even if the man is not loyal to her. Like that doesn't
That
make
happens
sense.
all the
That
time.
doesn't sound, that doesn't sound Pan African. That sounds very pro man. like
Wait,
like
but wait. Did not Martin Luther King cheat on Coretta Scott or something like that? I'm pretty sure that happened,
Wait,
right?
wait, wait. Why
You
are
know?
you bringing that up? Are you saying that black women should be the long-suffering wife of a cheating man? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling? Is that your position?
I'm not saying anything is right. I'm talking about the group. I'm not talking about an
No, no,
individual.
no. You are not talking about the group. You literally brought up a specific example of a
Yeah,
woman who decided to stay with a cheating. I don't know why you didn't do Beyonce, because that would have gotten under my skin more. But anyway, let's
I'm not
continue with
trying to
Martin
do
Luther King. You're saying that black women should sacrifice themselves for black men, even if black men aren't willing to do the same. Like we're
that.
not even.
Should Coretta left Martin? That's my real question. Should Coretta have just left Martin and just like gave
No,
the
no, 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 no.
secular advice or what?
You don't get to make that hypothetical because their relationship is theirs. She might have stayed with him for public image because he's more than
Exactly.
the man. Whatever it is, she made that determination. You, however, don't get to project that onto all black women to stay with men you described as treasonous. And you agree in.
Look, I don't want any woman to be with any man that treason. So like you could
No,
go
but
and get a
why
man
would you
from
say they should sacrifice themselves? What is a sacrifice? Please explain
the
to me what a
sacrifice is
sacrifice is.
forgiving Martin for cheating on her. That's the sacrifice she made and it was for the betterment.
So, but and you are saying black women should make that sacrifice, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah, a Pan African, I believe, and maybe I am wrong, would have said, Absolutely not. The woman should not have to do anything in terms of being a sacrifice because, well, the man should facilitate an environment where the woman feels safe. So if the man is
Sacrifice
treasonous,
is about
we will
fidelity.
stop.
It's not about her safety.
It's not what?
I wasn't talking about her like safety, like of her person or her body. This is like in the relationship, the guy is not doing or behaving how you want him to behave or whatever. Which
If
is
the
the
guy
example.
is cheating, if the guy is abusive, if they no, absolutely not. A sacrifice is a sacrifice,
I
and
never
you
say
knew what
abuse.
it was because I explained to you what Dr. Umar's position was, and you said that black women should be a sacrifice. So no, you can readjust, and I'm okay
Wait,
with
wait,
you.
hold
I
on,
am
hold on.
okay. I
Black
am.
men are
Do
also
not
making
interrupt
sacrifices.
me. I am okay with you adjusting. You need to adjust, but you don't get to sit here and pretend like you didn't understand what a sacrifice was when you said black women should be sacrificial lambs for black
I
men.
never said
That
any
don't
of
make
that.
no
I never
sense.
said it should be a sacrificial lamb. What? I never
What
said
is a
anything like that. I'm
sacrifice?
talking about the group.
Yeah.
I'm
What
talking
is a
about doing what's in the best interest of the group. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
On a
So
macro
you
scale. I'm
say
not talking
so
about
you are saying that even though black men aren't doing what is in the best interest of the group and you accepted that they were
that's
treasonous.
not all men though. That's not all men though. You
No,
know,
no, no.
the
Wait, wait,
conversation should
wait,
be in
wait.
group person,
Stop
group person.
talking. I'm going to remove you from the stream. Like I'm not yelling over anyone anymore. You accepted that they were in the hypothetical we did. And even in that hypothetical, you said that the black woman should sacrifice themselves because of your Pan-African belief. Did you not?
Can I also state that black men should
Did
also
you not?
argue? Yes. Yeah. Let me give you a chance. Yes.
All right, now continue.
All right. Now let me, because when you ask the question, it loaded up a certain way that it automatically makes it look bad. But that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say in completion,
No, pause,
that black
pause.
men
You're
are
not
also
going to say that and then this way. I
um,
asked you the very specific question that the stream was about. The stream was about Ralph Richard Banks stating that black men, and I'm going to use the word treasonous because I don't want to go through all of what he listed, is treasonous, and black women should therefore open up their option. Dr. Umar agrees with Ralph Richard Banks. He agrees with him about what is happening in the black community. In fact, because of Ralph Richard Banks' credential, he thought Ralph Richard Banks was going to be married to a white woman. He was wrong. So he agrees with what is happening in the community. What he did, however, is change the conclusion. Instead of saying black women should open their option because black men have been opening their option and they are treasonous, in his own words, not mine, in his own words, right? You are agreeing with Umar that they should sacrifice themselves because of some blackness and loyalty to blackness, even though you accept that black men aren't doing the same thing in this hypothetical. That's not okay. That is literally not okay. That is your logic. That is your
well,
logic.
I mean, I think you're picking up things from what I said that I'm did not say or not intending. So can I try to say what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that for the group, if you're talking about what's going to improve the conditions of the group, then that's what would need to be done. Now, on an individual level, when you
Pause.
take that point,
Stop.
uh,
You are
uh,
still incorrect. The group is not good if half of it, well, 1/4 of it, because let's do black men, black boys, black women, black girls, right? If 1/4 of it decided that they're just not going to do anything, the physically
that's not
strong,
what's.
do you believe black men should be the leaders of the community?
Wait, can I say that the
Do you
entire
believe black men
group
should
of
do you believe black men should be the leaders of the community?
both men and women should lead the community?
So you're not Pan-African, but because you don't believe black men should lead their communities.
Oh, wait, when did Pan African become a strictly man thing? I mean,
It's not
Amy
strictly men,
Garvey
but it's
and
very
all of that
specific.
Pan African stuff.
Stop talking. It is not strictly men. It is that
So
men should lead.
where it says that?
Do
Where
you
does it
read
say
Marcus
that?
Garvey's writing at all, ever?
Marcus Garvey said that men should lead and that women shouldn't have any role in leadership. That's what he said.
No, it never said women should not lead. I never said anything about women. I asked you
That's what,
specifically whether I
no,
never asked you anything about women. Never asked you anything about women. I asked if men should lead their communities.
I said men and women should lead. I don't have any
I
position
never
on that.
asked you about women. You are shying away from the responsibility of leadership and manhood. That is what you're doing. I'm asking you, should men lead communities? Don't answer for
And
women.
women.
Do not answer for women. Do not include the word woman in your vocabulary now. Should
So how
men
do I
lead?
answer the question? How do I
Should men,
answer? If
should men lead their communities? Randomly,
to
not
answer this
not
question.
Mellow. Mellow, stop talking. Everyone on the chat, unmute yourself. And I'm going to ask a question and you answer yes or no. Should men lead their communities?
Yes.
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 All right. So, Mellow, should men lead their communities?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed
All
to
right. Well,
answer.
if you don't know if men should lead their communities, it explains why we're in the place that we're in now. Because every woman on the panel just said men should lead, and you don't know if men should lead. So maybe men don't know if they should lead. Maybe that's the problem.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Like, can I actually say what I'm trying to say? I don't know where.
no, because you're so keen on winning an argument that you don't even know how to have a conversation. Like you can't answer a question directly without thinking about how it will impact your argument. It is okay to concede points in an argument if it
But what
doesn't
if I don't
match
believe that?
if men
I
should
genuinely don't believe that. So what am I supposed to say? Like, what
you
do
don't
you
believe
want me
men
to
should
say?
lead?
I believe men and women should lead. I can't say men alone should lead.
Oh
That
my
would be
God.
crazy. I don't
Even
believe
if,
that.
all right,
So what
let
should I
me
say?
accept men and women should lead, right?
Yeah,
They both should lead. Fine,
right.
great. Are
Cool.
men leading? When men
Right.
reject their stop talking now. When men reject their responsibility, is that leadership?
No.
Exactly. So if they reject their role, should the woman just continue to lead the community without the man?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where we disagree. There is no community in my mind without men and women in it and being a part of it. And until we get men and women to be a part of the community, I don't know. Matt. We don't see it. You don't get to invoke the fact that MLK's wife was long suffering, so women should know how to suffer. You don't do that.
All right.
You
I
don't
still
hide.
haven't
No,
gotten
no, no,
to.
no. Stop. You don't hide from leadership as a man because women should also lead. So if men don't lead, then you get to say, well, if men don't lead, women can also lead too. No, you don't get to do that. Women can lead. They have been leading. The problem is men have not been leading. That's what Ralph Richard Banks is talking about. And that's what Dr. Umar agrees with. But for some reason, you decided that you're going to side with Dr. Umar, not realizing, well, Dr.
Sided
Umar
with.
agrees with
Hold up.
Ralph
I
Richard
didn't
Banks.
side with Umar. I didn't side with Umar. My
When you
position
say
is
when you say women should sacrifice themselves, you definitely did side with Umar. That is what he said.
oh, come on, come on. All right. Can I actually clear my position? 'Cause every time I try,
I
like
mean,
you
if you say
stop
the word
me.
actually one more time, you will be removed because you get ample time to talk. You just don't want to answer my question. Go ahead.
That's me talking to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, whoa. All right. Anyway, so my thing is the group. The group. When I make a statement about the group, I understand that it doesn't break down to the individual the same way. And furthermore, not all black men have abandoned the role of leadership. So to say a quarter of, that's not even accurate. You'd have to say a certain percentage of the men have
Wait,
abandoned
stop.
leadership.
When I said a quarter, I split the group into four pieces: man, woman,
Yeah,
and child, both genders.
right.
I did
And
not talk,
right, and
I, wait, no, stop. I did not say at all that one quarter of men anything. I literally, or a quarter, sorry. What I said was I'm splitting the community into four: man, women, and child. That's why.
right. And you're saying the four parts are black man, black woman, black female child, black male child, right? These are the
Yeah.
four groups. And you said a quarter has abandoned their position essentially, right?
Yeah. I get to the
I'm just
point.
asking you, like, if you didn't say that against us,
I said what?
you said that a quarter, meaning you isolated the men and you essentially said that they abandoned their post, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, okay. And what I am saying is that not the entire group of black men have done that. That's just being fair. No. When I say that for the group, the position, this is like a recommendation, but you don't have to follow it. So in terms of a group, this is what we would like. We would like for us to keep it within ourselves. However, I understand that individually that's not going to happen. You see? So I'm not evil
I
with
literally have
Umar.
I don't know what you're saying. 1 second. Bleep is here, I'm assuming, to help you out. So Bleep, go ahead. Bleep, you're on mute.
No, Themis! Don't you know I think you're a genius? The greatest thing since sliced bread. Tell that boy what he needs to think.
Okay,
Okay.
get to your point.
Oh, I have to make a point? I mean, I thought the whole point was that White Zaddy must come and save you from Big Bad Tyrone calling you pickaninnies and leaving y'all pregnant. That's the point.
All right. Well, sounds good. Anyway, let's go, Concerned.
Sorry,
So,
I didn't get to.
oh,
Sorry,
go
can I
ahead.
finish
Go ahead,
what I was
Truth
saying
Teller.
before? Because you brought Mello up before I was
Go ahead,
finished.
Truth Teller. You're good. You go ahead.
Thank you, Concerned. I appreciate that. And funny enough, Mello just did what he did, which spoke to the other point that I was getting at in terms of like the refusal of Black men to take up responsibility and accountability for their part in the regression that's happened within the Black community. And it's consistently like being repeated as we've seen just now. And that's a problem because, again, my concern, and I think the reason why you're doing this as well, Themis, is that as a Black woman who loves being a Black woman and who is for the Black community in terms of Black children, and I'm looking for family and like the wholeness of family. And I'm concerned that, you know, while I'm 100% for Black women, you know, choosing what's best for them and not limiting themselves in terms of finding love, I myself have dated interracially or whatnot. If the men do not care and have not cared this whole time, hence why they date out at twice the rate of Black women, and then now Black women are also opening up their options, then what remains? Do you know what I mean? Like, that is my concern. Like, so I would like, this is why I think we're having these discussions with you, Themis, and we're holding out a little bit of hope that
They not marry you.
That these men.
Wait. Shut it. Bleep. Say what you have to say, because I'm about to remove you. The fact that you literally came up here,
I
shut
respect you, Themis.
Shut up right
respect
now.
you so much. I will, because you're so.
So the fact that you came up here and you're just loud and obnoxious is not helping. It's not helping your case. I would. I'm about to remove you because you are obviously incapable of even attempting to hold a conversation. First of all, I
could, though. I really could. You give me a second chance, man.
You literally don't even have enough emotional regulation to not speak when someone else is speaking. So the fact is, you came up here. Not only do I not understand the words that are coming out of your mouth, and I am the one with the accent, that's not only the problem. You are shouting. You're shouting to nobody. No one, literally no one here cares about how emotional you are. No one cares about how emotional you are. Now, if you have something to say, as I've always done, I've opened the platform for you to speak. Now, if you can speak, put together sentences, I, like everyone else here, is willing to listen to you. I have never had to debase myself so much as to tell someone to shut up. I have never had to done that in my life, ever. So the fact that you're up here yelling and carrying on is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I had to debase myself. It's not even stepping out of character. Everyone has it in them. So I had to debase myself to engage with you. How is that not a problem? Now, what do you have to say, Bleep?
Okay. I'll stop. This is my thing about that. Date whoever you want. Find happiness. Find love. Go to the moon and back. That's all I got to say, Themis. That's all I got to say.
So you agree with Ralph Richard Banks. Why not just say that? Like, you come up here and like yelling.
Now,
like,
whether or not that's believable or achievable, it may depend on something else. And
Yeah,
whether or not you get something good out of it,
but
who knows?
that's the great
But
part of life.
I don't know if white society will save.
That's the great part of life. You say go do what you want to do. How they go about doing it has nothing to do with you. You don't have control over that. You don't have power over that. Let people be them, like you just say, date whoever they want. Now you don't have to add the part about, well, whether it's doable. That's not for you. That doesn't matter to you. Whether it's doable, feasible, it does not matter to you. You have no
It
control.
can be funny to watch. Good
I mean,
entertainment value.
what is entertaining right now, I think, is everyone listening to you talk. I think
Famous, if
everyone.
you
Thank
don't mind.
you. Well, I thank everybody for this free entertainment tonight. I'll come back next week and give you some more.
All right. Well,
Bye.
thank you so much. Bye.
Famous, can I drop one line? Just one
Yeah,
line before.
go
So
ahead.
it's interesting how their first rebuttal is always other men do it too. But then when we go to other men, they're like, oh, you act, we're so much better than them. I mean, this is the best you're gonna get. And so it's just pick a side, pick a position. If there's no difference between a black man and everybody else, then it shouldn't matter where black women go.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
It's
But that is what happens at Themis when you have to deal with people who cannot regulate themselves. You have to debase yourself. Some of us are not going to do it anymore. Like, yeah, like I that was just so painful to do. Like, who are you? Like, no one's like, who are you? Like, why are you Also, I'm about to private the Discord. I'm pretty sure I'm going to private the Discord. I'm going to probably, there are people who are on the channel making videos about me, which is fine. I don't care. But like, then you follow me on Instagram and then you come to the Discord. Why are you attempting to be a part of a community that you don't like? I don't like that, and it feels very intrusive and invasive. So I'm going to private the Discord. I apologize. I wanted it to be something where everyone can come and hang out, but I'm about to private that, and I will be removing people like with a quickness. Like there won't be any like foolishness going on in there. Yeah, I can't do that. This is ridiculous. Like, there is no reason I should be babysitting grown man. Like, I don't think this is not okay. Like, literally, how you just engaged in conversation is not okay. And it's not me being elitist. I don't really care if you guys want to call me that. There is no reason for a grown man to come on the internet and speak like that and act that way. Like, you have no decor. Like, you have nothing about. Just ew. Just disgusting. Ugh.
it's
It is
sad.
disgusting.
Truly
Like,
sad.
how do you disrespect someone platform? Like, how do you do that? Like, you can disagree. You can, I don't care if you disagree, but there is a way to do it. Anyway, finish, truth teller.
Thank you. I keep getting interrupted by these waste men. Anyway. By these waste men. Anyway, this is the point of it. It's like, it's exasperating. And what I'm realizing now, the more I engage with them and the more I observe and I go to the different, is that the issue, there's a pressing issue in the Black community. I think we're concerned because I'm concerned for the future of our community. This is what the crux of the issue is. And I think Black men are going to have to speak to other Black men in order to rectify the situation. And like, it just is what it is. I don't think there's anything that, like heterosexual Black males, because it's an issue specifically with heterosexual Black males, are going to have to speak to other heterosexual Black males and call each other up and be their brother's keeper in order for this ship to be turned around. And I just wanted to say, like, again, it's like the thing of like the lack of loyalty. And I've said it before numerous times, like, and Black women are tired of it, and rightfully so, because you cannot do it by yourself. It takes a village to raise a child. And we've been doing it by ourselves for so long, and we are tired, exasperated at this point. And you understand what I'm saying? And it's sad that it has to come to this point. But I wanted to touch on another thing in terms of like the whole family thing. You mentioned this on the last live that you had, where you went to an event in NYC, a lawyer's event or what have you, and all
No. Don't repeat that. I privated that
you
stream.
private. Okay, sorry. Well, I can mention something else that I noticed. Tamron Hall, Naomi Campbell, Tyra Banks, all beautiful, ostensibly, objectively beautiful, successful Black women in the entertainment industry. All of them had kids in their late 40s, early 50s, a couple of them married, a couple of them not married, right? And it's like, why is that? And by comparison, their white contemporaries 10 years prior were able to get coupled up and be mated, or what have you. And so no matter what level of the game that you're at with Black women in terms of like trying to be partnered up and trying to find a partner, it's crazy out here. And so hence why, his article is saying that if you are a person, if you're a woman that intends to not be single for the rest of your life, who intends to find love and create a family, you have to open up your options, because sadly, Black men are not stepping up to the plate and being responsible, viable partners for all Black women. And it just is what it is. And I think it's just going to have to come down to Black men calling each other forward.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question real quick?
Wait, no. Wait. You can wait for a second. What I'm annoyed with is I think Black men actually think I'm against them, which is literally the strangest thing. And then they come up here and just embarrass them. Like, it's so frustrating. We will be having a conversation about some theoretical debate happening, which is literally what we're doing. And we're talking about why Richard Banks is wrong or right or blah, 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 blah. And he comes up and just highlights why like degeneracy. Like, he's just like, look, here it is. This is the reason you should. Like, it's like, I am mad. And these men specifically who come on this channel get under my skin so easily, because it's like, there is 700 women, mostly women, I'm pretty sure, watching right now, right? These women are in different channels that are talking about Black manhood. And this might be one of the few channels that, as a man, we're talking to women, you get to like speak. Like, you actually get to speak and they listen. And you just come and just say, hey, by the way, degeneracy, more degeneracy. All right, now love me. No, ain't nobody got. Like, you would think you would come on your best behavior, lie to me, pretend like you are something that you would think that. You would think that. No, they could. Yeah, you should sacrifice yourself for me, for Black men. Like, what? Oh, just being loud and obnoxious. Oh, got it. So this is what it is. I hope he's drunk, Dean. Dean said he's drunk. Dean have to be caping for these men. Dean is gonna cape. He gonna be. Anyway, go ahead, concerned.
I am echoing. I shouldn't be in more places than once. Is it?
You're good now.
Okay, is it better now? Okay. So there's so much, and everybody so eloquently got through so much of what I wanted to say. I think that when we think about the stages of grief, and I'm not a psychologist, but we're pathologized, and I'm not trying to pathologize. I just feel like you think about denial, bargaining, anger, depression, they haven't gotten to the acceptance of accountability. They are bargaining. And this is the bargaining place. They're like, if you don't be the pure enough to save me, Black woman, I'm gonna go out there and get somebody else. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna continue to make you miserable. Save me, Black woman. And now that Black women are saying to themselves, and it's in such a small incremental number, like, why are you guys talking about it? First of all, every chance that Black men get, they reinforce colorism, they reinforce a lot of the ideals that abuse Black women. Y'all don't shut up ever about femininity, hair, weave, white women comparison. So when you want to tell us when we are and are not allowed to bring up things, it is so bizarre. And when I think of and the bargaining there, I'm so glad that I witnessed this personally first, Umar's rant, and then watched it with everybody else, because truly it was so validating to know that other people think the way that I think, because I know so many people who would have followed that, who would have made sense of that nonsense. And it's so crazy, the level of manipulation and abuse that they'll go to bargain with us to stay under their foot so that they can just stay. So I don't even know what the whole they're grieving over, what the redemption arc is about. Like, what are they talking about? You want Black families, but you refuse. Like, there was this guy who was talking about like weeks ago, Hafiz was talking to, I think, Ruslan, about how sad Black men are because they get married so late in life, and you can't expect them to just be out here chased. It's like, they're not chased, first of all, and second of all, they were probably dating at the same time when other men were dating, but they chose not to marry. And
Yeah.
so when you think about all of the above, it's just like, what do you want from us? What is ideal? What are our goals here? Because it can't be, we are not defining success in the same way, because we're clearly fighting two different battles and bucking up against each other. It's I don't get it, because literally, look at the campaign that is being put in place to just get Black women to even consider the idea of dating outside your race. You want to tell us that we are disloyal? Like, the false equivalence is bizarre. Y'all tell us that we are disgusting, ugly, terrible things that deserve to be underfoot, and all Black women are saying, you know what? There are men who might be better partners for you, because Black men don't like Black women as unambiguous Black women. And you're like, it's the same. It's not samesies, guys. You're full of it.
Yeah.
That's what I have to say at this stage.
Thank you. So Tupac, Biggie, whatever your name is down there. For moderators, please block this person if they do not come up. They do not get to speak in the chat. I want to understand why my identity would matter at all, because it's the same thing that Dr. Umar attempted to do with Ralph Richard Banks. But instead, he said, "Oh, you have a Harvard degree, so you can't be trusted." So I want to drag you, just an FYI, but I want you to come up for that. I want you to explain. You can take your xenophobia somewhere else if you're unwilling to come up here. Immigrants are kicking butt in this country. So that's prove it. The thing is, like, I'm not even going to go into the immigrant foundational Black American conversation, because, like, I don't have to. I need him to come up, or some man to come up, to explain to me why my identity would matter, and why they feel like they should get to speak on someone's identity when they have failed so horribly as leaders. But I want him to come up to explain that. I'm going to go to Santana, because I know you left and came back, and so you've been on for a while. I apologize.
Hi, Themis. You know I'm always twerking in your chat. Bolololo. So I was compelled to come on your live today, especially hearing Dr. Umar bring up the fact that he said Black women, we have that responsibility, basically our womb, to continue to bring forth Black life. In that sense, I really had to speak towards the contradiction, where I know I'm not the first one that spoke on it. I seen a few people kind of speak to that. You're condemned for being a single mother, ruining the Black community. But as you're said, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go out with my womb. Um, they're like, no, 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 Black woman. You have an obligation here in the community to continue to bear the children that you're going to raise by yourself, and we're going to demonize you for. So
Mhm.
the more the chat continued to go on, and I
Sacrifice.
exactly when Mello came in now and speaking towards the sacrifice, I really had to just sit back, you know, get comfortable in my bed and just really start laughing at the fact that the contradictions that come and spew forth from a lot of these men, I don't even think they understand the level of conflict they have within their own dialogue, within their own arguments, and within their own stance. They don't have one,
Yeah.
right? Black women, as the stats again will show you, are not the ones that are dating outside of the race more than anybody else. It's Black men. So if it was such a problem for Black women to start dating out, which it obviously is a problem, there's so much things targeting Black women right now to try to tell you don't do it. Yet when you're in it, they tell you you ain't shit.
Mm.
So just like Concern just said, what is it that you want? Do you want or you don't want? I think the message, because sometimes reading in between the lines, when there is no clear message, you have to pick up the pieces and find what's there. They're basically just telling you to stick around for the okie doke. Like, leave it as it is. Why are you trying to change? Why are you trying to get better? What's the point? Stay right here in Blackistan and just be happy and satisfied. And Black women,
Yeah.
not all Black women, again, because they love to keep pointing out it's not all Black men, like anybody is saying all. It is not all. Just like it is not all Black women that are dating, it's not even half. I still have not dated outside of my race, as dissatisfied or unsatisfied as I am, right? It's not even half. So, like, what is the message going forward? We should just stay here and be unsigned, continue this bickering back and forth that makes no sense. Let who wants to date out go. Let who wants to stay and coddle and find the unicorns and find the not find the low percentage. And who wants to stay and suffer. Like as you said earlier, Themis, let people live. Let them live. But the pandering and the preaching, listen, I have to sit back. I personally have to sit back and just laugh. That's why you see me out of my face and saying it all, because I see I'm the only one on screen. But it's hilarious. Like the guy said, it's entertainment. Y'all make it entertaining.
Yeah.
Most of these guys come in here and they definitely make it entertaining. And I'm just
And
gonna
that's
leave.
part of that's also part of the issue with me. Like I should be more relaxed. Like when I'm talking to women on here, I'm relaxed. I kind of figure what's coming. If it's not, it's fine. We're conversing, it's whatever. But like there is this anxiety that comes on when men come on because it's almost like, is this gonna be the clip that the
They're
other
gonna
women
take and run
take
with it.
and say, see, Black men ain't ish. And every single time they come on, I'm like, well, if any content creator was watching, they would have cut that clip and used it to say, further say, Black men, you ain't it. Right?
Yeah,
And it's like,
yeah.
how do you not know how to represent yourself when you are you're making the precise argument that they are wrong about you while
But they're not.
performing
They're not
the
even making that argument. To correct, they're not making that argument. They're not
truth.
making that argument. Right?
Yeah.
There is no actual formulated argument that's coming forth other than Black women stay and continue to make these children and be single mothers so that we can blame you for it. Stay and continue to be the leaders that we tell you not to be because you're so unsubmissive and you're so aggressive and you're so manly. Stay. The message is to stay.
Yeah. And
That's
they're
the
not gonna,
underlying message. It's to stay.
and they're not even coming on here to give you a reason to stay. They're just gonna tell you to stay. And it's like, yeah, degeneracy and all. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. It's like,
Can I
girl,
ask
like
a
Yeah.
question?
you are literally speaking to women in the chat, telling them that they need to sacrifice.
They need to sacrifice.
Girl, the way I don't know why the way I would have
Like
logged
it
off.
hasn't already all been a
Girl,
sacrifice.
the way
It's
I
been
would
a
have logged,
sacrifice.
the way I would have logged off and then come back after that conversation was over, like a sacred nope, a sacred nope,
You have a
absolutely
lot,
not.
you know what? The new generation is really going along with they're
Hold
gonna
up.
love who they want to love. They're gonna find places that they're accepted. And it's a lot of like, say,
One
my
second,
generation
one
and
second.
before.
Mellow, you're going to stop and you're going to wait if you want to converse until we are done. You and I had a back and forth and everyone else was quiet. I know we're talking about you, and so you might be upset, cross, angry, miserable. That is fine, but you're going to have to regulate your emotions until we're done. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let Mello go, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was entertaining. As the man said, it's a lot of entertainment. Yes, because if they're not being educated because they refuse to listen, then it must just be for the clownery of it all, right? But I'm
Can
gonna
I
rest
be
my
before
point there,
Mello?
Demons. Yeah.
Can I be before Mello?
Yeah, well, I mean, Jay is going, and then Canon, and then Gemini, and then we can go to Mellow. But go ahead, Jay.
Hi guys, I won't be long.
Jay.
Hi. Everyone else has already said how disgusting. I was disgusted in the chat listening to Umar use guilt and emotional language to again keep women, black women, in a place of fear so that we do not explore our options. And that's all he had. He did not have an argument beyond that. It was infuriating. But I just wanted to tell a story. So on the one hand, there are the pro-black guys, fine, they believe in black love and that black people should be together, but it's not always for men who say black women should only date black men. It's not always from that perspective. So I was talking with a guy once who was like bagging my groceries, a black guy. And a couple walked past. I think I've told this story once before. It was a while ago. A couple walked past. It was a black girl and a white guy. And this black guy says, disgusting. And I'm like, what? What's disgusting? He said, a black woman with a white man. So I'm like, oh. So I said, okay, so do you only date black women? And he said, no, I'm a man. He tells me, he says, no, I'm a man. And I said, what do you mean you're a man? He said, it's different for men and women. I can date who I want, but black women should be with black men.
But
And
you're
I'm like,
bagging groceries.
and I'm like, yes, he was bagging groceries. But I'm like, excuse me.
What y'all are not gonna do is come for grocery baggers. Absolutely not. Go
Which is
ahead.
a fine profession. But
Period.
I was like, excuse me? So you have, again, it's about this entitlement and ownership to black women. It reminds me, I forget what his name is, a rapper who I do love, who told a story of a black couple about how he and his wife got together. And he told the story of how he was never interested in her, but always made her hang around just in case nobody else better came along. So it gives very much that stay here, don't go too far away, just in case I may come back to you. And then black women are having to just be left here waiting. No, date who you want, explore your options. The main thing that you should look for is a good man in whatever shade or color or ethnicity or wherever he comes from. You hear me
Yeah.
now? A good man. You hear me
Yeah.
now? A good. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being Umar.
Well, no, I know, I got it. Rude boy. By the way, Rude boy is looking for a high value woman. Just an FYI.
Rude boy, you're
Just
still looking for that?
putting that out there. If there are any taker,
Yes,
he said He said
Sorry.
he looks like the picture, so that.
Yes, it was Toby Wingwe and his and Fat, his partner, his wife.
Mhm.
Anyway, yes, so I just wanted to tell that story because it's not always from this black love perspective. There is an aspect of like ownership and just keeping black women around just for themselves, just so that we don't go anywhere and will always be an option to come back to.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
love that
won't.
it was a grocery bagger that said that.
He was very much a grocery bagger. He thought he was the ish and that every black woman should want him and him alone, and only black men. And
And
yet he can do whatever he wants. That's the annoying thing. He can date whoever he wants, and he fully felt like he's entitled to that because he's a man and that it should be different for black women. No, we can date whoever we want as well.
Toby and Fat Nigui. I don't know how to pronounce that
That,
name.
that's the rapper and his wife that told their origin
Oh,
story.
wait.
Yeah.
Is that the one that was doing his hair and they were talking about
Yes.
period?
Yes.
I'm not even gonna. The thing is, I've seen that video and I have so much opinion on it. Thank you, by the way. The reason I didn't do it is because I have to be principled in not giving advice, and like how you structure your relationship ultimately is how you do it. But girl, ooh, I wish my daughter would. I don't
it
have a
was it
daughter.
was it was problematic to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks,
Um,
Miss.
yeah, I try to hold that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I think Canon I said was next.
Hey, Themis, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing regarding our boy Umar.
Before you
uh,
do, let me just say the panel is closed. All right, go ahead.
okay, yeah, but Umar, it's what's interesting to me is that about I want to say maybe 10 years ago, my son was having some trouble in school when he was in elementary school, and I remember a friend of mine kind of exposed me to Umar, and it was interesting because he was saying a lot of things that a lot of people weren't really saying at the time, as far as little black boys specifically in education and kind of getting funneled to like special education programs and different things like that. And so it was very alluring, right? Because it's like, oh my God, finally somebody cares, somebody saying something. He's structuring programs to help with this thing and do this stuff, so I used to listen to him. And then I remember, I think like a few years after that is when the whole thing came out about with an exotic dancer or something. Like these texts were released and like the way he was speaking to her, and and I was like, oh my God. And it was like at that point is when I realized that this was just like the same type of guy. You know what I mean? And what's so unfortunate is that they use those kind of voids to step into the gap and then manipulate and use it just to get women. And that's why when earlier you were saying, I think he's saying black men in general when he says I won't date you. I literally think he was talking about himself. Like I literally think that he uses his position and he uses his platform to get women. Like I think that's what he does. Like he positions himself as uniquely this person, this man, this community leader, and he uses it to get women. And I realized that
Absolutely
when
not.
when those texts got leaked, the way he was speaking, I'm like, oh, this is who you are. So it's like, no, when he said that, I was like, no, I think that that's like a Freudian slip. Like I think he literally like meant that. Like, I won't want you. Like, I think that's why he was speaking that way. Like, no, I need all these pro-black women to stay, to come to me because I can help you. I can fix the community, especially single mothers, right? Because he mostly talks about the school and children and all this stuff. So it's like he's taking advantage of that void, that lack, right, and pretending to fill it. So that's
Yeah,
just what I wanted to add.
I appreciate that. I I keep trying to like give people the benefit of the doubt. That's a dumb statement, by the way. What benefit of what doubt? But it's just like with even the things Deanne sent on Discord that I'm looking through, it's like these people are disgusting, and these are our leaders. You can't even control yourself. Well, I'm not going to say any of it on here because I need to verify some of it. But yeah. I was hoping he wasn't talking about himself, but I kind of think he might have been. Um, Thank you. I think let's go to. We're gonna have the guys on after this, so let's just get and Ultimate Gemini. I've been trying to speak for a minute, so let go ahead, Ultimate Gemini.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is just totally way left from the total discussion, but I just wanted to tell you about this download that I had when I was watching Color Purple earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like thinking, damn, I think black men want black women to be like silly forever. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. And like
Yeah,
they're like Mister because it's like some weird ass shit that they got going on with children and like little girls and stuff. But like they want you to be like Celie. And remember when Celie was trying to get away and he was like, you black, you ugly, and blah blah blah. Nobody ever wanna want you. I think that's what it is when they be trying to like make black women stay in their like domestic spaces, you know? Domestic
yeah.
violence spaces. So that's what I wanted to say for
I appreciate that. Thank you. The imagery just like disturbed me a little.
I know not a lot of people watch it too much, but like it was fresh in my memory watching it again, and it was like, wow, this is speaking a lot of truth here.
Yeah. Stan the man. I'm assuming you're a
You're a
man.
man. Yes.
All right. Cool.
First of all, great show. I'm listening to
Oh,
your
thank
show,
you.
so that would be the first thing. I would say I would have to agree to a lot of stuff that the women are saying and everything as a black man. You could date whoever you want. I don't think the color has a purpose with that. If you're a black woman and you find love with a white man, go ahead. I'm not gonna be jealous or frustrated or mad about it as a black man because you decided to date another person out of the color. So no, you go get the happiness that you want to. If you think that you're gonna have a better relationship with a white man, a Spanish man, or whoever man that you want, good for you. I just want you to be happy as a man. Now, to listening to what a lot of women are saying, when I hear a lot of women saying, "What do men want?" Well, as a black man, I would say me as a black man, I just want three things: honesty, trust, and respect. That's the three things I want for any relationship, especially a relationship with a female. If you can't be honest with me and I can't be honest with, we can't be honest to each other, there's no relationship. If I can't trust you, if I have to check your phone and freak out and things like that, there's no relationship. And there's one thing that man we want more is respect. And I think the whole respect that we used to have between black women and black men is gone. I don't know
Wait,
what
wait,
happened.
pause,
Go
pause.
ahead.
How do you define, wait, not define respect. Let's rephrase that. Do you do you understand or do you believe that respect is earned? Go ahead, not Stan the man. I think you were the one speaking. All right. Well, Ultimate Gemini, you can wrap it up. Wrap up, and then I think that there will only be men on the stage. So women, you
I haven't
can
been able
decide.
to speak.
Oh, not
Oh,
today. It's a
okay.
woman. All right, go ahead. Ultimate Gemini, you can
Oh.
wrap it up, and then not today.
Okay, so I'm about to leave, guys. So I just wanted to say, don't choose Mister, even though you're scared of him, and like you know, he'll slap the shit out of you. Don't choose.
We can't do this. You're gonna go back
I'm
there,
sorry.
aren't you?
All right,
Um,
bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you so much. Um, um, Not today. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. um, my point is, I think Black women should be more ready and available to open up their options. I am just turned 25, unambiguous Black woman, and too much has been poured into me for me to lower my standards on any subject. My mom
Good.
immigrated from another country to America for the American dream by herself. My paternal grandmother, she sharecropped in Mississippi. And those two women have put me together to go to a prominent PWI, to study neuroscience, to take time out and help build a business with my friend, to think about law school. Too much has been poured into me. As Dr. Umar was talking about ancestors, my ancestors have done far too much for me to lower my standards for a man who either feels incompetent to keep up with me, whether that's academically, financial status, or in a conversation. Too much. And so I think that's like appalling. That like for me, that's even a question of like, do you even care about Blackness? That you want Black women to be okay marrying down and or not marrying at all? And then if that's the point, then what is the family you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm with you. I say the higher the standard, the better. Like
Yeah, it's that part really blows my mind. I believe the gentleman who spoke before, like three things: honesty, trust, and respect. I'm like, the ones who are purported to be the leading cause of single motherhood, the ones who are passing along STIs to people at the height, STIs to their partners, not even just rent to their domestic partners on a higher rate, are Black men. So where's the honesty? Where is the trust? And where is the respect there? It is
Oh
a
yeah.
two-way street.
Where the do not answers, we're
We
gonna
are
get.
going to get.
Oh my god. I don't know who started that. We're gonna get into that, but yeah, because I believe trust is earned and you have to sustain it. So I'm hoping he agrees and we can have that conversation momentarily, but continue not today.
Thank you. And so that part just like really like kind of boggles me because I'm just like, I said, oh, men should lead. Not necessarily because I truly believe it. It's because we live in a patriarchy society. Any westernized country has a patriarchy. It was literally meant for you to lead. So what am I supposed to do unless burn this bitch down, which I am on my track to do it. But in a patriarchy, you are supposed to, and you are not doing it.
Well,
I
I don't
again.
I used to believe men were supposed to lead. I no longer believe that, but continue.
Yeah, and that's another conclusion. I just say yes in the sense of like because we live in a patriarchy, like that is supposed to quote unquote your gender norm, your gender role. If you're a traditional man and this is a patriarchy, you're supposed to be here. But for me, I believe Erica Darren's in the chat and she talked about how growing up she was always told how like girls mature faster. I was told that too. I was really smart for my age. I grew up faster. I was taller, and I don't have time for you to catch up if you're not here with me. I have to make my own way through life regardless of how the society now is set up, regardless that it gives you the power as a man to do so. And you just feel like you should leave it on the table. And you're on the internet begging and whining about women leaving you behind. Like Black men, you were able to go to college before I was. You were able to start getting credit before I was. You were able to vote before I was. And yet somehow you're complaining about Black women finally getting ahead in education like they're supposed to, and financial status like they're supposed to, and choosing better like you want them to. And I think it was some I saw some other conversations about the article and some men twisting it and making it insidious like I would say that Lawyer Jackson Brown saying that she like picked her spouse purposeful because she wanted to be in white society. And I'm just like, I went to a PWI. There was 4%, as I think Chanel said earlier, there was 4% Black students in my undergrad. The women outweighed the men. How many men wanted to be with a Black woman, an unambiguous Black woman? So I can only imagine going to Harvard Law, how many Black people are there in the first place? Then how many cisgendered heterosexual Black men are there in the second? And then how many of them want to be with a Black woman? And then how many of them want to be with a dark-skinned Black woman? So I try to figure out, why are you coming to me complaining about I just need to go ahead and find love? Because we are, communal creatures, and lots of us do seek partnerships. Not all of us. You don't have to. But if you are, why does a man feel like it's okay to tell a woman that you need to sacrifice and wait till you're 30, 35, 40, 50 to start having children and to start being in a partnership? And hopefully you're not going to be a financial victim in that partnership. Hopefully you're not going to be a domestic violence victim in that partnership. Hopefully your mental health stays the same. Hopefully your spirituality stays the same, because the statistics say it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully the women will hear you need to sacrifice and be like, okay, I'm good. Like, hopefully it's not you need to sacrifice and you're like, yep, that's the one. Hopefully you heard you need to sacrifice, and you're like, okay, well, he no. I hope that's the reaction, because the way I wasn't in that conversation, like the way I was barely in that, I was like, absolutely not. You're not going to sit here and tell people to sacrifice. Girl, no, you will sacrifice. What about that? Someone made the comment that Mello should sacrifice. Yeah, you should sacrifice. So yeah, hopefully people heard and interpreted like, was like, yeah, no, that's not a red flag. That's literally just no.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna apologize, but yes, I know I speak fast. My mom is Jamaican, okay? I don't speak patois well, but I got the fast, the fast talking from her.
Period.
So I can't help that. That's just who I am. But yes, too much has been poured into me. I'm not lowering down my standards for myself, for my partner, for my family members, or friends. And just
Yeah.
because you are racially like me does not mean that you get a pass on being able to terrorize me. So that's what I have to
Yeah.
say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you all.
Bye. All right. So I'm just gonna make this the after show because I think there's all men on here, and I'm pretty sure this is just gonna be a train wreck. So for women, you guys can maintain your mental peace by just assuming this is the end of the show. You can check out at the conversation at this point if you want. But yeah, let's end and then come back for the after show. All right. All right. Let's do Trunks Vert.
Um, I just want to. You can hear me.
Yep.
I just want to say, if black women want to date out, then they should. I mean, if most of these black men are too far gone for you and won't get any help they need to better themselves, better the community. So it's like all right, if there's no resources, they're not supplying anything. Why stick around? You just at this point, if you're not willing to change yourself, then what's the point of you sticking around? You're sticking around for just for nothing at this point. And until they just change up, until they change their ways, that's the only redemption left they have. That's the only form of redemption that's left.
Yeah. Um, do you have faith in possible change?
A little bit because I am black, but it's only going to be a small percentage, and majority of black males will probably die, and they'll probably just eliminate themselves. But the change will be small, and it'll probably be a small percentage of black men left. That small percentage is the only. It's always going to be a small percentage because most black men are too stubborn, too far, and just stuck in their ways to accept a new way of thinking.
Do
So
you
if
think it's a lost cause to attempt to change black men and to like converse with
the
men?
the only way black men can change is if you need people. They need to stop waiting on a leader. They need to see they need to see. Even they can see everything that's going on. They just don't want to accept it, and they want someone to blame for it. And until like I don't know like and until they see it for themselves that it wasn't until they really realize until they have like some sort of I don't know what to say epiphany or some sort of revelation that
Yep.
He got caught.
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Does anyone disagree with him?
Well, I think I think it's not just. I think, like I said before, I think it's black men and black women that need to have a conversation. Like I said, your show is very good because you're bringing black women that needs to have a conversation, and man needs to stop being emotional and listen to black women what I have to say. But black women needs to be stop being emotional and listen to what black men have to say, because Back in the days, that's what my parents told me. Black men and black women were a lot more tight. There was like 70% of marriage. There was like tightness. We were all there
But
together.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Was it tightness or was it silence during abuse? Was it because you talked about respect earlier, and my question to you was whether or not respect is something that should be earned, and if so, have we earned black women's respect?
No, I think respect has to be earned. Like I said, you have to earn it. But both gender has to earn it. Black women has to earn the respect of black men, and black men has to earn the respect of black women. It goes both ways. You
So you
can't just
don't think, wait. So we're talking about the collective. You
yeah.
don't think the that black women have earned black men's respect, and
No, no,
why why not? Wait, wait,
because
wait.
I remember back in the days when the Oprah did a show and everything, those shows and everything, they were all criticizing black men, putting down black men ain't shit.
Wait, wait,
Like
wait,
this.
wait, 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 wait. A
Go ahead.
criticism of
No,
black
no, not
men.
criticizing. Sorry, not criticizing. Putting black men down. Not coming with saying, you know what, some black men are doing something wrong, but they
So
could be
you
doing
don't
better.
believe, wait. So the ways that black women have showed up or not showed up in your mind for black men, you don't think that deserve respect. How should black women engage to um to gain the respect of black men?
Well, start first of all, I think they should engage by being try to be more feminine and try start being stop being combative. Basically, they should basically no, no, okay, okay.
Whoa,
Go ahead,
whoa.
go ahead.
What's the first word you just said they should be?
Okay,
You
they
said they
both
should be.
okay. The first word I said is both of them should be peaceful
No, no,
because
no,
they
no, no,
use
no, 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 no,
okay.
no, no,
They
no.
should the
We're
first word I
talking. No,
said
no, no,
was
no, no. We're talking
or,
about black. We're talking about black women. You
okay.
said they should not be. They should be submissive. Did you say?
No, 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 no. I never
All right,
said
good.
submissive. No, no, no. I
So,
said
well,
they should. No, I didn't say
they should be
submissive.
more feminine.
Yeah, be feminine. Bring that feminine energy that they have. Like
Great,
as a
great,
black
good,
man, we have a
amazing. Wait,
masculine
amazing,
energy.
amazing, amazing. How do you? What is that feminine energy?
Feminine energy is a person who's very nurturer. Feminine energy is a person that's basically makes her point, but without basically doesn't basically interrupt the person every day. There's a feminine energy. It's an energy that basically knows what she has to say with the respect of man basically listening. It's an energy. It's something.
All right. So black women, feminine energy, you said should be nurturing. Are black women not nurturing?
That depends for what kind of are black women nurturing in their relationship. Depends on the relationship. Some black women are.
Wait, they should be nurturing to the man? That's what you think?
No, no, no. They should be nurturing to their kids and everything. But I
Yeah,
think
well,
that
that's what I assume,
yeah,
and
they
they're
should
the
be
ones who.
nurturing to their kids. But
And
they could still be nice, kind, feminine with making a point. I have no
all right,
problem if a
stop,
black woman
stop,
says
stop.
to
Wait,
me,
wait, wait, wait,
"Go
wait,
ahead,
wait, 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 wait,
go ahead."
wait. Hold on. When you say a black woman should be nice, kind, and feminine, um, do you understand that you are saying they are not currently?
Yes, they are not because I hear a lot of them combative, a lot of them having basically being basically I want to be
No, no,
above
no,
you
no.
and everything.
I'm not debating your rightness or wrongness. I am asking you if that's what you think they are now.
Yes, I feel that a lot of black
Yeah,
women.
no, no, no. You don't have to explain it. I'm
Okay, go
going to
ahead.
accept your reality. So
Okay,
black women are um
not all of them. Let's make sure it's not all of them. There are some black women who
fine,
knows how to
fine.
become what I'm
Sure.
saying. They're not. It's
Fine.
not all black women. It's not 90% everything. Like
Great.
I said, we used to be the one who used to be most
All right,
married.
wait, can you stop?
Go ahead.
So they should do that. Do you in a war, right? During a war, would you sit down to have tea in the middle of a battlefield?
No, of course not.
All right. Do you think there is a responsibility to create an environment where women can quote unquote be feminine?
No, I think femininity comes. It doesn't matter of the environment. Like man has to, it has to be inside of you. You're as a woman, you are born and you have that feminine side. Like a
So
man,
wait. So if you have born with it and you can't turn it off, then they're just feminine then.
no, I don't believe in the thing of turning up. I don't understand that
No, no,
language
no. So
when a lot of
wait.
women
No,
says
no,
that.
stop.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Because if they cannot turn it on and off, and they're not feminine now, they cannot be feminine. Period. So unless you accept that it's something that can change, they literally cannot do anything about it in your world.
No, I truly believe in my world that all women have that feminine side. They decide.
Wait. But you are saying black women should be more feminine. So you accept that people can become more feminine.
Yes, they can make that choice.
Exactly.
Yes,
So,
yes.
but your statement is inaccurate when you said that you don't choose. You just are. You're born with it. No, you can change. So my question, which you don't get to dodge anymore because of what you just said, is should there not be an environment created for people to be quote feminine?
No, I think it's a choice that you make. No,
Yes, it is.
it's a
No,
choice that you make.
it is a
If
choice
if
you
I'm going
make.
to black women, what you're saying and everything, it's a choice that you
Stop.
make. Go
Stop.
ahead.
It is a choice they make. You're saying,
Yeah,
fine. That is fine. I'm living in your world. Why would they make that choice to be feminine in the ghetto?
I
Why
haven't.
would they wait? Why
Okay.
would they make that choice when it literally could mean that they are abused?
Wait. Are you saying that all black women in the ghetto are abused? That 95% of the
No,
women in the ghetto are abused?
no, I am not saying that.
Okay.
You asked a question about why women are that black women should be feminine.
Mhm.
I disagree with you that black women aren't feminine, but I am taking your hypothetical. I am living in your world. Black women aren't feminine. Now we have to ask why. And the
Mhm.
question I am asking you is there a responsibility to facilitate an environment where people can quote unquote be feminine? You accepted that you don't have afternoon tea during the middle of a battle in a war zone. So you understand that behaviors are appropriate in certain situations where they might not be in other situations. So now I'm asking you, have you facilitated an environment where women should be feminine?
Yes, because I've decided a long time ago to have respect for other people. I've decided a long time ago as a black man to not basically call a black woman out his name. I've decided a long time ago because of my mother and my father bringing me up to treat people with respect and treat them well. I've decided a long time ago to basically, if you want to have somebody in your relationship and you want to be treated well and everything, it is your duty as a black man
You're
to be
rambling. You
okay.
are rambling. Can you
Okay,
stop?
I have decided.
Wait.
Go ahead.
So, fine. The question was whether or not you created that environment. Do we have an environment in the black community where black women can be quote unquote feminine? They are, but it's very difficult to sustain femininity when we accept that we have been quote unquote subjugated currently, both socially, economically, politically, like financial, like literally on every measure, we are not
Mhm.
doing well. And your concern is femininity of black women who have to raise children, be the father and the mother for children in the community. That's your concern.
Yes,
Okay,
because
that's
I try.
fine.
Wait, because I'm
That was a
looking.
rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. Now let's get to the question of you don't think black women are respectful to black men, and you don't think black men are respectful to black women.
Yes, I think that we have a problem between the both gender. Yes,
Why do you think that is?
because because like I said, back in the day there was basically shows that
Back
was
in
putting.
what day? What day are
Okay,
you
like I
talking
said,
about?
Oprah show, Susie. There was many shows back in the day of Oprah that was
You've
basically.
said Oprah's name 15 million times now. What
Okay,
shows are you talking about?
Okay, if you go to any, there's some shows of Oprah that basically were inviting black women,
All
and a
right,
lot
let's
of black women
exclude.
was
We are going to
basically
exclude Oprah because you're not going to stop saying it, even though I just told you not to.
okay.
If what are you talking? What shows are you talking about? What shows are there that you can point to that are doing what you claim they're doing?
Okay, so are you telling me as a black man that you don't know there was no shows that basically was putting out black men?
I can tell you as a black man that the black community endeavors to uplift black men, particularly black women. Even so, literally, we as we speak, Beyonce's mother is putting out a documentary about how we are great and we are kings or whatever, right? I have gotten that propaganda. We black men have not been doing the same for black women. So when you say black women haven't done anything to earn our respect, while we continuously see, like, I mean, Black Lives Matter is a crapshoot right now, so whatever. But we've seen black women at the forefront of marches for black lives. So I don't and by black life, we mean black male lives, like black men specifically, right? We kept saying, say her name for Breonna Taylor because of how people literally ignored the death of black women. But let's not get into that. Let's get into you saying that black men are somehow not being uplifted in the community. How so?
Like I said, because of the way that I hear a lot of black women putting down black men. Because I see a
No,
lot of black women. Wait,
what
wait, wait.
exactly? Wait,
Can I
what?
finish? I'm
No,
listening
what
to it.
exactly?
Okay, black
Wait.
women.
The
Okay, let
reason
me
you
let me
can't
let me give you an
finish,
example. Let me
pause.
give you an
The
example.
reason you cannot finish is you are not specific. There is no direction in what you're saying. You say this and then you go over here, and it's very hard to have a conversation when it's not like you are literally not outlining anything. So let's pin this down. What are the things that black women are saying about black men that you think are so disparaging? Go ahead.
Okay, let's pin it down. Just when the show that you just had right now, show that example. There was a black woman that was basically saying that basically black men need to take responsibility, and basically that other black men should talk to black men to uplift them and everything. I agree
Wait,
with that,
pause.
sister.
Wait. You are saying a
No, no,
woman said,
I didn't, sir. I didn't
wait,
finish my
can you
example.
stop?
I didn't finish my example.
You can start off an example where you say black women are disparaging black men, and the first thing out of your mouth is the fact that they say you need to take responsibility. Why would you start? Why would you start the sentence like that? Black women saying you need to take responsibility is literally not disparaging. Go ahead.
I didn't finish my example. Let me finish my example completely and then come back to me. That's
No, do not start your sentence about disparaging by saying they said you need to take accountability or responsibility. Do not start the sentence like that. I promise you, this is not an attack. I promise you, this is to help you. Go ahead.
how is it helping me when I'm the first? How could, as a black man, you're thinking I really want to disparage black women? Really?
Look, I'm telling you that you do not start a sentence about the fact that black women are disparaging you, and the first thing out of your mouth is that they said you should take responsibility. That is not disparaging.
Well, you didn't let me finish what I was saying when I said.
Again, the first thing out of your mouth should not be that they said you should take responsibility. Now continue.
I said I was saying that I agree with her. That's what I was saying. You didn't let me finish.
Okay, then you are just filibustering. If you're saying they're disparaging you, I ask you, how are they disparaging you? And then you say, oh, they said to take responsibility, and I agree. That is not disparaging. You're not answering the question, and I'm not going to allow you to filibuster. So
I'm
again,
not. I'm not.
again, how were they disparaging you?
Okay, I am not filibuster, but I am not a person like you as a lawyer basically has.
How are they disparaging you?
Okay, I don't understand your show. You let black
How are black women disparaging you? The last time I'm
like I
asking
said,
you.
I never said that black women are disparaging me.
No, you said they were on the show today disparaging black men. You are a black man. So the question again is how were they? Okay, let me not say you because that's too triggering. How were they disparaging black men today? Go ahead. You can go ahead now.
When it came to black women, she didn't say the same thing that black women need to have black women that basically could look up to them and basically put them up also. Same way that she said that black men need to have black men talking to them to make them go higher and be more responsible. I
I
expected
don't
her
want
to.
I don't want to mute you again. Please tell me what was said that was disparaging to black men.
Forget it. Forget it. You don't
All
want
right.
to listen. Forget it. You don't want to listen. You don't let the other person finish this.
All right. Well, that was great. Nice having you. Um, go, Mr. Like I said, how can men resting in their femininity require women to absolutely rest in their femininity? Also, if you make a point, you provide the supporting evidence respectfully, sir. Thank you, LB. I also just removed him. Um, what we're not gonna do is not answer the questions. Like, I mean, if he's, how are you saying they're disparaging you and black men? I asked you how, and then you decided to tell me how they are saying things that you agree with. Like, that's not the point. You said they were disparaging. I want to hear how they're disparaging. KD,
Hey, how you doing tonight, Themis?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm gonna keep it very short. Um, it's I feel like where men um need to realize is that any sort of unaddressed trauma that we may have experienced throughout our lives. I personally have not experienced a lot of trauma. I grew up with both mom and dad in the home in a very fairly privileged household. However, I understand that there is a plight of of black men uh, that I feel like they get very we get very emotional when it comes down to uh, just sort of our discussion of where we lack in how we're supposed to be leaders and all in all that sense. But with this unaddressed trauma, we in turn traumatize those those that that we have the power over to traumatize, that being our women, um our other members of our black community like LGBT, and our children. And it just causes a lot more destruction amongst our own community. And I understand that black people share um a common plight in regards to white supremacy and all that. I'm not going to go deep into all of this because that's not what we're talking about. But the comparison that this past caller made between um, the black man's plight and the black woman's plight, I think is something that we as men need to understand, that our plights are not the same in that sense. Sure, we're both dealing with the system, but black women, specifically, since that's
Go ahead.
a phone call, but black women, what they have to deal with, and I frequently
He's getting a call, I think. You can take it if you need to, and then we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in a moment. You're muted. Can't hear. You can leave and come back. I don't know if you can hear me. Um, High value Prince, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Did Stan the Man come back? Wait, before you go, High Value Prince, is that you are back?
Yes.
All right. Well, I booted you off and I just allowed you to come back. Are you ready to tell me how you were disparaged?
I told you I wasn't disparaged. I
All
told
right.
you that there was a difference between men and women, and I see that we're separated. I
No, no,
told
no,
you
no, no. You
that.
said black. There were black women on the panel disparaging black men. Did you not say that?
Okay, I said.
No, 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 no. Is that is a yes or no question? Did you not say that black women on the panel today were disparaging black men? Did you not say that?
Yes.
All right, great. What did they say that was disparaging?
I told you. The thing that she said that was disparaging was when she said, I gave you the example when she said that black men needs to put other black men and help each other for to become better. I expected her to say, by the way, black women needs to do the same thing too. Period.
Wait. So her saying black men need to help black men was disparaging to black men?
No, she focused the whole problem on only black men. She never focused on saying, wait a minute, we
Wait,
do have
so wait. Because she said that and not say it about black women, that was what was disparaging.
No, that was not being honest. That was not being
No,
honest
no,
by her
no,
point of view because I agree
no.
100% of what she
Girl,
said.
we can do this. It's fine. It's great. Period. It is what it is. We said disparaging. So maybe we are having a problem with definition. How is it disparaging to say that black men should help other black men? Wait, I am confused. I am the
I
most.
told you that I agree with her. I didn't say that that was disparaging. I
I
told you
literally
that.
just asked you. Did I not just ask you what was disparaging?
Okay, and I told you it was
What?
what was disparaging was because she didn't
Wait,
say.
whoa.
Okay.
I feel like I might be having a migraine right now. Like I am so confused. All right, let's step all the way back. Like all the way back. Can you define what disparaging means to you? You don't have to give a definition, a dictionary definition. Just tell me what you think disparaging means.
Disparaging, putting the person down, I would say that would be disparaging, but I don't agree with your definition of disparaging. I don't think she was disparaging. I wouldn't use that word. I was disappointed that she didn't put the same standard that she has for black
Wait,
men. Okay,
wait,
go ahead.
I
You tell
literally
me.
asked you.
You tell me the definition of disparaging. Maybe we're not talking the same.
Wait. Did I not ask you if someone was disparaging? Did you not say someone was disparaging to black men on the panel?
Yes, I did. But maybe I didn't do the definition like you said. Maybe I didn't have the proper definition. Sorry.
All right. So with the proper definition now, I'm assuming you have the definition. I can pull it up on the screen for everyone. Um, so this expressing the opinion that something is little worth or derogatory, right? All right. So we now have a working definition of disparaging. Great. Um, were there people on the panel that were disparaging to black men,
Going
putting
with
black
the
men down?
going down with the definition that you did? No, there was no people that were disparaging.
All right, great. Thank you so much. KD, go ahead. Wait, I'm not being theatrical. I'm literally, there is like a literal migraine coming on. Like a literal migraine. And it's not your fault, it's mine. I assumed too much. And this is not a drag. It's we all don't know the words the same way and interpret words the same way. And I should have started from the definition. And I apologize, but I am having a literal migraine right now because I am just very much confused. So we're going to step aside, Stan. I'm glad you came back and we clarified that
And
a
and I
little.
apologize if you have a migraine. That was not my point for you to having a migraine.
Yeah, no, it's not you, it's me. Katie, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry with all the ums and pauses, but I think what we need to do a little bit more is maybe seek help for our trauma, so we do not pass on more trauma to those below us, and also get into more spaces that really go more in depth with the plight of Black women, because I believe there isn't a lot of men that participate in this discourse in your channel. I frequent other channels like Mahogany Pink and Chrissy, just because I understand the plight of Black men, at least like to my understanding, my plight. I don't need to be in an echo chamber that just tacks on to more of my understanding of what bad things are happening to us. I come into these spaces and I enjoy these spaces because it is an actual learning mechanism. It's a learning tool that I take into bettering myself, and not just for me, but for my wife. Recently, I got married in this year, in February 22nd. So I like to use what I learned from these spaces to help me be a better husband and hopefully a better father going forward. And I think if more men were to put themselves in spaces that don't echo what we already understand is our plight, that helps us get a little bit more well-rounded understanding of others, and therefore maybe push us to, seeking help for our trauma as well. That's all I really have to say.
I appreciate that. Thank you. The the ladies are saying congrats on your marriage. They're funny. They're funny in the chat.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish more married men would speak because less orange pill and more KD. Um, you can hang around. I think High Value Prince was next.
Okay, I'll probably I'll go ahead and get back into the chat. Just thanks for having me up.
Yeah. Go ahead, High Value Prince.
I am here to protect and coddle my Black kings today.
Girl,
They may not be
the
they
way-
may not be high value like me yet, and they don't have the means to protect themselves. So I will do it for them. I came here a while ago to defend Bleep, but he was kicked off too fast for me to articulate his points for him. I think what he was trying to say is, do we have enough data on Black women dating white men to know that that is a better option? And yes, we do have data, and the data does show that they are. But since Black women are so committed to Black men, do we really have enough Black women dating out to even make a solid conclusion on whether it's better or not? I think that's what he was trying to say, maybe.
Nope. Bleep was saying nothing.
Okay. Number two, the way that Stan the Man, and I'm glad he's back on, the way that Stan the Man was speaking about something that I hear frequently is that, yeah, Black men have problems, but also women are to blame. When I listen to him and anyone else really talk about Black men issues versus Black women issues, I've come over to this side of YouTube recently. So the issues that you talk about over here are usually femicide, the R word, domestic violence, how to stop a man from abandoning his children, how to get him to pay his fair share. The issues, like Stan the Man was bringing up on the men's side, is why don't women smile more, or why aren't women submit to me more? Yeah, I feel like there's like a very big difference in importance on the issues that are being discussed by both sides. Like you're asking the people that are being killed by you, well, while we stab you, can you smile, please? Can you
Period.
submit to me, please?
Period.
Please.
Period. Because what you're definitely right about that. It's how are and that's such a sad thing. We didn't even get to have the conversation because we got stuck where I'm trying to see how you are trying to get these women to be this way when y'all are killing them. Like, in what world? Like, in what world? That doesn't make sense. That would be anyone's position. Yeah, it's on both sides. No, that's like Donald Trump talking about white supremacists marching with tiki torches, and then people who oppose them are similar. When you say both sides, it's not both sides. Literally, one group of people is being killed. Actually, both group by the same group being killed by the same group. So I don't understand how anyone is talking about femininity and submission. Like, we're not there yet. Let's keep people alive first. Let's do that. Let's clean up our neighborhoods first. Let us build a house, a mansion, and decorate it with the beautiful things it needs. And then you invite someone into your home, and then you get to tell them how to operate in your home. When you don't have a home to go in, you don't tell a homeless person how to be homeless because they're occupying your space. You have no space. Like, it's ridiculous to me, and that's where I wanted to go, but we got lost in definition. So there is that.
The next point I had was regarding Mello and Stan the Man or Man the Stan. We are not debaters. Please have mercy on us and don't tear us up like you did, Dr. Umar, today. I really don't think, and I don't mean this to like self-degradate us or anything, but based on the black men I usually see come up, I really don't think we have the range to be conversing about some of the stuff they come up to talk about. So please be patient and understand that sometimes maybe Stan the Man will come up and will be thinking something, but you're thinking something else, and it's a legitimate. You guys are just thinking about different things as opposed to a genuine disagreement.
I actually will take that as
I
a
agree.
note.
I agree with that, what you just said.
Okay,
Because
see, no, see, I was literally gonna take it, but then I. All right, let me continue and take it. I think you are right.
But
I have no, you are. You are right. Um, this is something that I've noticed with myself because I believe we are all equal, and I still do. That does not actually mean we have the same amount of knowledge. And I, like the other day, I said, I said a word. I'm not going to say what it is, and I was looking through the chat back, and people were asking me what it meant. And I just kind of assume people, even if you don't know the word, while we're talking, you would Google it. You know what I mean? And so I realize we don't have the same kind of process for learning. I also recognize now, and I'm trying to be better at it, that when I converse with people, we're not coming from the same framework. Um, and so I do, like, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not actually sidestepping responsibility. I think you're right on this. Um, if I want to actually speak to people, like, I'm going to have to accept that we are at different spaces. It's not better or worse, it's just different. Um, and unless I'm willing to not have the conversation, then that's fine. But if I'm wanting to have the conversation, then I might need to step back a lot. And I'm also very emotionally invested in men, Black men, and particularly Black men who make the effort to be here. That's why it's so triggering. And I do need, you're right. I will step back, but I'm
okay,
not going to allow you to gaslight me and filibuster and not answer question and be abusive with your language. That's what I'm not going to do.
I'm gonna counter you a little bit here regarding what you just said. I think you did recently have a live where you talked about the topics that you talk about up here get pretty complex a lot. And I think you were frustrated with having to go all the way back with the men who come up, going all the way back to teaching them how to wipe their own ass, which I completely understand. If you are frustrated with having that conversation night after night after night and you don't want to have it anymore, that's understandable. But I did want you to keep that in mind. We are not PhDs. I don't think we are. I'm not.
Yeah.
And I'm not too. So, and like I said, I have the utmost respect for your show. I think your show is great because we do need to have that conversation. Uh, there's no
But
disrespect here.
yeah, I mean, but we can't have the conversation if we're not willing to concede. It's not a good faith. It's not a good faith conversation if we're literally just trying to shoehorn our opinion down. Like it doesn't work that way. So I will give you this. I won't attack. I don't think I attack, but whatever. But I need you guys to be honest. Because as soon as I detect that there is a level of um engaging in bad faith, like I am out. Like I don't want to do it anymore. And I go to just dragging because I don't have that. I don't think it's productive. And while I have the patience to engage, it's really not. And I'm not going to just try to logic my way with you when you're not even following the logic. When you are dismissing, like if I'm asking you, should a man be a leader? And you are saying, men and women. I'm like, okay, cool. Women should be leaders too, period. But I'm asking you specifically about men. And you cannot say that because you recognize that to do that means that they have failed as leaders in your own mind. Then that's a problem. You are literally gonna keep evading the question, and that's not okay. Um, and when I ask yes or no question, I promise you, if you object, I will let you explain, but you need to answer the question yes or no.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm listening to what you're saying. I agree 100% when it comes to as men, we are fail as leaders. So I can answer that question, no problem with that honesty. But when I'm listening to your show and I see a woman talking whatever she's talking about, and you are not basically doing what you're doing with me, which is wait a minute before you, when she finished a phrase and everything,
Mhm.
questioning her like you just did to me. That's when I'm looking at you and saying, wait a minute, how come you're not doing that the same way that you question me? And I think you did it with because you want respect, because you want the show to be
So you want to be treated like a woman.
you want to be no, I don't want to be treated like a woman. I want the same
That's not
fairness that
that's not a judgment. That is literally not a judgment. Literally, that I think that's what you just said, though.
no, I just want the same treatment as a man as a woman. It's not the
Yeah,
same.
so you want to
I
be
want the
treated like a
same
woman.
treatment. I
But
want the equality. That's the only thing. I want the equality.
not a,
That's all I want. That's
I'm gonna drag you a little bit, but it's in jest. I promise you. So I have never heard a man say they want to be treated as equal to women. I have never heard that in my life. So, period. All right, now to the substance of your question. The reason that doesn't happen is if I agree with you generally, it's fine. If I don't understand where you're coming from, then I'm going to question you. It makes no sense to ask question about things that I already know the answer to or about points that I already agree with. Now, if I'm intentionally debating, I will. I've had women come up here that I disagree with. In fact, the conversation about black boys at 17, 16, 18, and when you should give up on black boys is one where I had a ton of smoke for women and they came up, they did their thing, we argued, and then we went back. So I have disagreed. When I disagree with you, I let you know. When I don't understand what you're saying, I ask question. If I think you're about to gaslight, or if I think you said something that is inapplicable or not sustainable or literally not predicated on facts, I am going to question that. That's why I question you.
okay. And I appreciate that you gave the example of the the thing of the call of the 18. I have to go back to your show, and I agree. If you did that, then I have no problem. What you just said, you just did. You explained it perfectly. Why you questioned me?
Yeah. All right. Soft and wet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, Themis. Like as men, I don't know if you felt the same thing what I felt earlier, but that was a little bit embarrassing. Um, when it was at, it was like some of the people were answering the question like the problem isn't on, or at least some of them aren't on our side. So my thing was you can't answer these questions like you aren't going to do anything or that you shouldn't do anything, because my first response was, I don't remember the specific statement, but my thing is, since we have men up here, what do you do? Like, what have you done? Do you go to like food banks? Do you volunteer? Do you start canned food drives? Like, you know what I'm saying? It was a little bit embarrassing. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I was definitely embarrassed. Um, and particularly by bleep, but also by this idea that women need to sacrifice themselves. Like the fact that someone actually said that verbatim is like, all right. Um, I think Reed, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, so
Wait,
I
wait,
just
wait.
kind of,
Is there something in the background?
oh, I think that's the TV.
Can you turn it down or move a little away from it? Dean says, I want women to create a space for me to rest in my masculinity. Said no man ever. Go ahead.
How
Go
is
ahead.
that?
Huh?
Is that better?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so when I look at this whole gender dynamic in the Black community, I kind of view it through the lens of a socio-political lens. I'm active out here in California in the AB 3121 Reparations Commission, and also loosely affiliated with the Save Mason, Tennessee thing that went on Twitter probably like a week or two ago. And so I really think that a lot of this has to do with poor framing. You have people who are discussing the issue without really having an understanding of what the Black community looks like on paper. And so I kind of wanted to show an article written by the New York Times in 2015. Can I do a screen share?
I don't think you can do a screen share, but you can definitely summarize it for us.
Okay, well, so it's basically an article talking about uh, the numeric difference between Black men and Black women. And this is something that you went over before, but I don't necessarily think that it's ever been summarized so neatly in an article like this. And so if I can't show it, I'm just going to read a few passages from it. So it says, in New York, almost 120,000 Black men between the ages of 25 and 54 are missing from everyday life. In Chicago, the number is 45,000. In Philadelphia, the number is 30,000. They are missing largely because of early death or because they are behind bars. Remarkably, Black women who are 25 to 54 and not in jail outnumber men in that category by 1.5 million. For every 100 Black women in this age group living outside of jail, there are only 83 Black men. Among whites, the equivalent number is 99, nearly parity. It goes on to say, let's see, um, the gender gap does not exist in childhood. There are roughly as many African American boys as girls, but an imbalance begins to appear among teenagers, continues to widen through 20s and peaks in the 30s and persists throughout adulthood. Now, the reason why this is important is because the article says that the disappearance of these men have far-reaching implications. Their absence disrupts family formation, leading both to lower marriage rates and higher rates of childbirth outside marriage. The Black women left behind find that potential partners of the same races are scarce, while men who face an abundant supply of potential mates don't need to compete as hard to find one. As a result, Mr. Charles, one of the people who did the study for this, he said men seem less likely to commit to romantic relationships or to work hard to maintain them. The imbalance has also forced women to rely on themselves. In those states hit hardest by the high incarceration rates, African American women have become more likely to work and more likely to pursue education further than they are elsewhere. And really, what this article is basically saying is that outside of Black women, having nothing to do with Black women, Black men have a lot of issues that they're facing, and we know all of the institutional instruments that are being used against them. But instead of being a part of the community and working out those problems politically, taking control of the communities in which they live, there are just too many Black men just that are getting in spaces like this and being hostile. And working as part of the AB 3121 Commission, I've seen what we can do with manpower in a relatively short amount of time. Like we got that legislation passed in like what 2 or 3 years, and Save Mason, Tennessee, literally that within a week. We had the comptroller. There are people now calling for investigations for the comptroller who was throwing his muscle around, his political muscle around, in order to bully a majority Black town. And so if we had these men outside of, the YouTube space complaining about, really, I don't know, complaining about, I don't know, and engaged in their communities, I think that we would see a lot more results.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm going to end.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure where you were going, but I agree with you. It was 2020. There were like 25 Black men were killed per day. 4 Black women were killed per day. It's like really dangerous, like out here. Like you're saying, women need to be more feminine and submissive. Like that's the least of our problems. The least of our problems, and we do need to step up and do more. I actually really appreciate that. The chat, I don't like my chat because they will not let me be great. They continue to drag me, and I don't appreciate that they will not let me just be great. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Brown Fox. Sweet. Was that who was? Yeah, Brown Fox. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, not a woman snuck in the club. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That is me, my dear. Hi, how are you? You know what? I'm getting so sick of this crap with these Black men talking about this. What's that guy? What's his name? Stan the Man? I have a few questions to ask him. The first question is,
He's not here. I
he's
think
not
he
there?
left. I
The
think he
question I
left.
want to ask him, right? First, why do he think black women are so masculine?
I
What's
can
the
answer that.
everything is a cause and effect, right? Why? That's the question. I want them to explain it to the T. I want to hear the answer. Why do they think that black women act so masculine? Any other men?
I wish he was here, but
Okay.
he's.
None of the men not answering. You see that's what I'm saying? It's called cause
I
and
can
effect.
I don't think. I think most the men, the remainder, agrees generally. I wish Stan was here. I wish he was here, but the you go ahead.
Okay, my next question is too. Why do black men think that other races of women are more feminine than black women? I want
I
one
can
of them to ask a question.
answer both of those questions for Stan.
Wait,
I
wait,
can
Okay.
wait.
speak.
Let me
Oh yeah, yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let young
Before
in, yeah.
before before
let
you
him answer. I
answer,
want to hear him. Go ahead.
if you
No. I want him to answer because I have to have the answer. Go ahead.
go ahead,
It's
if
the
you
high value. Go on. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do believe that black women are masculine, and I do believe other races of women are more feminine. But
Mm.
the reason I believe that is because who are black women usually compared to? White women and Latin women, right? So in the white community, I think white men have procured a community like you were talking about today, a war zone. White men have created a community where their women are able to rest in their femininity and be submissive without being killed. They have the resources to do so that black men don't have. And we can talk about why black men don't have that, but black men don't have the resources to provide and they don't protect the women. So I
wait,
just think, mhm.
Okay, so okay. Well, my question is,
no. Wait.
Sorry.
I'm gonna back up.
Go ahead.
Is this actually your true do you actually believe other groups of women are more feminine than black women?
When I don't really believe in femininity and masculinity, but
But
when it comes to
no. That's exactly what I'm going to ask you to define in a moment. So you better believe in it because you were speaking very eloquently about why. So I am going to ask again, do you believe other groups of women are more feminine than black women?
See?
No.
All right, great. Go ahead. Continue your line of question, Brown Foxer.
You see, this is my whole point. Okay, they always want to talk about black women are so masculine and so whatever, right? But what are they doing? What are they doing that's causing it? Everything that happens is a cause and effect. What is the cause of why they think, quote, black women are so masculine? That's the question.
I gave you the cause.
Yeah, because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, right?
Yes, I agree.
You look in the no. Listen to what I'm saying. You go into the other communities. Why are they prospering? What's the point? What are they doing different from what the black community is not doing? I want you to explain that as a man.
He just said
Providing and
black men
protecting.
aren't doing what they need to do.
Exactly. They're not getting married. They're not providing. They're not putting it out there. They're not getting the educated to put up, and then they want to blame everything around them. Now, let me ask you a question. Black woman could go to school, be a single mother, raise kids, right? Work a full-time job, come home to think about childcare, what they're going to cook, do homework for the kids, and still go to school and still become successful. Now, most black men, what happened? What's going on with them? Most of the time, they don't have the kids with them, right? They have all the freedom in the world. So why they can't elevate themselves to be a better man?
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Okay, but you see, this is the whole point. This is the whole point why when I hear men like you and the stand the man talk about black woman this, black woman that, and you guys are the cause of everything. Then one thing I don't like, you always like to put the woman mixing with the problems. You're supposed to be the man and stand up and make solutions.
I
Okay,
did not
so how
mix
can
in
a
the woman
woman
with the
be?
Okay,
problem.
wait. You
How
see,
can a woman be
Brown
submissive to you if you can't even come up with a solution and solve problems?
Well, Brown Foxy.
No, because
I wish.
it's
I
so
wish.
ridiculous.
No. I wish Stan the man or whatever
No,
his name is.
you need to put him back on because he's someone I want to talk to because you see how he act like a little temper tantrum 2-year-old. Carrying on like that. That's why a woman always mean to have attitude with him. You understand? Because if you acting and whining like that, let me tell you something. When a man whine and complain, it's feminine energy, and a woman's not going to go. If they're not going to be submissive to that, they look at it like, oh my God, why is he complaining? Why is he whining? Come up with a solution. It's like it's a turn off. So if you're acting like that, that is how a woman is going to treat you.
Okay, so can I ask, do you
Wait.
agree then? Are you saying black women are masculine and you're just saying the cause is black men?
I'm saying that you as the black man are saying that black women are masculine. But my whole point is that what's the cause of why you think black women are so masculine? And the cause is because a lot of you guys are not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a man. And that's why I just said to you, look into the other communities of why they're progressing. But here's the excuse. Oh, we get pulled down. It's always an excuse to why you can't get to the level where you need to get to. And this is why I'm saying, if a Black woman who is a single mother raising her kids, going to work, helping the kids, feeding them, worrying about childcare, doing all of this to still go to school and successful over you who don't have half of the responsibility as a Black woman. Okay? What's the problem?
So,
Why are
what
we
is,
and the excuse is welfare? Oh, it's this. It's always an excuse.
so
And
what
that's
is your solution?
why you can't elevate and do as more and then provide and have a community, get married. You can't have a community until you have family. And that's
Wait,
the main problem what's going on in the Black community. But you guys won't own up to what you're doing. Then you
so
want to
the thing is, wait. It's unfortunate because I think the wrong person is getting the smoke. Prince Betty, I actually have issues because of the whole kind of femininity thing. But the reason I'm gonna let it slide is because I don't actually believe in femininity and masculinity in the way I think most people do. So I'm not gonna, because I think it's usually used to degrade Black women to say they're not feminine, but I'm not even gonna try that.
Demas, can I
Um,
ask a question? Like the reason why I brought up the femininity because that's always their talking points. That's always the excuse of why they won't be with a Black woman. You understand me? Every time you hear them, oh, they're not feminine enough. It's so irritating. But then when you go to other communities and you see why a woman can, sit there and she has nannies, she could stay home, she could go jogging and meet with her friends and go take yoga, while a Black woman have to worry about everything. Then you get blamed.
No. What people do is they make up stereotypes and they run with it. Like this
Right.
idea that Asian
Right.
women are the most feminine. My Asian friends will cuss you out in a minute.
Oh, what? Listen to me.
'Cause
Trust
I
me.
I don't adhere to any of this. But I who didn't get to let's go to asthma and then we can start wrap up.
No,
Um
don't wrap up.
Hello.
you have to wrap up, man.
No, so you can't wrap up.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, actually I was pretty triggered by the whole feminine
Wait,
thing
the
too.
woman
Yeah, I know. No, I actually said in the chat, am I allowed to be here? Because oh no, because I'm a woman. I know you're only wanting to talk to dudes right now, so okay.
Abroad, Foxy and Asma, you guys are fine. I actually wanted it to just be the men at the end, but it's fine because we're gonna just close out now. But go ahead. Is it Asma?
It's Esma, yes.
Go ahead.
So I initially I wanted to talk about the role of leadership and how Dr. Umar was referencing or saying that Black women need to take the helm on leadership in our communities. And I actually had a story that I wanted to share. But am I allowed to speak on that right now, or should I just,
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't
Go
know,
ahead.
focus? Okay. So actually, in like the 80s in Washington, D.C.
Before you go, I just have a knock on my door. LB, can you monitor while I go check on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem.
So basically, in the 80s, my mother and a bunch of other Black African American Muslims in Washington D.C. They all had a bunch of children between them, and they wanted to like erect a school to sort of, you know, strengthen the community and create a bond between each other and create traditions and stuff like that. So they literally went through all the channels to set up a proper school. It wasn't like in a big building. You know, they worked with what they had, but they, you know, had teachers in their community amongst the women, and they went through the channels to establish an accredited school. Like it was legitimate through and through. And they were then invited to IEC, which is the Islamic Education Center in Potomac, Maryland, to help establish a school there. And that at the time it was run by a bunch of Iranians. But essentially, these Black women facilitated for this whole school to legitimately happen. And around the time that it was being launched, they were like interrupted by the men, and they just decided to take over. And they tried to sue them to keep their positions in administration. I don't know all the details, but I think the overarching story is that when women do get together and they have the time to do so, to form an actual like community and an actual like school, and to facilitate these legitimate channels for communities to rise, I feel like men then come in and sort of like take the reins and to sort of and I don't think that that's fair. Unfortunately, the school it's still running today, but in terms of the African American influence, it's just not there anymore. It's now completely taken over by the Iranian side. And just hearing that story really breaks my heart to see that they put in all this effort, all this work, and went through all the proper channels. And then when these men come in, it's like they're jealous, or like they just sort of like think to themselves, hey, what does this mean about us? What does this say about us that we didn't do this and we didn't go through the channels? Well, you know what? Here's our opportunity. Let's go ahead and, commandeer this whole thing and take the reins on it. Like, what? And, as of today, this same community, it's virtually dissolved. And it really does break my heart to sort of see it that sort of like come undone. But like, yeah, I don't know. I was like raised to have different values as a Muslim, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just really sort of heartbreaking to see that. And the one time that we're sort of given this opportunity to really do form an actual community, it's like commandeered or something like that. I mean, it's not to say that the men ran it into the ground. They did, put together some really cool events and trips and stuff like that. They really did do what they could, I think. But I think when you discount, the hard work of the women, and like what you're doing is you're disturbing a certain unity, really. And yeah, so I wanted to mention that. And also I was a little bit triggered by the whole feminine thing. I feel like, when I hear resting in your femininity, that means that you have the time to sort of focus on yourself as a woman. And if the men are at work, you gotta be the leader of our communities, you have to do all this stuff. How can we actually focus focus on strengthening our cultural and traditional values if we're also running things and going to school and working, and then we're asked to be feminine on top of all this stuff? Like, and when I think about my mother and my mother's mother, like my grandmother on my father's side was mean, my grandmother on my mother's side was mean, my mother is mean, like and I can be kind of mean too sometimes, but like, they all were extremely hardworking women and were not necessarily put in positions to be sweet, kind, and affectionate, things that people might equate to femininity, which I personally do not. But like, they could not, I guess, quote unquote, rest in their femininity.
Yeah,
To me,
if I
what that
were
means is,
honestly
yeah,
at this point, if I were even like when men tell me to be masculine, I'm like, girl, don't talk to me. Go
right.
get a job. But when so I wouldn't even listen to them when they tell someone to be masculine. So I definitely won't listen to them if they say feminine, because
Right.
I I don't know what the people are talking about, and I think it is a gaslighting tool. It is a red herring in an argument. It is to get under people's skin. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Literally, no one like. Why would a man who is resting in his femininity tell a woman to be feminine? Like I don't know. Like no. Like it's just not. No, No, you need to create an environment first, which is why people don't like to accept that they should be leaders. Because if they're your leaders, there are expectations for you. And so
Mhm.
you don't get to say that. Like, I don't got time for their tradition. I don't have time for the foolishness. And this is
Yeah.
why women and men how to engage with each other. Because, like, honest to God, I don't care. I like you gonna say, oh, I need a feminine woman. Well, you need to be able to provide. Can you do that? Can you keep up?
Exactly.
No. All right, stop talking. Like the conversation doesn't go anywhere when it's done like that. At least for me, I don't
Exactly.
care.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I agree. It is a red herring, and it's just used to sort of derail accountability on the part of, I guess, men who just are not sort of looking inward, which is the last thing I wanted to say. It's that I really don't understand how or why men comment so much on what a woman, in particular black men, are commenting so much on what black women are doing, right or wrong. Like, focus inward, focus on each other, and then they say, "Oh, we can't really control each other, but y'all can. You guys are y'all can do it." Like, no, if you can't, how can we? Which makes me so, like, I don't know. It
Black
makes me
girl
feel really
magic.
weird about raising, because I have a son, but but my partner, my son is biracial, so, but still, it makes me feel like, gee, if I didn't have him, how might I raise a son in that scenario? But anyway, thank you for having me.
you're welcome. Thank you for coming. All right, so we're gonna close now. We've been on for way too long. Um, go ahead. By the way, when I said there would be changes, what I meant by that was my patience. I will literally not be drained by anyone. So that's why I'm being short with people in the previous. Like, no, I'm not going to sit here and have you gaslight me. It's not going to happen anymore. Um, go ahead, LB. You said you had something to say.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I did. Just to answer her previous question, how can they and not us? I know it was rhetorical, but I think the answer is probably like black girl magic. Apparently, we're magical beings that could do the impossible. But aside from that, what I wanted to say is that I think that when we're talking about black women being masculine, a lot of the times it comes across as if people are saying that black women are inherently masculine, as if we just pop up into the world and we're just naturally masculine women unlike the rest of the women that exist. And I think that that should be taken into consideration when people are throwing around the term masculine, because masculine and feminine are associated with traits. Traits are things that can change. Traits are things where you express one trait at one point in time and you express another trait at another point in time. I am at work, business, like I'm a business owner. I have some masculine traits because that's what's going to make me successful. But that doesn't take away from any of my feminine traits. They're just being used at a different time. And I'm not inherently masculine or feminine. I'm a human and I can show either side. I think that the way that masculine's use of black women is in a way where it's attached to their personhood rather than just describing something they do in one moment or another, because every other group of women gets to be like everything else in feminine in their moments. But even when we attempt femininity, even when we're in a safe enough space, the moment we get upset and something changes, or the moment that we're in a business transaction and we have to be a little more rough or whatever, in that moment, now we're automatically that masculine black woman. We're not just expressing what's considered a masculine trait. Did they mislead me?
I did not leave you.
But do you kind of get what I mean, Themis?
Yep.
I know I feel like I rambled a little bit, but
I I mean in my way, like I am with Erica all the way on this. Like when it comes to men and women, like I don't really see in my mind you have both and you can lean into whichever one you want and I don't care. like
yeah.
I mean I get the conversation and men want women to be feminine and women want men to be masculine, not realizing that the performance, in my mind, the performance, only the performance of masculinity and femininity feels like a trap. It feels like a box that you're in and people get to complain about it over and over again. And for me, it doesn't fit. So I don't care, but I try not to penalize people who actually care about like men
Masculine and
being
feminine.
masculine and women being feminine. If you want to be in that box and that's your relationship, I don't care.
Now, what I will say, just as like a really brief example, so generally my friends they joke that like I come across like a man sometimes, like I date like a man, I like when I'm at work, I'm aggressive like a man, and they're just like, I don't know how you do it, right? But then I will tell you, with my exes that were very masculine, I was the most girliest girl in the world and like open my door, like pull out my chair, carry me across
So
the
what you're saying,
threshold.
LB, what you're saying is because they're not masculine, that's why women are feminine.
Yeah, so like if you're not getting that dainty girly whatever, it's because she doesn't feel safe. You can't
Wait,
ask
before
her.
you go, let me just say this. I refuse to speak anymore on Will Smith because I am not like it feels like white supremacist people were just looking for an excuse to drag him, and that's not it. Like that's not it. So I'm going to stand with Will Smith for now, even though I disagree with his action, because that's not why you should be firing him and dragging him. So we're not getting back in the Will Smith thing because I don't like the way it's being used to like quote unquote cancel him. So I don't think he should be canceled for it. I think what he did was wrong, but I don't think it is. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, I was reading a comment. It said you're assertive, not masculine. I agree. But also, when we're dealing in the realm of feminine and masculine, assertive is a masculine trait. Um, and I very much do agree. Like, you can be both. It can go back and forth, and that doesn't take away from you having like, you have a bag of attributes, and some are masculine, some are feminine. You pull them out as you need them, and that doesn't make you one or the other. You are a person using those traits. The traits themselves are masculine or feminine, if that's how you want to categorize them. But a person is not masculine or feminine, in my opinion. To me, that's just weird.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. By the way, Erica doesn't actually, she's probably no longer here, but she doesn't really talk about this. She does more like reality show coverage, which is really fun. But there are times when she will dip into her bag and talk about femininity and masculinity and men and women and the relationship and her experience. And those moments are really good. I hope she's not here. I've actually learned a lot from her channel and just those real gems. And I like the fact that she don't care
Yeah.
about your tradition.
Like
But
in my sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so in my family, we are very like I come from a like get shit done family. Like we're gonna make it happen. So like regardless of what's going on, we're gonna make it happen. If we're single women, we're gonna have all our like everything lined up. We're gonna do what we need to do. We're gonna get our education. We're gonna get our house. We're gonna get our car. However, my family is also big on girls being girls. If the men in my family are in the room, we're not taking out the trash or lifting heavy things. We're not like there's certain things that we don't do because my family does like buy into the gender roles. However, as individuals, both the men and women in my family are taught to be able to be self-sufficient. And then if you find a partner of the opposite sex, then you adjust. And if your man wants to take on more of those manly roles, or you want a man that's going to take on more of those manly roles, then you adjust to that. Like, so for instance, when my cousin's husband's in the house, he visited last week. Normally I take the bins to the curb, as far as trash and recycle and stuff like that. And there's just certain things around the house that I normally do. Like I'll change out my mom's air vents, or I'll get on the ladder and put up the high stuff. When he's here, I don't touch any of that, and he would look at me crazy if I did. And I just feel like that's more so what it should be, and that you adapt for what's needed in the moment.
So pretty. Period. I agree with you, LB. Well, not agree. There's nothing to agree. You're just telling your story. But they call surviving masculine. Period. These men just want you to just die, apparently, because the masculine traits apparently are the ones you need to survive. So if you don't have a man, you should not survive. This is a little.
That's what I was gonna say. Sorry.
Wait, this is the best comment I've seen in a minute.
They call surviving masculine.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
black
much.
women just living their life and surviving. You're masculine. How do you, girl?
Yeah.
You know, go sit somewhere with your foolishness.
So, can I tell one more little story? Sorry, I know we're trying to leave.
Yeah,
It's
do it
little.
quickly, and then we'll wrap up. Everyone get their
Okay.
final thing.
So I started driving at 15. When I first started driving, my uncle came to visit because I was raised with a single mother. My uncle came to visit. He taught me how to check all the fluids in my car, how to change the tire, how to check my brake pads, and everything that was relevant to my car. Have I ever changed my brake pads? No, because I don't like oil. I go to the shop or I have one of my uncles or cousins do it. Have I ever had to change the tire? No. Do I usually have to check my fluids? Not usually, but I know how to do all these things. Does that mean that I'm going to be like a little greasehead and be in the garage all day? No, because one, I was raised to be in a position where I could pay somebody else to do it, but also even if I couldn't afford it, the men in my family, if I go to them, they'll just do it for me.
Yeah.
But I know how to do it. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. And they would call me, oh, you're independent. You don't need a man. I don't need a man, but I would love to have the company of one if that's what I choose to date at the,
Period. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, do my man duties.
Oh, true.
Wait, Prince Petty, you said something in the private chat. I couldn't read it. You said something about me allowing something.
Yeah, so you said earlier you don't really subscribe to, I guess, what most people consider feminine and masculine, and you don't really follow that. But you do allow people, if they want to put themselves in that box, to put themselves in that box, which is okay with me. But also what I noticed is that frequently when the women and men come up here is that they put men and women in a box. And it seems like they want to get to that box. They want as a collective.
And that's fine. I just follow their logic and it usually doesn't logic out. But I mean, that's fine with me. When I say I don't subscribe to, I believe, regardless of who I am with, I consider myself to be a provider and a protector in the deepest sense of the word. I'm not talking about getting in physical fights with people. I'm talking about being able to take care of the person that I'm with. I will take that with me wherever I go. I don't know if that's masculine or not. I mean, I'm assuming you guys are going to say it is, but that's how I see my life. So I'm not saying I don't ascribe at all to ideas, but I do have some of it. But I do allow people to box themselves into the physical performance of masculinity, and then I tell them they don't fit it. So I do that. I do that.
That was not my issue. My issue was, for example, the woman who came up and I asked her, well, what is your solution? Because she was talking about how black men have failed. She said that's not her place. That is black men's place. I don't think you should put that box on black men. Clearly they have failed. What would be the problem with black women?
No,
wait.
to me?
No. Wait. No.
Okay.
It's fine if that's what anyone says. You just go with their reasoning and you argue from their perspective. So if a man was up here and I asked, this is why I ask, are you a leader? Is the man supposed to be a leader? And that's why some men are unwilling to answer that question. Because if you say, no, a man isn't supposed to be a leader, then okay, fine, you get to not lead. But if you say a man is supposed to be a leader, then the next question is, oh, okay, are you leading? So it's not, I don't try to disabuse people of their reality and whatever they want. So if a woman comes up and say man should lead, then in her mind, man should lead. Now, if men say, "Oh, we shouldn't lead," then they're just incompatible.
Themas, can I say something?
Um,
Real
yeah,
quick.
you can. I just don't want to get back into a debate because I want to close it up. But
All
go
right, can
ahead.
we have another show with that? Because this is exactly my whole point. You want submission, right? You want
No,
all of
ma'am, I do
this,
not. No, ma'am, I do
but
not.
that's what
See,
listen,
again, see, this is why this doesn't work because
leadership.
Brown Foxy should be speaking to, I forgot his name, the one that said women should be feminine. That's who you should be speaking to because Prince Petty is gonna say he doesn't want a submission, he doesn't want care about femininity, and like
Mhm.
it won't go anywhere. Like
No,
you
yeah,
both will
I understand, but he made something. He made a point, and this is
stand
what
the
I'm trying to
man.
say. He now he's saying that the woman should make the decision, but then you want to lead and be this and that, but then why you always leaving the problems on the woman?
Yeah, but he doesn't believe in male leadership.
Yeah,
Period. I
but
mean, you can't argue that. Like, I mean, you can, but like, it wouldn't, like, no matter what you say, if someone doesn't believe in male leadership, then all you can do is drag them for their belief, which is fine. But like, it doesn't, you cannot argue with someone who just has a completely different view than you.
no, I'm not. But listen, I was just trying to point out. You see, they contradict themselves too much because that's my
Yeah.
whole point. You understand? Like black women are masculine. Okay. So what's the solution? Oh, well, you come up with the solution. You see what my whole point? Do
Yeah.
you understand? So if you're talking about black women are so masculine, but at the end of the day, you leaving everything for us to take care of. What do you expect? You see what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
understand what I'm coming from, right? So if you're saying that black women are so masculine, and then now we're coming to you to give you the role to say, hey, what's the solution, black man? Oh, I don't know. You make a decision. You guys could do. Okay, that was my whole point.
But
Yeah.
if you are masculine, come up with the solution. That was my
Yeah.
point.
Well, I mean,
Jesus
Patty's just gonna rest in his
You know what? I
femininity.
can't. I'm done.
Oh,
Good night, Themis. I
yeah.
love you. Your show is
I
wonderful. We
wanted
have to
to
have
say
another show
this
because when I
earlier.
hear him eat too
No,
much,
you're fine.
Kevin
But
Samuels,
Patty, look, the
cardiology.
thing is,
You have no sense.
by
Enos, you made
Patty,
a point earlier that Black women were masculine because of the environment that we're in right now. I
wait,
mean,
wait.
it's almost a way for us to keep safe in the environment that we are in. I mean, you didn't say exactly that Black women are masculine, but we're displaying this masculine energy in order for us to be safe in the environment that we are in, with so much male aggression around us in the community. We are displaying this energy by not smiling, by not being too open, but you, in order for us to be able to survive in a way. And we also have to go out and work in a very patriarchal society where we have to actually push up the masculine energy more than many others because many of us are working. We're working parents. So, but I also wanted to quickly. I know that everybody wants to leave, but I just wanted to point out. LB spoke about the environment that she grew up in, and I wanted to say that also grew up in with a mom and dad who basically had there was a spectrum of masculine femininity. My father was a tailor, my mother was a seamstress, but there were certain things that were being done within the home that a lot of people might not even consider a feminine trait. I don't think that we're clear on what femininity look like in today's society. We
Oh,
forget.
we definitely aren't. Like,
Yeah, we forgot. I mean, it's like my mother used to go out and butcher pigs and kill chickens in order to prepare
period.
dinner. So I'm just
Period.
like, I mean, she used to get bloody and everything. And today, a lot of women might look at that and say, "Ooh, I can't do that." But at the same time, what is this feminine mystique that we keep talking about? I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
exist. The people are just really annoying. They just want someone to submit to them, and they won't admit that. And someone made the comment that like people call surviving masculine, and period.
Yeah, and women know how to survive too. I mean, if women are supposed to be feminine, and this whole idea of femininity is supposed to appears to me, it sounds a little bit like vulnerability in society. I think that we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful how we define femininity, because to me, femininity is not always someone who is vulnerable. It's but we behave in a certain way that is we assume certain masculine attributes in order for us to survive in this patriarchal society. But femininity as I know it, it's not always the same as what every woman know as feminine. You know,
See, I don't understand why though. Like, all right, I'm getting out of character for 2 seconds in that. It's not advice, but it might be akin to it. I don't understand why women allow men to gaslight them into this debate. Like,
exactly.
I don't like if they say you're not feminine, like in my mind, it's like, okay, like, and because it's if you talk in a way that they don't agree with, they can just say you're masculine.
You're
Like
masculine. Yeah.
just by engaging in the conversation, they win because you are doing so to defend your femininity. Don't defend your femininity. Don't cast pearls before swine. Don't engage with people who can't value that which you bring. You're not feminine. Okay, girl, bye. Go find you a feminine woman. Like I don't.
And
Feminine.
I
It just
also want to say that I'm a manager, and one of the things that they say that as a I guess I'm considered feminine in a lot of people's eyes because that's what I've been told over and over, and I always question what the hell does that mean? Because we have an environment, we've created an environment where everybody can speak, where you can come and talk to me, where you feel safe to come and have a conversation with me. So that's considered a feminine style of management. Somebody told me that I had a feminine style of management once. But I often look at it as a way as I mean it's a healthy way of creating a more safe environment for everybody to be able to live in. But I never really quite understood what difference does it make as long as it's working, for my betterment and for everybody else's betterment. That's why I said and for me it's a spectrum because a man could come and do my job just as well. So I don't understand why there's to me there's a clear spectrum, and but we have a very low grade of looking at what femininity is because we're always looking at those softer skills
you
then
know what? I'm just gonna to step back and say I don't know the value of femininity to women and being seen as feminine. So I get the feeling that women want to be seen as feminine. I apologize. Fight for your femininity however you want. I should not give advice to women. I take all of it back. Um, People have dragged me up and down this channel about fruitcake and everything. I don't care about a masculinity. I I don't understand the need to defend your femininity. And even if you wanted femininity, I don't know why you would defend it against someone who would weaponize lack of femininity against you. So for me, like the conversation about masculinity and femininity is literally moot. Like for me, it's just moot. Like I don't
Hey, Themis.
I don't care because I think leadership does not require masculinity or femininity. You are killing people. I don't care if you're masculine or feminine. If you're killing people, you probably should stop. If you're abusing people, you should stop. Like it don't like what gender and energy you have doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care. Like I'm sorry, it's harsh, but I really don't care. Like I don't have like it just like it doesn't mean anything. Like for me to care would be to reshape my whole universe. And I have seen too many overtly masculine men who just don't do anything with their life for me to want that. Like it literally is just like no.
but is it masculinity or is it just some form of posturing? I don't get
Well,
it.
What
Can
we
I
do know, in the same way that people define manhood to exclude actual men when they don't want them to be a part of the club, they're like, oh, Pookie and Riri, those are boys, you know. No, it's a man. It's a man. You're gonna take the L. So for
can,
me, if masculinity is about some virtue, it also includes the performative aspect. Like
Yes,
for me, it does.
it is mostly performative.
Yeah, and I don't care about the performance, so I'm
And
just not
some
part of it.
femininity as well, because I when I hear women talk about, oh, I can't look at blood or something like that, I'm always like, what about every month? I mean,
They don't look.
so
I
I'm like,
can't believe Dean is the person who said this. The funny thing is, I'm not going to say who. There was a study right after she was asked this question, and these Republican women didn't actually know what was happening in the hearing, and when they were asked to define women, literally none of them could. Literally no one could define woman. Some people say women, you know women because they can give birth. Well, no.
but then
And it,
again, a lot of communities might say not all women can give birth.
yeah,
So I
the
mean,
thing
in
is,
what context?
I
Women in what
understand
context?
that they were trying to weaponize transgenderism against her. That's essentially what they were
Yeah,
doing. Like they
exactly.
were trying to weaponize transgender against her. And even if you oppose transgender women, I promise you, defining womanhood is not as easy. A woman, not womanhood, but a woman is not as easy as you might think. In fact, a lot of the definition of women excluded certain kinds of now women. Like it literally excluded black women for a long period of time. I am not saying this to say it's this is not a trans issue right now. I am saying you are adhering to a very specific dog whistle that
Mhm.
was done by the Republican Party to throw this woman off. I mean, people can disagree. You can disagree. I am telling you that woman is a social construct. Female is at least attached to the chromosome. And if you're going to define it by chromosome, then you have the best argument in my mind is a scientific definition that is predicated on chromosome that actually is not woman, it's female. But scientifically, I don't think anyone actually want to get into that because I think we, as a society, we're like, oh, we know what a woman is, but then when you ask the question, it's hard. It's very difficult for people who have strong beliefs. I'm talking about super conservative to define it. I mean, if anyone want to come on and define it, please, I will leave that space for anyone to do it. But let's wrap it up. Everyone, final thoughts, 10 seconds, go. Or you could do this. Women equals female. I mean, you could you could define that. And I think that's essentially what they wanted, which would exclude transgenders and to cause a problem. Why would you ask someone to be confirmed to the US Supreme Court how to define woman? Literally,
Mhm.
has there ever been anyone asked that question ever before? Ever? Define woman. They knew what they were doing, and the fact that I see black, like if you're black and you don't like her, fine, but like to fall into, it's the same trap with Will Smith for me, where it's like, oh, so y'all just want to attack him, but you need the green light from black people to attack him.
Okay, yes.
I'm not doing that.
But
I
I'm glad a lot of
personally,
us haven't given it. We haven't given it. So
yeah. So I mean, I still think what he did was wrong, but it's not more wrong than Harvey Weinstein. It's not more like there are a lot of problems you need to fix before you get to Will Smith. Let's
Mhm.
say that.
Exactly.
So I'm not about that, and I don't care about the white gays at all. So like, oh my god, how dare you? No, girl, ain't nobody got time for you. I wish there was more emotional regulation. But I think in the same way we're being gaslit there, I think it's the same way that anyway we should have a deeper conversation on this, and we'll do it.
Yes. Themis, I was about to say, I was like, how are you going to try to close this out and then bring up all this? Because now I want to talk.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not going to get into it because
Okay.
I think that I think we'll leave it alone because I do have too much to say right now. Go
Noted as a
ahead.
future topic.
Yeah, remind me.
Okay.
Everyone have 10 seconds. I'm literally going to cut you off in 10 seconds to wrap up. Maybe you guys don't need 10 seconds. Can I end it here? Do you need 10 seconds? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, LB, 10 seconds.
I'm not good with time restraints. Mm-mm.
All right, go ahead, she, her.
No, I just wanted to say that we as Black men and women need to continue these type of conversations. And I do agree that both of us need to exactly hold up our own corners as men and women.
Take a little strain on domestic.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So that's all that's, we just have to hold up our own corners and make sure that we continue these conversations because they're very important.
Yeah, I think so. By the way, if anyone have any transgender friends, I don't know any transgender people personally. At least I don't know of it. Please let me know.
I actually work with our LGBTQ coordinator for, and I don't want to say where I work, but I actually work with someone who is who is trans and is running a lot of trans projects within the organization. I work in a political office, so we do have a number of trans folks who work alongside us. If you'd like me to invite them to one of these meetings, I definitely could.
Yes. Hopefully someone who is not uncomfortable with uncomfortable questions.
Oh, absolutely. She's the spokesperson for our office. She would definitely be open to. When you say uncomfortable, with what kind of questions?
Womanhood questions.
Yeah, she's an author, so she definitely can answer some of your questions.
Yeah.
I will ask her to come.
All right. Thank you. I would definitely love that interview. Theme is
Oh.
tied, y'all. Period. All
Okay,
right.
wait. Quick admin note.
Mhm.
I put my email in the chat. Can you send me the information about your friend so that I could bring it up in the meeting, in our mod meeting? And then
I'll
I have
definitely
my
get her permission first, but I'll still reach out to you and
Okay.
share a little bit more about where I work since.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I wanted to say, make sure you let your friend know, like, whatever she's not comfortable with talking with here is not required. Like, Themis isn't, you're not gonna like push her to say anything she's not comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we should go. Dean is trying to gaslight women in the chat. I'm not doing that. I don't know why. Why are you so passive aggressive? Like, I don't understand it. It is so annoying. If you have something to say, say it. Stop the passive aggressive. Like, it's really annoying. Go ahead. Were you done, LB?
Oh, I have my 10 seconds ready now.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, just for future topic of discussion, I think that the reason that any matters to a lot of women is that it serves as this weird type of currency for us in some places, like in the workplace. We do face discrimination because of our femininity, but also we gain access because of like aspects of our femininity and how we operate. Like when I go to work, if I put on a more of a feminine persona, I get treated way better. I have way more access and I'm able to maneuver better, even if it is because I'm being underestimated. And I think that that's something we could talk about. That's it. That was like 20 seconds. Sorry.
Wait, did I say no? I said he could troll on that last live. If once you come up, you can troll. Um, Petty.
Three things rapid fire. Number one, I don't know why people were mad at me. We are on the same side. Number two, like they said in the chat, there should be a part two to the last, what was supposed to be the last 5 minutes of this conversation.
Oh yeah, well, true. The what?
Oh, okay. I don't know if I can actually do 10 seconds, but you don't have to say anything. I'll just give my little sermon and then you can kick me out. But I think like someone asked about solutions for masculinity and like what it is that they can do. I think somewhere we can start is a change of mind, a change of thought, because there's just a lot of negativity and I don't I okay, so remember Killer Mike made a little docu-series about like, focusing more on black people in the black community. And there was an episode where he had a group of people do this experiment where he asked everybody, black, white, what would you want to be, like what kind of career would you want? And out of the three men that were there, all three of them wanted to be rappers. And I'm like, oh my God, like we should want to do something else. Like rapper and being an athlete shouldn't be the only options we have in the black community, but it feels like that's the like train of thought that's there for men. So I think a change of mindset would be a good place to start. And even if you don't, have a career in mind and you can't, go to school or go to a trade school, even if you're just putting out good energy out there instead of like having that, I think in our community we still have this whole like let's clown the Urkels and then like prop up the fuckboys kind of energy. Because I mean, there's this whole Russell Wilson and Sierra debate going on again and again and again about Russell being corny and stuff like that. And it's like, why are you guys propping up Future? Like, why are you doing this? Why do I have to see this on Twitter? It feels like every, full moon, there's always this going on debate about Russell, how corny he is, how much of an Urkel he has, energy that he has. But I'm like, why would you not want, if we didn't have men taking care of other men's son, we wouldn't have people like Shaq, who was raised by a stepdad. So I think that's another change of like mindset that could benefit black men, because I don't know what it is to be masculine or like I mean, I might have masculine energy in like different aspects of my life. That's great, but I'm not a man, so I don't know what it is to step into your masculinity. But I think a change of thought for anybody, I think, is good advice. Because I mean, I don't know. Like, why are we still making fun of Russell Wilson?
I think people make fun of things that they know they can achieve. So if you pander to the lowest common denominator, then that's what it is. It's why Dr. Umar is attempting to be anti-intellectual when he's literally, if he is Dr. Umar Johnson, a part of that group, right? Like and the reality is, when you do things like that, when you talk about Russell in that way, when you talk about education in that way, you're literally imprinting on young children that these things, these attributes aren't what you should aspire for. And then
Right.
you don't understand how you have facilitated a culture of degeneracy. You don't understand that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. But I appreciate that. I think we can end on that note, because very well said. Have a wonderful night. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. I don't know why I keep saying this, because here. Have a wonderful night, guys. Thank you so much. I'm about to go eat.
Good night, and LB, I'll be in touch. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, keep me posted, LB, on what happens.
I will.